небольшие изменения. Почему мы это сделали? Ну, Юрий Павлович поставили первым по его просьбе, а я замыкаю конференцию, чтобы на вас психологически не давил регламент. Ну, как показывает опыт, сейчас вы знаете, у нас такой марафон на этой неделе, было очень много самых разных конгрессов и конференций, и как показывает опыт и этой недели, и предыдущих, докладчики обычно выходят за пределы установленного времени. Поэтому, чтобы вас не тревожить, я себя поставила последнее, чтобы можно было, да, каким-то образом мне уже подвести итоги, и чтобы нам в 12 часов закончить, потому что мы не можем за регламент выйти. Значит, мы с вами начинаем. Я знаю, что у нас уже на связи Юрий Павлович, я уже слышала его голос. Юрий Павлович, доброе утро. Юрий Павлович, профессор кафедры психиатрии, наркологии и психотерапии Первого Московского медицинского университета имени Сеченова, доктор медицинских наук, профессор, и тема его выступления – подростки как особая категория наркологической клиники. Коллеги, я предлагаю по результатам каждого доклада, если у кого-то будут вопросы, эти вопросы задавать и готовьте их по мере того, как наши докладчики выступают. Потому что мне кажется, что самое интересное, очень интересно, это не только доклад, но и их обсуждение. Спасибо вам большое за внимание. Юрий Павлович,
да, спасибо. Но у меня не получается, я нажимаю кнопку демонстрации экрана, и здесь пишут, вы не можете включить демонстрацию, поскольку демонстрацию экрана осуществляет другой участник. Как мне это преодолеть? Как мне свою презентацию вывести? Ольга,
это
может,
вот
поможет.
Наши только технические специалисты могут вам помочь.
Я могу запустить вашу презентацию, либо, если есть возможность технических специалистов, вам доступ откроют.
Откройте, пожалуйста, доступ, Ольга. Я сейчас выведу сам на экран.
Угу.
Я здесь на рабочем
Петр,
столе.
давайте я загружу, чтобы нам не ждать.
А у вас она есть, да, моя презентация?
Да, конечно, конечно.
О, отлично, прекрасно. Спасибо огромное.
Сейчас, секунду.
Вот зато мы Юрия Павловича видим.
Это хорошо.
Просто мы до этого видели
это уже
экран
хорошо,
Татьяны
Юрий Павлович.
Валентиновны.
Так, видно ли мой экран?
О, прекрасно, спасибо огромное.
Хорошо.
Так, а где переключение?
Вы говорите следующий слайд.
Юрий Павлович, вам
тут же
слово.
переключаю.
А вы будете переключать, да?
Да, да.
А я сам лишен возможности, поскольку это вы загрузили, да?
Да, да.
Ну да, хорошо. Уважаемые коллеги, добрый день. Еще раз рад всех приветствовать. Огромное спасибо за приглашение на конференцию. Для меня это высокая честь. И особая признательность за то, что любезно согласились мой доклад переставить, потому что дальше у меня начинается большая лекция, я на нее иначе не успеваю. Следующий слайд, будьте любезны. С точки зрения психиатрии, дети и подростки – это не маленькие взрослые, это совершенно другие люди. У них своя систематика психических расстройств, у них свое течение психических нарушений. Но сейчас достаточно сказать, что детская депрессия плохо реагирует на антидепрессанты. И с точки зрения психофармакологии, назад, будьте любезны, дети – это совершенно особые люди, это не просто маленькие взрослые. И редкая возможность, за это особая признательность уважаемым организаторам, а вот сегодня я выступаю без всякого конфликта интересов. Вот я совершенно свободен, это редкое, очень приятное ощущение. Дальше, будьте любезны. Итак, уважаемые коллеги, следующий слайд, пожалуйста, Ольга. Не получается, да? Да, вот что касается подросткового возраста. Назад, если можно. Как неудобно, что вот я не могу сам. Петр, инженер, не появился, Ольга, чтобы я мог сам, чтобы мне дал доступ? Нет? Так, нет этого? Ну ладно, хорошо, потерпим. Итак, особенность подросткового возраста. Так. Вот, пожалуйста, если можешь так удержать. Спасибо большое. Подростки еще физически растут примерно лет до 22, созревает у них мозг, формируются когнитивные функции, возникает психосоциальное развитие, и подростковый возраст – это особая личностная и психическая уязвимость, но не зря подростковый возраст, особенно у мальчиков, это период очень высокой суицидальной опасности. Ну и, конечно, подростки, они нуждаются в своей эмансипации, им важно подчеркнуть свою независимость от родителей, от учителей, от сверстников. Дальше, будьте любезны. И когда подросток употребляет психоактивные вещества, то, конечно, это совершенно особо 13 лет, средний 14-16, и тот, который наступает 17. Ну и каждый из этих возрастов, он характеризуется своими особенностями. В этом возрасте люди часто бывают обеспокоены своей нормальностью, соответствием...
Юрий Павлович пропадает.
Соответствием тем нормам, которые предъявляет к ним сообщество. В дальнейшем уже идет поиск самостоятельности. Но что касается позднего подросткового периода, здесь же формируется зрелый интеллект взрослых школы или первый курс института. Дальше, будьте любезны. Ну что ж такое? Итак, что способствует употреблению веществ у подростка? Ну, в принципе, те же самые факторы, предположения. Если в семье у ребенка социальное благополучие, расстройство личности или психопатии, они у людей всех возрастов, к сожалению, создают серьезный риск употребления веществ. Ну и, наконец, неблагоприятное влияние окружения у подростка – это, как правило, их сверстники. Дальше, будьте любезны. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Подросток – это формирующийся мозг, то есть это нейродевелопмент. Нейросистема развивается, у нее формируются в том числе и когнитивные функции, и если в это время подросток употребляет алкоголь либо закладка подросток хорошо закончить школу, важно начать учебу в институте, если есть такие планы в жизни. Потом, возможно, захочет стать ученым, ему нужен мозг как рабочий орган, либо просто он должен достигать того или иного социального профессионального успеха. Если он употребляет психоактивные вещества, то, разумеется, такие его возможности существенно ограничиваются. И поскольку мозг его развивается, мозг растет и формируется, то употребление веществ может испортить его когнитивные возможности на всю его, к сожалению, жизнь. Трудно такому ребенку адаптироваться. Ну и самое главное, что формируется зависимость, которая может потом сохраняться всю его жизнь. Дальше, будьте любезны. Ольга, если можно, следующий слайд. Да. То подросток ничего не ест, но вдруг он начинает есть много. Это бывает при употреблении опиоидов, а это бывает весьма заметно при употреблении марихуаны, которая здорово повышает аппетит. Если у ребенка колеблется настроение, это один из признаков того, что, возможно, что-то употребляет. Приступы раздражительности, особенно если раньше не были подростку свойственны. Нарушение сна. Функция сна довольно быстро расстраивается при любых аддиктивных расстройствах. Если вдруг мы видим дневную сонливость, нарушение бодрствования в дневной период, то это, скорее всего, указывает, особенно при наличии других признаков, на употребление психоактивных веществ. Так называемые глазные симптомы. Покраснение глаз, либо зрачковая реакция, миоз, мидриаз. Это, скорее всего, говорит о том, что ребенок употребляет какое-то психоактивное вещество. Дальше, будьте добры. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Если ребенок учился хорошо и вдруг начал учиться гораздо хуже, если у него нет интереса к учебе, если у него изменился круг общения, как правило, в худшую сторону, если он вдруг стал скрытен, если он обманывает, если в доме пропадают деньги, если ребенок совершает правонарушение. Но это указывает, особенно в совокупности разных признаков, спасибо, Марина Геннадьевна, за... Следует читать, будьте любезны. Вот я бы точно уложился в 20 минут, если бы я сам провел свою презентацию. Так, возможно, я выйду, но я постараюсь все-таки не выйти за пределы регламента. Ну и для подростков характерно употребление разных веществ.
Юрий Павлович, не волнуйтесь.
Спасибо большое, Татьяна Валентиновна. Вот, как правило, взрослые люди, если не считать пациентов с так называемой полинаркоманией, взрослые люди более устойчивы в своих предпочтениях. Это либо алкоголь, либо марихуана, либо там кокаин, либо бывает и комбинация. Подросток довольно хаотичен в выборе тех веществ, которые он употребляет, потому что здесь проблема в доступе, которая, конечно, у него совсем другая, чем доступ у него совершенно другой, чем у людей взрослых и имеющих социальные возможности. Так вот, типичная история назад, нет, вперед, вперед, вот следующий, да. Да, типичная история. Мне звонит доктор, мой коллега, и говорит, вот вы знаете, Юрий Павлович, тут есть подросток, там родитель взволнован, он стал наркоманом, а семья очень приличная, высокий уровень, интеллигентный в 5-м поколении. Там, как правило, разлажены отношения в семье. Либо родители друг с другом не ладят, а ребенок бывает свидетелем сцены конфликтов, либо не ладят между собой родители, и у родителей тоже расстроены отношения с их ребенком. То есть они его неправильно воспитывают, они не очень хорошо обращаются. Возможно, что-то нехорошо у ребенка в школе, и вещества – это его реакция на неблагоприятные обстоятельства. Возможно, у ребенка есть какие-то психологические проблемы. Возможно, есть девиации личности, либо другие психические расстройства. Депрессия, например. Кстати говоря, вот признак того, что детская депрессия проявляется совершенно иначе у взрослых людей, проявление того, что дети – это не маленькие взрослые, это совершенно другие люди. Но вот детская депрессия часто проявляется снижением успеваемости, раздражительностью и агрессией. Не очень характерны эти проявления для взрослых людей. Ну и, наконец, у ребенка отягощенная наследственность. И вот что мы очень часто видим. Ребенок растет в семье, у отца проблемы с алкоголем, семья приличная, отец с самого начала подавлял своего сына. Он постоянно его контролировал, предъявлял ему слишком жесткие требования, он пытался его вырастить настоящего мужчину. И потом, ребенок характеризуется психической уязвимостью. И отец еще плохо обращается с матерью, между ними бывает конфликт, и ребенок на это реагирует употреблением вещества. То, что делает отец? Отец берет, кладет его в клинику и говорит, что я тебя буду держать здесь полгода, вот чтобы это точно больше никогда даже не вздумал что-то употреблять. Но отец при этом не понимает, и объяснения отец никогда такие не слышит, что, ну, простите, Петр Иванович, вы своему сыну передали, ну, прощенно говоря, ваши алкогольные гены, вы передали ему генетическое предпосылание. Сделать для того, чтобы он к вещам пристрастился, поскольку вы сформировали дома неблагополучную атмосферу. А теперь вы этого же своего сына, который в какой-то степени является жертвой вашего воспитания и ваших генов, вы еще усугубляете проблему, вы вашим поведением способствуете феномену созависимости. К сожалению, история. В том числе в семьях, которые на вид совершенно приличные, то есть высокий социальный уровень, высокий социальный статус, и тем не менее...
This includes those who look quite innocuous in the beginning, high social status, high income families. But abuse is also possible in these families as well. I seem to be having some connection issues. Next slide, please.
Да, иногда мы вас теряем.
We seem to be losing your voice, Professor Sivalap. We seem to be losing your voice from time to time. You're breaking up.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Вот его опять с нами нет.
We have lost connection to Professor Sivalap.
Так, чего не следует делать родителям? Не следует оказывать любые формы давления. Не следует
What should parents avoid doing? They shouldn't press the child. They shouldn't make them pass tests. they shouldn't drag the child to the clinic. If the child faces manipulation, it will never be successful. They should support the child, express sympathy with a modicum of restraint without pressing the child. This is much more successful than controlling, manipulating, or blackmailing the child and setting strict terms. In many cases, when I'm invited to talk to an adolescent by their parents, they say that the child in question smoked marijuana a couple of times. This does not mean complete addiction yet. The child should not be shackled into medical care, shouldn't be sent to rehab camps and so on. It would be too much for their mental health.
В первую очередь, ребенок нуждается в хорошей психологической поддержке, без нарушения его границ, без...
And as I said before, children also need support. They need their boundaries to be respected. All teenagers have this need in support and in relationships.
Требовать от человека, которому 15 лет. Дальше, будьте любезны.
Okay, please, the next slide. What else has to be said? I said before that children and teenagers are not adults. They are completely different from adults.
Побочным эффектом психотропным лекарствам.
That's why children are very susceptible to side effects of psychotropic medications. Tricyclic antidepressants are contraindicated for children because they provoke very serious adverse effects that can be very significant. When we prescribe medications, we know that there are 10 groups of addiction for which different medications should be prescribed. Tobacco addictions, marijuana addiction, and so on involve various medications. F10, F11, and F17, alcohol, opiates, and nicotine, have medicational therapy that is proven to be efficient against these addictions. When it comes to dependency on cocaine and other drugs, there are no proven efficient medications. Even in the first phase of trials, medications against these forms of addiction were not superior to placebos. Comorbidities are to be treated as well, for example, concomitant depression. But the main mode of action for us would be psychotherapy and psychological support, not medicational therapy. Antipsychotics should not be used unless alcohol psychosis and delirium are registered. Some mood stabilizers might be useful, but in general, they're not the first line of medication therapy. A very interesting study with worrying results was published in 2019 in JAMA, which is, as we know, one of the most authoritative journals. The paper proposed an association of antipsychotic treatment with risk of unexpected death among children and youths. In the US, they consider youths to be aged up to 25 years, not just teens. The findings of this study were the following. By analyzing electronic health records in Tennessee for patients aged 5 to 24 from 1999 to 2014, they found that children, adolescents, and youth who were prescribed antipsychotics in doses of 50 milligrams in aminazine equivalent, it increased their risk of unexpected death by 80%. This covered cardiac and metabolic death, including myocardial infarction and type 2 diabetes that develops later in life. The authors showed that this is not due to injuries due to oversedation or overdose or suicide attempts. This is just the direct influence of antipsychotic drugs on cardiac and metabolic risks, coronary disease, and type 2 diabetes. A child aged 15 will have high cholesterol as if it were a human aged 80 or 60. That's it from me, and I want to reiterate that antipsychotics in narcology should be used with extreme caution, especially when we talk about younger people, children and teens. The dangers might outweigh the benefits. Sorry for technical issues. Thank you for your attention. That's it from me. Professor Sivolap, thank you. We did have some issues with connection, but we hope that in the future they will be resolved for the other speakers. Have you got any questions to Yuri Sivolap? While the colleagues are thinking, I've got a question myself. Recently, I was addressed by colleagues from another region of Russia. The first precondition for medical care is informed voluntary consent. If a child is drug addicted, the consent is provided by their parents if the child is younger than 16. And parents may consent, but the child refuses categorically to be admitted into hospital. What should we do, considering the fact that, as you mentioned, all kinds of psychological and physical coercions should be excluded and are not acceptable? It's a very hard question. Principles in real practice might diverge, but a working dialogue with the parents must be in place beforehand. You should work with a good, well-trained child psychologist, pediatric psychologist, who will be able to establish a dialogue with the child and explain to the parents the need or the lack of need of hospitalization, whether the addiction by itself requires hospitalization. The next point is that if we admit somebody to a hospital, it might lead to severe depression with suicidal risks, or is different from, for example, alcoholic delirium that might require hospitalization anyway. There is no sound coming through from the speaker. We seem to have lost the connection with Professor Sivolap. It's an issue on his end of the line.
Коллеги, скажите, пропал только Юрий Павлович? Или все пропали?
Нет, пропал только Юрий
Have we
Павлович.
just lost connection with Yuri Sivolap or with the rest? So if we're not talking about surgical treatment, in many cases, hospitalization is not indicated, and the effect will be null, even if the parents are of the conviction that hospitalization is necessary. Thank you. We have no further questions to Professor Sivalap. Thank you for your participation. And now the next speaker, our colleagues from the city of Ryazan. It's the Pavlov Ryazan State Medical University. And the subject of their presentation is alcohol-dependent children, a look from a suicidology perspective. Dr. Maria Baykova and Professor Alexey Marinov. Judging by the screen, Maria Baykova will be the presenting participant. You're welcome. Over to you. There is no sound coming through to the interpreter. Dr. Baykova is muted.
Оль, судя по тому, что у нас все докладчики периодически пропадают, я сначала думала, что это проблема докладчиков. Но это все...
We don't seem to be getting sound from the speaker. It might be a problem of our central server.
Алло, Марина Александровна.
Нет, я на конференции в 12.
Мария, мы вас не слышим. Включите, пожалуйста, звук у микрофона, проверьте его, поскольку мы вас не можем слышать. Я вижу, что вы говорите, но не слышу.
There is no sound coming from Dr. Maria Baykova.
Марию Александровну не слышно.
Да, я вижу, что она говорит, но мы не слышим.
Угу. У нее микрофон выключен.
Мария. Вижу, что включен микрофон, но, к сожалению, нету звука. Так, Мария Александровна, попробуйте, пожалуйста, протестировать звук микрофона, чтобы мы вас точно...
Please test your microphone. Use the settings of Zoom application.
Звук идет через другое устройство, не через то, которым вы пользуетесь.
Your microphone might be routed wrongly.
Не слышим, к сожалению, вас. Видим, что вы говорите, видим вас, но не слышим.
Оль, скажите, пожалуйста, а мы можем пока перейти к следующему докладчику? А в это
give the
время...
floor to the next speaker while Dr. Baykova is testing her sound and rejoining us. That's why we will start with the next speaker. It is Dr. Alexander Volkov, Chief Physician of the Yaroslavl Regional Clinical Oncological Hospital. However, Dr. Volkov fell ill yesterday. We wish him a speedy recovery. We hope it's not COVID. That's why, instead of him, we will listen to Dr. Natalia Frolova, who is a social worker, chief social worker at the Yaroslavl Oncological Hospital. She will present the same subject, development of volunteering in prevention of addictive behavior of minors, experience and prospects. So the floor is yours, representing Yaroslavl. Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? Just a moment, we are setting up our screen share. Can everybody see our screen?
Рады принять участие в Конгрессе, в мероприятиях Конгресса.
Good afternoon. We are happy to take part in this Congress, and on behalf of the Yaroslavl Regional Clinical Oncological Hospital, I will highlight the experience of our region in the development of volunteering as a way of preventing addictive behavior in minors. Currently, in Russia, state policies and societal actors are working towards developing volunteering. There is a governmental strategy for development of volunteering, and it is now listed as a priority area in youth policy in the country. The region has been working in this area for 15 years. It's important that all forms of volunteering, be it social, cultural, historical heritage, or environment, can include a preventive component. It is a very efficient way of conducting primary prevention of addictions in minors. It is a way to socialize younger generations and to support societal initiatives aimed at preserving physical and mental health. It allows youth to realize their leadership tendencies, promotes personal growth, and allows them to develop an active outlook to important issues. It allows them to stay in touch with social trends. Volunteering at the base of the hospital is organized in a centralized promotion program. We run educational and awareness programs to enlist more people into volunteering. The main principle is a peer-to-peer model that allows us to influence behavioral models through group leaders in a non-invasive way. Volunteers are united not by just their age, but by common discussion topics, which encourages trust in opinion exchanges. Younger people experience such opinion exchange with older people as moralizing, as pushy, but in a peer-to-peer context, they are able to express themselves more freely. Volunteers who have already trained in addiction prevention cannot substitute professional psychologists, but they work to ensure better outreach, and we work together with those youth who have already received training hand in hand. Just one hospital cannot ensure a wide outreach. We should have a larger collaboration with other stakeholders and social partners, including libraries, gyms, and other educational institutions outside of regular schools. They can also provide the volunteers with an arena for their activities. Next, accessibility. Accessibility means that information should be provided according to the age of the children. And working with the volunteers, we discuss it. It's important to what age they're talking, to what school grade. They are taught to understand how to give the information. And we also have a principle of forbidden information. Prevention of addiction means that we should not provide children with information that might interest them in actual use of drugs. We do not explain slang or terms around the use of illicit substances because they might counteract our intentions.
Именно добровольчеством в этом направлении. И здесь, когда мы говорим о мотивации, что важно?
Motivation for volunteering is really important. Teenagers, when they take part in different campaigns, their leisure becomes much more diverse. It's something that keeps them curious. It broadens their social circle. It gives them new impressions, new emotions, which is necessary for adolescents. Communication is one of the main activities they engage in, I would say. When they go to the school, the main thing they pursue is precisely that, communication. And this is about feeling one's worth, leadership, the fact that one can lead others, take their responsibility. The third main motivation is recognizing the responsible attitude to one's health, self-care. Teenagers, when they hear about that, they form anti-substance position, and they're prone to take more care of themselves. Of course, volunteering is also a preliminary stage for adult responsible life. When when teenagers take part in different projects, when you observe them for a few years, when you curate them, you can see them progress, you can see them being more initiative. And they learn to work in a team, support others, they learn to be more creative. So volunteering, I think, resolves a lot of challenges, answers a lot of challenges, and this is why we engage as many teenagers as possible. We work with other departments, with other disciplines. We collaborate with the Volunteering Regional Center. We also coordinate our activities with the local resource center in the hub for tourism and touring. Of course, we collaborate with other educational institutions, including vocational institutions. All of these collaborations increase the efficiency of our programs. Now let's switch to the forms and methods of training volunteers that we suggest. It's not enough just to, invite teenagers and say, okay, go and teach others, go and explain how to take care of one's health. Here we need to include workshops, we need to incorporate different disciplines. And as I said before, we collaborate with other departments for that. The first program, which were implemented, was begun in 2006. We collaborated with experts from the narcology clinic, teachers, psychologists of the Yaroslav University. So we designed this program as a team. And the format we chose was a spring camp, which lasted for 5 years. Normally, we used spring breaks and autumn breaks in between the terms when children could make it, could travel to cottages, to rural facilities. Normally, it was collaboration between 5-6 different institutions. The goal of this camp was to train the teenagers in this extremely short time, immerse them into the topic, make them informed, and of course, drive their personal development. We offered 3 modules, and the teachers of the course were experts in narcology. I was part of those teachers, psychologists. There were curators too from educational institutions. They were going through the classes together with the volunteers. They studied together with volunteers because, as our experience suggests, they also need to learn more about how to curate these projects. The first module is about informing, sharing data, academic and analytic data about substance abuse, understanding the motivation for substance abuse. The second module was about leadership skills, communicative skills, the ability to behave confidently, teamwork. Another thing we discussed here was age-sensitive training. Since 2006, we have organized 5 camps like this, and the teenagers that went through these modules are actively engaged in their schools now and in their regional centers. One more thing I want to say is that this program is really universal. It was rich in content, and daily we offered 3 group classes from every module, organized by different experts. In the evening, we had sports, intellectual events, creative events, cultural events too. So the guys said that we were extremely overloaded. But at the end of the workshop, all the guys knew perfectly well what they were going to do. So when you work with them as a curator, as a jury, you observe how they develop, you see how they evolve. And we as organizers also get charged with their energy. So this is useful sharing. The next idea that came to our mind was to organize a festival of volunteering. We wanted to see how it could evolve and to promote volunteering. So the festival became an annual event, and we called it By the Way of Good. Here, the volunteers present their activities, videos, stage events. We invited volunteers from smaller towns like Chutaev or Rybinsk and Yaroslavl, of course, too. We organized it in the Regional Resource Center. As for the narcology experts and psychologists, we take part in these events as jury members, as experts. And we have done now 15 festivals already. And of course, the range is much broader. And the guys carry out their own events to prevent addictive behavior. They expand cultural volunteering. So the energy here is that of exchange. And when teenagers leave, they leave with a lot of energy. Another project I wanted to share today is the one called The Healthy Tomorrow for Yaroslavl. We have different volunteers who create events that promote healthy lifestyle, and they can perform for other school students.
Состоялся конкурс, там
Some of the volunteers take part in events as jury members.
победители,
As for the winners of these competitions, those who made it to the finals, they became part of the volunteering train, as we called it. What does it mean? It means that they traveled to the regional towns and villages and shared the excitement. They design the program and then they show it to their peers. I also visited some of these programs of the train, of the traveling volunteering.
возникает вот это чувство
And the volunteers themselves feel belonging, like what they do is important.
для подрастающего поколения. Вот в последний период, да, мы активно реализовывали, это вот 2019-2020 год, программу, которую назвали «Волонтеры ЗОЖ». Мы ее
Another
реализовали.
program that we suggest is Healthy Lifestyle Volunteering. We did it together with the Coordination Council for students in Yaroslavl. It was called the Volunteers of the Healthy Lifestyle. Here we targeted high schoolers. The program consisted of 5 modules: art volunteering, event volunteering, healthy lifestyle volunteering, and the victory volunteering. Of course, the experts of the Ecology department curated the module dedicated to healthy lifestyle. And it was important for us to create the ground for expanding the personal capacities of the teenagers. Our goal was to inform them more We wanted also to enhance their leadership potential. We educated them, we helped them with the leadership skills, communication skills, explained how teenagers can be recruited into drug trafficking. And we asked them for their own initiatives. This was not in the format of a camp. These were weekly events. Weekly, we organized classes. We had 5 teams, 10, 12 people each, with a training center led. Social workers all designed the training together with psychologists. And first, we organized trainings like this. There were 5 of them. Every week, the teenagers went through completely different workshops. We worked on how to say no, we did role play, we discussed films, read books. You can see the topics on the slide. We don't smoke, join us. Think soberly. Drugs, the secrets of manipulation, that difficult word no, the development of efficient communication, 4 keys to your victory. So this is what we worked with. Here you can see the photos from the trainings. And we did both questionnaires here at the beginning of the program, at the end of the program, and the children said it was very interesting for them to take part in the program. The second part of it was a big session for all the teams. As I said, there were 5 of them. We did it in a bigger hall. Here you can see volunteers that went through the training already, and one could see who are leaders out of them. They coordinated their own projects. Further on, these volunteers share this information in the organizations where they study. They actually also tried two roles. Some of them presented their projects and others shared their feedback, taking the perspective of teachers, parents, media, doctors, and other teenagers. So these sessions were happening very informally, but the discussions were very fruitful, and I must say that only a confident volunteer can lead others and help them become confident. And this is very important. This is very important indeed, because in these classes, volunteers could learn how to talk, how to lead, how to communicate. I mean, you can have the knowledge, but you also have to communicate it right for the others to get ignited by this idea. So this program provided a lasting impression on us. We started implementing it. We started as curators of the projects. The first project that we had, and that was their authorship, we are in the healthy team. The volunteers designed this game for school students. So it's not about moralization. You can see the volunteers here wearing the green scarves. They played out a role play. They took part in competitions. They did quizzes. They all did it themselves. So we saw the results of our activity on their faces and in their activities. We analyzed all the activities they suggested, all the events they did. We could see that we are speaking as equals. This is the complementarity principle. And this event produced a huge emotional reaction from the children, because it was not organized by us, but by other teenagers. The pandemic, of course, changed how we work, unfortunately, and the guys had to focus on one class only because you couldn't have a lot of students in one room, so they made a shorter version for a class. But still, it was an interactive game where we could speak about health and how to save health. Here is the summary of what we did over the years since 2006. In 2006, we had just 7 teams who did volunteering aimed to prevent substance abuse. Now we have a whole register of 34 teams, 1,450 volunteers. They are doing volunteering to prevent substance abuse, and these lists get updated very often. So there is the core, but other children and teenagers join them. So it grows as a tree, it expands as a tree. We give a push, and then we as experts only help as curators or advisors. So we are in touch with teachers, we are in touch with the volunteers, of course, too.
Зрителей у нас был охват. В команде здоровья проведены
600 viewers saw the art program. We had 4 rounds of interactive games aimed at promoting health. 270 volunteers took part in the training camp, together with 30 teachers. This was a practice that allowed us to spread the idea of healthy lifestyles, and currently the region entered into a new social project of preventing dependency and codependency with the hashtag I'm independent. This was developed by the hospital together with the Yaroslav pharmaceutical cluster. It is aimed at popularizing healthy lifestyles among people in the region and to bring back dependent individuals into society. Volunteers took part in the organization and in the actual running of events within the project. We had two large mass events, Sports Day, which was called I'm in the Healthy Team. It was a continuation of the volunteering project. And when we brainstormed this idea, we followed the opinion of our volunteers to keep the Healthy Team branding, and we ran it in conjunction with the Global Health Day. And our volunteers, our healthy living volunteers who are here wearing red bibs, helped us to conduct the events. They registered the participants, sorted them into teams, and worked with them during the sporting events. Volunteers from the university, from the city university, in blue bibs, conducted training and warming up events for the participants. All the volunteers evaluated this experience as very positive. June the 26th saw another event at the planetarium, and it was run through our volunteers as well. As a result, I can say that teens and youths really need these interactive technologies to help them to become more socially active, and volunteering plays a big role in preventing addictive behaviors in younger people, and we'll continue working in the same vein. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Natalia. I didn't interrupt you because you're discussing a very serious subject, and you have done a great work. Did I get it right that from your point of view, professionals are mainly working as tutors and curators in this area of work, and the main work is done by peer volunteers? Yes, it's right. Because, you know, we were striving for preserving the peer-to-peer principle, and even during the very first meeting, when they were asking questions, we realized what gaps in knowledge they had, and which gaps have to be filled so that they are able to better teach their peers. And we always instruct them to act not like teachers, not like instructors, without evaluating, without moralizing and preaching. They are examples to be followed. They are role models. And during our training sessions, they found this difference to their surprise, how differently older and younger people conduct such classes and meetings. Thank you. It was very interesting. I must stress for my colleagues that this work cannot be done in a lackluster mode. You cannot do it just formally. One should be totally engaged. Olga, could you inform us whether colleagues from Ryazan are able to join us here? I hope I'm audible now. Yes, thank you. Dr. Maria Baikova, we can hear you now. I'm very sorry for the small technical failure. Now everything's working right, and I will be talking about a suicidology perspective on alcohol-dependent children of those who are alcoholics. The relevance of this subject is very high because we still have many alcoholic-dependent families, although the prevalence is falling in Russia. And an alcoholic brings family members into the orbit of their addiction. And for psychiatrists, narcologists, social workers, first responders, and for family members, codependency is very important, and codependency acts as a starting unit. And in our country, we also find a special term in use: grown-up alcoholic children, children of alcoholic families who grew up in these surroundings. These people are often autoaggressive. They are prone to addictions, especially alcohol abuse, and they have a very high suicidal tendency. The aim of our study was to investigate suicidological features and personal psychological features of younger men and women from families in which one or both parents were alcoholics. The study involved 379 individuals, 195 males, 184 females. In both of these cohorts, the control groups were 60 individuals each. The male group numbered 135, the study group. The female study group, at least one parent alcoholic, was 124. The study design involved comparing these starting study groups to the control group and then dividing them into subgroups by the number of alcoholic parents, and then comparing them to the control group and between each other. Here we see the breakdown of the big male study group. Father alcoholics, alcoholic mothers, both parents alcoholics, the three groups. The similar breakdown was done for the female study group. Alcoholic fathers, alcoholic mothers, both parents alcoholics. We compared the groups to each other, besides comparing them to the control groups, in order to find out possible differences depending on which parent was alcoholic. In direct comparison to control group, grown-up children of alcoholics demonstrated predictable results that mainly conformed to data published in literature. They showed that this group is quite autoaggressive. Males from alcoholic families were almost five times as prone to suicidal thoughts and suicidal attempts compared to controls. Non-suicidal autoaggression patterns in study males showed that the prevalence of accidents was thrice as high as with the controls. Dangerous hobbies and interests in the last 2 years were twice as common. Physical or sexual abuse was thrice as common, and they were 4 times as likely to commit non-suicidal self-harm, especially self-cutting, than controls. Autoaggression predictors involved a large class of predictors that was very prevalent in this group. And I would like to highlight 3 most salient predictors. 20% of young males in the study group told about suicides of a close relatives compared to 8% in controls. Talking to suicidals was 4 times as common in the study group compared to the control group, and acute loneliness moments were found in more than half of them, which is a suicidal risk predictor. This slide shows you the trend of suicidal thoughts and attempts in male subgroups. We see almost linear growth of suicidal autoaggression features depending on parents who were alcoholics. The subgroup in which both parents were alcoholics does not just exceed the other group's numbers, it is 2 times as endangered. It's the most autoaggressive group with the highest risk of suicide out of all the subgroups. It might be dependent on the fact that both parents' alcoholism induces the negative effect and synergizes it to even more detrimental results. Young males for whom only one parent was alcoholic were much more autoaggressive according to these measures than controls, more than 3 times as likely to have suicidal thoughts and suicidal attempts. The next slide shows us comparison of non-suicidal autoaggressive patterns and their breakdown across the 3 study groups and 1 control group, shown in blue. This is also males only. Here we find that all grown-up alcoholic children showed lesser mental well-being when it comes to non-suicidal aggression. Young males for whom both parents were alcoholic show more non-suicidal autoaggression than the rest. More than a half showed risky behavior, non-suicidal self-harm, alcohol abuse, or dangerous hobbies. Youths whose mothers were alcoholics are more inclined to autoaggression through socially acceptable autoaggression. Half of them showed risky behaviors, reported risky behaviors. Unfortunately, no sound is coming through to the interpreter. Maria, we have lost your sound.
Нет, не слышим вас.
Still no sound from the speaker.
Пока все еще вас не
слышно.
слышим.
Не слышно.
Нет, не слышим.
Может быть, какая-то там та же самая ошибка была, которая в прошлый раз?
Попробуйте зайти, выйти, зайти еще
Please
раз.
try re-enter the conference, Dr. Baikova.
Так, пока пробуем.
Я не слышу.
Да, у меня тоже нету звука. Совсем. Ну, то есть видео.
Сейчас слышно?
Да, сейчас
Да,
слышно.
да, отлично.
Замечательно.
Мгм.
Техника периодически подводит, увы.
Да, презентацию выведите, пожалуйста.
Да.
Спасибо.
А на каком моменте, коллеги, меня не было слышно? То есть вот с какого лучше начать презентацию? Со
Последний-
слайда?
Вот этот
слайд.
слайд, вот этот слайд, вот этот.
Спасибо большое. Значит, если мы говорим про исследуемые подгруппы, они все контрольную группу опережают по показателям несуицидальной аутоагрессии. Когда дело касается юношей, у которых и матери, и отцы страдают алкогольной зависимостью, то они, опять же, показывают себя наиболее аутодеструктивными, потому что практически половина из них, 47%, режут себя с несуицидальной целью. 53 из них склонны к неоправданному риску, 30 имеют опасные хобби. Юноши, у которых матери страдают алкогольной зависимостью, они выбирают для реализации своей несуицидальной аутоагрессии в основном именно социально приемлемые виды саморазрушения. То есть это 50% из них отмечают высокую частоту склонности к неоправданно рискованному поведению в тех ситуациях, когда его можно, например, избежать.
50% of them show high proneness to risky behavior, which could have been avoided. As for the teenagers whose father shows substance abuse or are alcoholics, they tend to recreate their father's behavior and are also prone to alcohol abuse. Their self-destruction takes the shape of classical auto-aggression, self-aggression. And it was proven that teenagers whose fathers suffered from alcohol abuse are prone to non-suicidal self-harm. Here on this slide, you can see a diagram which shows the different ratios of teenagers who committed at least one attempt of suicide in the cohort we studied. And here, maybe you can't see it really clearly, but qualitatively, there are teenagers whose fathers suffer from alcohol abuse. And this is a big number among the teenagers who at least once attempted a suicide. Here you can see the trends of suicidal attempts and suicidal thoughts and their ratio. This slide shows the risks, the ratio, the probability that a teenager will be prone to committing a suicide. In general, analyzing the data in the subgroup, we can justify the tendency to growing autoaggression, self-harm for young men whose fathers and mothers suffer from substance abuse, either both of them or one parent. Here is the cohort of girls. Here we proceeded in a similar way. We took a big group of teenage girls who had at least one parent who suffered from alcohol abuse. Here you can see the number, the history of suicidal thoughts, 32%, suicidal thoughts over the course of the past 2 years, 27%, alcohol abuse, 18%, risk behavior in the history, 24%. As for non-suicidal autoaggressive patterns, we found the following data. If at least one parent suffers from alcohol abuse, teenage girls are more prone to risky behavior, and 18% of them evaluates themselves as alcohol abusers. So that's their own evaluation. Out of the researched group, 23% feels guilt because of consuming alcohol. 5% and 3% are the numbers of the control group. So that means that in this group, the alcohol abuse is a much more acute problem. As for predictors of autoaggression, in the female cohort, it correlates with the feeling of depression. For these teenage girls, they have more feeling of guilt, feelings of loneliness, and a fourth of them feels like going to a psychiatrist over the past 2 years. and their subjective feeling of depression is quite high. Here you can see a similar trend.
Резкое нарастание частоты признаков в зависимости от количества родителей, страдающих алкогольной
Here you can see the suicidal thoughts and how the probability grows if at least if at least one parent suffers from alcohol abuse, then the probability of suicidal thoughts grows sharply. The suicidal attempts are shown in red, and you can see that the number is much higher than the control group. Here you can see color coding of how autoaggression and self-harm grows for young girls whose fathers and mothers suffer from alcohol abuse. So fathers, mothers, and both parents. These are the three data points. The green group, girls whose fathers suffer from alcohol abuse, is different from the control group in non-suicidal autoaggression, in risk behavior, and in feeling guilt when consuming alcohol. In the groups where their mothers suffer from alcohol abuse, the non-suicidal autoaggression is all about substance abuse. They also report that they feel like consuming alcohol in the morning after going out in the evening if they took alcohol before. As for the group whose both parents suffer from alcohol abuse, they mirror the subgroup of the boys whose both parents suffer from alcohol abuse. They encompass all the symptoms of the previous groups, plus the disorder, the eating disorders, suicidal thoughts, and the subjective evaluation as an alcoholic. Here is a diagram which shows the ratios. Here you can see that half of all the suicidal attempts are the girls whose both parents suffer from alcohol abuse. And the second half of this diagram, it is split in half almost for those whose one parent suffers from alcohol abuse, be it a father or a mother. I want to go back to the previous slides, and I will show you a similar diagram for teenage boys. Here the ratio is completely different. As for the girls, it has to do with protective factors, which can most likely be explained by their gender.
Перейдем к выводам, и основной вывод – это то, что влияние алкогольной зависимости на аутоагрессивные числа как родительских фигур, зависимых от алкоголя, так и от пола ребенка.
Here are the conclusions we can draw. First of all, substance abuse and alcohol abuse does influence autoaggressive characteristics of the children. It can be different depending on the number of parents suffering from alcohol abuse, gender of these parents, and the gender of the child. The groups we researched show different levels of risks towards suicidal behavior. As for girls whose fathers suffer from alcohol abuse are the most well off. For boys, it's vice versa. But the highest risk of self-aggression is for the group whose both parents suffer from alcohol abuse. In our research, we proved heterogeneity of the phenomenon depending on the number of the parents' figures. who suffer from alcohol abuse. And one more thing to say is that clarifying the alcohol anamnesis, the alcohol history of the parents is one of the key points for the crisis services, for counseling, for psychologists. It could help us most efficiently prevent further suicidal attempts. This is all for me. Thank you very much. Maria, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. We talk a lot about this problem, and I think it is quite well discussed now. I think that your talk draws our attention again to a more differential perspective on the family, not just the family, but parents, mothers, fathers separately. I have a question for clarification, if possible. What did you mean by potentially acceptable self-harm? I meant that there are certain ways of self-harm which the society, how should I put it, shuts its eyes to. Yeah, but what kinds of behavior did you mean? Mostly these are risky hobbies which nobody pays attention to, for example, motorcycling, speed driving, alpinism, mountain climbing. I mean, potentially risky hobbies. Okay, got you. Thank you very much, Maria. Maria, any more questions from the panel? Thank you. And we're switching to the next talk. We have two speakers here, Sergei Gumnov, head of the Clinical Narcology Department of the National Narcological Center, a branch of the Serbsky National Medical Research Center for Psychiatry, and his colleague from the Ministry of Education of the Russian Federation. As far as I understand, Sergei is going to talk content analysis of information resources with the destructive content in the Russian-speaking segment of the internet and the influence on the behavior of adolescents. Very interesting, Sergei. The floor is yours. Tatiana, could you please turn off your mic when you're not active?
Да, Сергей Александрович, если возможно, чуть погромче, не очень хорошо слышно.
Okay, we'll try to speak up. Hopefully you can hear me well. So first of all, I would like to say that unfortunately, I am reading this on behalf of Vladimir Valentinovich too, because in autumn of the previous year, he was one of the COVID victims. I would also like to express my gratitude to Nikolai Kerensky. Thank you very much. From the Republic of Belarus, Yelena Evstratova. Thank you all very much for helping me define the concepts, for helping me sort out this field of knowledge. Please launch my presentation. I think I forwarded the presentation previously. Yeah, just a second. Thank you. Thank you. Can I scroll through the slides myself, or will you do that for me? I will do it for you.
You will not be able to switch slides yourself, but I will be doing it for you. Let us continue. Here I'm starting with several quotes from classical philosophers that deal with suicide. I wanted to use the quote from Berdyaev as a title, that suicide is not a violence against life, it's also violence against death, while Albert Camus believed that there is only one purely serious philosophical problem, the problem of suicide. Here I'm giving you some definitions about suicidal behavior. And let us skip these well-known definitions and go over to relevant numbers. The WHO has shown that suicidal attempts are an important public health issue that lead to very serious social burden and suffering for individuals, families, and societies as a whole. Suicides are the leading cause of death among young and middle-aged individuals, especially males. In the European region alone, more than 160,000 individuals die of suicide each year. In Russia, the peak of suicides was passed in the period from 1995 to 2000, when we had up to 40 cases of suicide per 1,000 people in Russia, lagging behind only Lithuania, second most common suicide, second highest suicide rate in the world. Currently, the suicide rates are characterized as between moderate and high, but this is, of course, unacceptable in itself. It's still too high. We should highlight two main strategies of suicide prevention that are used by Russian social services and doctors. The first line of strategy is strategy aimed at general population. This includes improving social and economic development, for example, reducing unemployment rate, which, as other countries have shown, reliably leads to lower suicide rates. It is also about changing the societal perspective on suicide, non-stigmatizing, but not encouraging suicide. Because very often the lack of compassion is something that leads to further suicidal attempts in people. This strategy also includes restricting access to suicide tools, for example, prescription drugs or gases in heating or cooking stove gases, automobile exhausts, firearms, fencing around bridges and roofs. The second line of strategy is a strategy aimed at high-risk groups. There is a statewide program, nationwide program, and a specific school-targeted suicide prevention program. There are also medical suicide prevention groups that include inmates or former convicts, elderly individuals, alcohol and drug-dependent individuals, individuals with affective disorders, with schizophrenic spectrum disorders, liminal pathologies, and of course, an important aspect is not just long-term care, but also psychological care for failed suicide attempts, for people who attempted suicide but were hospitalized. Professor Saraceno, a WHO expert, says that many or most manifestations of suicidal behavior could be prevented. Currently, we have efficient methods to prevent suicides. One of the factors of suicidal risk is adolescent age. The important factors of suicidal activity in teens, in adolescents, are hopelessness, loneliness, depression, internal tension, together with potential factors such as family environment. A large number of adolescent suicides are copycat suicides, imitational suicides. When autoaggression becomes contagious, it can be expressed through imitation. In 1774, Johann Wolfgang Goethe's novella, The Passions of Young Werther, was published. Its protagonist commits suicide due to unrequited love, and the Werther effect arose because many young people committed suicides. Accordingly, today, the Werther effect can be seen as a statistically significant correlation between the highlighting of suicides in mass media and the actual number of suicides among adolescents. Suicidal contagion is seen in adolescents because they form their behavior by watching role models in reference groups, in important individuals. It is a quick spread of autoaggression or autoaggressive behavior in a given group. It can be direct, people to people, or person to person, or indirect through mass media. The risk of copycat suicides is especially high in younger individuals and in elderly individuals who are susceptible to mass media influence, and when they have something in common in their identity, such as age, gender, and ethnicity, with somebody whose suicide is highly publicized. Horton, in his meta-analysis, concludes that showcasing of suicides in mass media leads to both a higher suicide rate in general and to a higher rate of suicides committed in a specific way that has been publicized. Information on suicides in mass media that leads to a higher copycat suicide rate should include detailed descriptions of suicide methods, sensationalistic style, and a detailed description of celebrity suicide. These are more harmful messages in this regard. Adolescents are more individually susceptible to influence, especially when suicidal experience arises. It might be mediated when the person identifies with the suicidal victim, or personal when a teen has suicidal attempts in the past, a history of suicidal attempts. One of the most valid predictors of suicide risks are past suicidal attempts or parasuicidal episodes. According to US studies, 3% of people with suicidal attempts in history die within the first year, and 15% of them die within the first 3 years after survey. With the growth of crisis episodes, individual sensitivity to emotional stress increases, and cognitive breakdowns become more dangerous. suicidal thoughts become routine, and they emerge after many influences. Crisis states in teens are valid predictors of suicide risks. This includes the over-reliance on peer groups, romanticization of death and suicide in mass culture, a rising and emergence of groups that disguise death. There are films and TV series that show death and suicide as something routine and normal. Suicides of teens after deaths of popular musicians were also a registered trend. For example, in cases of Janis Joplin and Jim Morrison. We find new forms of deviant behavior, including online behavior, and we need to develop a new area of addictology and deviantology that requires its own theoretic foundations. Technological progress in communication led to global changes in informational sphere, changed informational space completely, transformed information into communication. And mass media are now mass communication. Communication includes reception and evaluation of information. It forms attitude to information. That's why information and its source have an ethical influence on the human mind. The main mechanism of mental influence in information transfer include suggestion and persuasion. Persuasion is aimed at the logical mind, can be critically evaluated, and provides a freedom of choice. Suggestion leads to a direct effect through the emotional components of the mind. Dr. Igumnov, you have only 2 minutes left because we have one more speaker left. Suggestion is especially common in information technologies. Currently, there are no ways to contain verbal aggression in the internet. Very often, comments can be posted anonymously, which does not preclude trolling and flouting of ethical norms. This leads to an increased opportunity for manipulation. We have 3 groups of targets for psychological influence. These are activity regulators, and mental states. Mental states that induce influence are disintegrated of mental processes, euphoria, apathy and lack of interest in surrounding events, and suppressed states. In 2016, Novaya Gazeta published an article about suicide groups online that started a wide discussion. We have questioned how real this threat is, what scales do these phenomena show? We conducted a study and tried to find answers to these questions. I have to skip through this part because I have here we have a list of psychological influence techniques. Adolescents that are at risk, those who demonstrate self-harm, hopelessness, and depression. Internet resources can be divided into those that promote suicide and those that support suicidal tendencies. There are resources that promote a choice of suicidal techniques. Our study was concentrated on content analysis of suicide-promoting materials. We used search systems to select and social media to select materials that have the most outreach. We tried searching web content for keywords suicide, ways of suicide, and so on. Confidentiality policies of various social media are different. That's why searching for them is not equally relevant. Here we see results of analysis of various search systems. Out of the top 100 search hits for keyword suicide, we found 3 links to research papers, 30 links to suicide prevention, and 2 publications on religion. There were no publications promoting suicides. We see differences between search results in Yandex and Mail.ru. We see similarities in Yandex and Mail.ru and differences with Google because Yandex and Mail.ru are Russian and Google is global. Russian law controls verbal content but does not control images that could be posted online. Here you see results of our searches for various types of suicide methods. This includes cutting the vein, self-hanging, and falling from a high place. The results of our study show that verbal contents in all searches, in all segments of our search, show a tendency towards suicide prevention and a negative image of suicide without suicide promotion. However, visual information is more ambiguous, and as visual information is more emotionally aimed, that it can be potentially destructive for a young individual. It can be shocking. Here you see the structure and breakdown of ages for various social networks. The youngest social media audience is found in VKontakte. And this is the main factor that draws our attention to this particular social media. We see that suicidal and anti-suicidal groups are rather popular. Posts including the word suicide amounted to almost 1 million.
Следующий, пожалуйста. Вот. Значит, таким образом, социальная сеть ВКонтакте лидирует по всем позициям, по количеству представленного.
VKontakte is a leader in suicidal content, and of course it gives the ground to some of the media and the power to believe that all of these movements are started there. Here you can see the results of the content analysis of the social media. So we can see that there are quite few groups which are completely or fully suicidal. Most of the content are groups whose goal is to fight suicide or to help people who suffer from depression and suicidal thoughts. Some of the content is aimed to provoke, to bring the attention of more people towards the group. Thus, the prevention of suicidal behavior in teens exists, and the radical solution to the problem will be deleting content social media, banning destructive content, excluding anonymity online, and maybe even banning the access to social media until the age of 14. But I think that more realistic would be the moderate viewpoint. It is preferable to form the policy of accountability and responsibility. Leading experts and leading representatives of the power also share this viewpoint. Here are the conclusions that we draw. The teenage is one of the factors of suicidal risk. And we have already spoken about some of the other factors, which is hopelessness, loneliness, depression. Messages of suicide or depictions of suicide in the media have a negative effect and can provoke suicidal actions, especially for teenagers and younger adults. This information can decrease the internal defense against suicide. In the Russian-speaking segment of the internet, there is a lot of content, both destructive and the one aiming at prevention. Destructive content is normally implemented and spread in the video format. Most of the suicidal content is in VKontakte, the social media. The next slide, please. The next slide. I think that will be the last one. This was the last slide in the presentation. Oh, okay. So this is it. Thank you very much for your attention. Sorry for me rushing through the presentation. I believe that this topic will be discussed further. Thank you very much, Sergey. Sorry, I couldn't interrupt you because it was so interesting and it was a very important talk indeed. I think that Lev Olegovich Perezhogin will pardon me for that. The experience about today's conference, and we are coming to the end line of this discussion, that we need to request more time from the organizers. I feel very bad for Lev Perezhogin. Dear Lev, is it okay if you have 2-3 minutes? So actually, I think that we are seen only by the speakers and our organizers, I think. We don't have any listener on Zoom. They are watching us on YouTube. Maybe we could stay just as well, and we could just meet in a cafe, and maybe we would be happier. Since we work online, we can cut the break. So we need to finish before 1:15.
Понимаю прекрасно, что у меня 3 минуты времени на сегодняшний момент. Вот, поэтому первое, что я скажу, если вы хотите
So I have just a few minutes. If you want to see and read in more detail what I have to say now, please Google Lev Perezhogin, subscribe for my YouTube channel. You're most welcome to watch my materials. Everything I'm going to say is uploaded there already. Now I will try to keep it extremely short. The next slide, please. Here are forms of online addiction that we have. These are the leaders. For today, we often say that these tendencies change overnight, and this information can get outdated very quickly, much quicker than our academic endeavors. So most dangerous are multi-users, video games, social networks and messengers, pornographic production, and online shops. If you look at this list, of course, it can give ground to different evaluations. But we know that the internet addiction among teenagers is around 2-6%, which is higher than on average in the population, depending on the country and depending on the age group we study. Please skip this slide and the next one. Yeah. If you feel like testing your kid, please visit my website. You will see the banner, addiction testing, and you will find yourself seeing the questionnaire. It's a phenomenological questionnaire. It's quite a simple one. And with high probability, up to 80%, one can evaluate here the absence or the presence of addiction. Self-evaluation with it, of course, is impossible. Some of the adults have to be present. It is oriented at teenage and the childhood. It has a mechanism of lie avoidance, lie detection. It's absolutely anonymous. I don't even collect the IP addresses. It's all done autonomously. The next slide. What I'm going to say now are the materials not of the whole selection of respondents. These are the materials that we sieved through at the beginning. So when we evaluated the factors, and then we met some of the respondents and we compared the answers to the questionnaire and their clinical picture, we saw that around 80% were the same for online diagnostics and for offline analysis, which is quite a good result for a screening tool. The phenomenology of addiction is important here. It can be studied at the preclinical analysis and with a phenomenological questionnaire. The main advantage of a phenomenological scale is that it doesn't make any sense to hide anything here. Normally, the evaluation is done by an adult who knows the kid well.
И самое главное преимущество, что некоторые феномены, которые очень трудно распознать клинически, шкала позволяет выявить задолго до того.
The scale helps seeing the symptoms that will be very hard to see in the clinical picture. Here is the statistics. The first phenomena can be evaluated with the tool 18 months before the person is likely to go to a psychologist. The first phenomena of losing control can be on average detected 16 months before the child is likely to go to a doctor. So it gives us a chance to start working early with the child and to avoid the addiction evolving into the other stages, going into the abstinence syndrome and so on and so forth. So we think it's a great tool for primary prevention. We started working with transition forms and we had to make the scale even better. Here are the answers that it gives now, from 0, no addiction, no signs of addiction, to risks of forming addiction and different stages of it. The scale now is full of variables, and this is why we can actually work fully with it. Now, at the beginning, 200-300 people visited it monthly. Now this number grew to 2,000, 3,000. As it's completely anonymous, I cannot give any demographical data on them. It works for them completely. It is used only by those who need it. The next slide, please. Here are the preliminary conclusions. 7% of all teenagers who abuse the internet, who spend a lot of time online, show signs of addiction. In the risk of preschoolers, they are in the risk group. For preschoolers, the addiction forms very slowly. The faster development of addiction is more characteristic for puberty, and early detection of the risk group for children can be used for the prevention of addiction, as the clinical picture can be formed in around a year. As for the difference between preschoolers and teenagers, for teenagers, their biological mechanisms are much more sustainable and can resist much better. But as their parents intervene, and so when the parents intervene, they are less likely to form an addiction, and they are left to themselves, they are highly likely to do so. I did KBT interventions with children, as I think that internet addiction is the perfect symptom to treat it with KBT. Here we can use Beck's theory to explain what addiction is. Of course, I don't agree fully with this hypothesis, but KBT is efficient with internet addiction. The next slide, please. The KBT is used both individually and in groups. And in the most widespread scenarios, it begins individually and then it switches to group work. Every teenager works for 6 months, around 3 months for individual work and 3 months for group work. That's quite a long time. And such psychotherapy would cost something. And in Moscow, individual KBT costs around 10,000 rubles. Of course, group are cheaper, and that's quite a huge load on family budget, as KBT is not included into medical insurance. Another thing we often forget is that psychotherapy now does not have to be licensed. The experts who are already popular are happy about that, as they don't need to get more papers. But I think that in a time they will be pushed out of the market with the less thorough colleagues, and then it will be a catastrophe. The next slide, please. Here is the dynamics and the goals for our group work. The first session was laying the ground. The final session was saying goodbye. All in all, we offered 10 sessions. As for the average age for children, it was around 14 years. Here are the results that we have. If 100% are all those who came, who asked for help, then we saw a huge majority of boys over girls, and they were older. The average age is 15 for the girls, it's 13.8. After going through individual therapy, some of them abandoned it on the way. Sometimes they abandoned it after the first session altogether, saying, actually, I'm okay, I don't need all this. The number of the participants decreased. 6 girls, 18 boys. Out of these 24 participants, we formed 2 experimental groups. Then it was in the Morozov hospital. Unfortunately, now we can't collaborate with them anymore. They say that it's just not profitable for them to have us. And we don't bring a lot of money to the hospital's budget. So if we take the first commerce is 100%, then after 12 months without pathology, the positive result is 36.7. This is not quite high. But if we take as 100% those who made it to experimental groups and really went through the group, because almost nobody left the groups, then we will see that the success factor is much higher, 66.7%, 2/3 in other words, which is quite a good indicator for psychological programs. Any narcology program will be happy to see such results for abstinence. And the final slide, to feel you entertained and to leave my contacts, here is my information. Please sign up for my channel. Thank you very much. It was a good pleasure. Thank you.
Спасибо большое. У нас
Thank you very much. Dr. Perezhogin. And now the final concluding words from Tatiana Klimenko. We don't have time for a full presentation for you, unfortunately. Thank you, Dr. Perezhogin. Dear all, I have already mentioned that we would need more time for such a fully packed agenda with so many subjects. I liked all the presentations that we heard. I've got questions to Dr. Perezhogin, but we don't have time for this. But I think we had a fruitful meeting with very interesting presentations for all of us here. And as we had a large-scale broadcast, I hope that this broadcast was interesting for our colleagues that were listening to us throughout the country. I think the information on organizing prevention of addiction was very useful. It's a complex activity, but it's something that matters. Thank you all for taking part. Goodbye. Thank you. The next session will start in 5 minutes.
Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, приглашаем вас посетить виртуальную выставку, которая пройдет в рамках 3-го конгресса «Психическое здоровье человека 21 века». В онлайн-формате для вас доступны демонстрации услуг и товаров партнеров конгресса, каталоги, брошюры, презентации, результаты клинических исследований и другие необходимые для ежедневной практики данные, интерактивное голосование, анкетирование, опросы и конкурсы, контактные данные представителей компаний, онлайн-чаты, звонки. Для перехода на виртуальный стенд экспонента нажмите на логотип интересующей вас компании. Ждем вас в разделе «Выставка» на портале Конгресса.
В 2013 году в Тверском областном психоневрологическом диспансере открылось детское медико-реабилитационное отделение, к настоящему времени функционирующее в рамках дневного стационара. В данном отделении оказывается комплексная помощь детям и подросткам от 3 до 18 лет бригадой специалистов: психиатр, психотерапевт, клинический психолог, дефектолог, логопед, врач лечебной физкультуры, инструктор ЛФК, социальный работник. В медико-реабилитационное отделение направляются дети и подростки с различными психическими расстройствами: задержка психического и речевого развития различного генеза, расстройства поведения, невротические расстройства, органические психические расстройства, синдром раннего детского аутизма, шизофрения, легкая и умеренная умственная отсталость. Врач-психиатр совместно со специалистами отделения разрабатывают индивидуальную программу каждому ребенку и реализуют ее в условиях отделения. Детям и подросткам помимо лечебно-диагностической помощи предлагается курс занятий с логопедом, психологом, дефектологом, занятия лечебной физкультурой, изобразительным и музыкальным творчеством.
Предоставляется уникальная возможность творческих занятий в мини-группах по 2-4 человека, что очень важно не просто для развития фантазии, воображения, мелкой моторики, но и прежде всего для самораскрытия ребенка, повышения его самооценки, чувства уверенности в себе. пришедшие с ребенком родители, бабушки, дедушки имеют возможность обращения к врачу, к специалисту любому, с любыми своими вопросами в то время, пока ребенок находится на занятиях.
Доказано, что чем раньше начинается целенаправленная работа с ребенком, тем более полным и эффективным могут оказаться коррекция и компенсация нарушений, а в некоторых случаях возможно и предупреждение вторичных отклонений развития. На начальных этапах особое внимание уделяется диагностической работе, позволяющей оценить степень адаптации и выявить наиболее слабые и сильные стороны ребенка. Последующая работа ведется по специально сконструированной индивидуальной коррекционно-развивающей программе с учетом закрепления ее родителями в домашних условиях. Средний цикл занятий для детей и подростков обычно рассчитан на 2 месяца. За это время, конечно, невозможно коренным образом изменить ситуацию в семье или уровень возможностей ребенка. Однако можно задать правильный вектор для родителей.
Родители должны четко понимать, что есть та составляющая, которую мы изменить не в силах, это та вещь, которая, это тот пласт особенностей, который с ними пойдет по жизни. Нужно адаптировать этого ребенка к его же особенностям, адаптироваться самому к его особенностям и понимать, что какой-то кусочек в нем мы можем поменять аккуратно, не вторгаясь слишком глубоко, просто аккуратно что-то видоизменить. Но в целом и в общем личность, особенно когда к нам приходят уже с детьми 10-12-летними, она во многом уже сложившаяся, просто нужно ее немножко вписать в какие-то рамки, в какие-то правила, в какие-то понятия общечеловеческие. Но прежде всего принимать ребенка со всеми его прелестями, оценивать всегда конкретный поступок, но не ребенка.
В отделении проводятся занятия логаритмикой. С детьми работает логопед с музыкальным образованием и психолог. В группе обычно 6-8 детей. Занятия логаритмикой стимулируют развитие пассивной и активной речи ребенка, поскольку он имеет хорошую возможность подражать звукам, слогам, словам, которые произносит взрослый. Логаритмические упражнения способствуют развитию темпа и ритма речевого дыхания, развитию артикуляционной моторики, укреплению мимической мускулатуры, формированию фонематической системы языка, развитию темпоритмических и мелодико-интонационных характеристик речи, развитие умения сочетать движения и речь, координировать их, подчинять единому ритму, оказывает благоприятное воздействие и на формирование пространственных представлений. В целях развития творческих способностей маленьких пациентов в мастерской ведутся гончарные работы. Давно известно о положительном влиянии лепки из глины на эмоциональное состояние. Завораживающее движение круга надолго удерживает детей за столом, развивая усидчивость, внимание и моторику.
Right, we are live. I'm happy to greet you all at the symposium dedicated to evaluation and treatment of neuropsychologically compromised children, understanding clinical applications post-Luria and Rayton. Just a small introduction for our meeting before the first contribution starts. 2 years ago, together with Dorleen Nemeth from New Orleans, we published this book in Academic Press in the United States. It's an international collective handbook. Here you can see an annotation of this book. And the goal of this publication was to memorize Luria and Rayton, two founders of neuropsychology, in our 2 respective countries. The aim of this publication was to compare the approaches of those 2 leading neuropsychologists of the 20th century, especially when considering work with neuropsychologically compromised children that have learning difficulties and developmental difficulties. Our current meeting is aimed at practical applications of these methods. And most speakers in this symposium took part in this collective publication last year. We have three components in our symposium. Considering our different time zones, where many participants, considering different time zones for many participants, especially in North America, we gathered all our Russian participants in the first session. You may use both Russian and English because simultaneous interpretation is available. Each speaker has 15 minutes. Please stick to your schedule, because we also have Q&A. Please use the chat for your questions, and the speakers will be able to answer them straight away. So, the very first subject that we touched in the book, and the first subject today is opportunities of integrating quantitative and qualitative measures in neuropsychological assessment. This will be my presentation. We know that the main difference between Ralph Raitan and Luria's methods are differences in approaches of assessment. Raitan used psychometrics, a quantitative approach, while Luria used qualitative methods. And his Russian disciples followed him. For a long time, debates have been ongoing about the strength of either approach. Now we see an urgent need to bring these two approaches together. Can everybody see my screen well? Yes, we can. Thank you. Very well. Talking about today's neuropsychology, we see it developing both intensively and extensively. The intensive development means new methods, new theoretical and pedagogical foundations, but it is also developing extensively in that it finds new applications for its methods. Neuropsychologists examine and evaluate many individuals now. They apply their methods to everybody from airline pilots in assessing human factors in airline crashes to patients diagnosed with schizophrenia. This development sees a greater influence of the Lurian approach, the qualitative approach, in both Europe and the US. Let us consider the pros and cons for psychometrics, the quantitative approaches, because psychometrics are also growing in popularity in our country especially, and many people use translations of classical works on psychometrics in their practice within Russia. Their strengths include a standardized procedure for examination and data processing, reproducibility of the results, age and social cultural reference values that allow for an evaluation of deviation or conforming of results for each individual, with the statistical norm. Low learning curve and objectivization of the degree of deviation or compromise of higher psychological functions, along with dynamic measurements. This is something that leaves a lot to computers, which saves time and effort. When I worked in the United States, I worked with an assistant, a PhD student, and she always referred to her computer to count the measures for her, as opposed to qualitative approaches, where we start with proposing a hypothesis and then find arguments to support or decline them. Here we use computers from start to finish. This does not allow us to find individual features of each respondent, what Vygotsky has called psychological diagnosis. And we cannot identify zones of proximal development, which is really important for children. It is very hard to use these methods to differentiate children with arrested development. And they don't include any dialogue with the patient, that is, dynamic changes within the procedure of examination or organizing the patient's activities better for completing the test in question. Luria used experimental training and teaching for patients, while a computer method does not include it. However, we should include psychometrics for their strengths in comparison and in combination to Lurian qualitative methods. There are two validated possibilities of bringing qualitative and quantitative approaches together. We can use Lurian qualitative approach in analyzing results of psychometric tests. For example, the tactile gnosis test from the Hosted-Rayton battery can be differentiated into two parts using Lurian methods, that is, kinesthetics and regulation. This is a qualitative evaluation of these results. The Rovan matrices that I will highlight later can also be efficiently analyzed in a qualitative paradigm. The other way of bringing together these two approaches is to develop quantitative evaluation methods for results of Lurian tests based on psychological analysis of the test structure and the qualitative analysis of its performance. These methods were developed and published by me in 2003 in this publication. Here we found opportunities that the first approach can give us, and I used this combination of methods when I worked in the US. I had a patient who had a severe cranial trauma, severe brain injury in the frontal lobes with a prolonged coma, a very serious brain injury. As soon as the patient woke up from coma, we started her rehabilitation. All psychometrical tests led to a diagnosis of frontal dementia. And her treatment and rehabilitation was planned considering this analysis. When I evaluated her according to Lurian methods, I could not support the diagnosis of dementia. Then I reanalyzed the psychometric tests that had been administered. For example, the Kaufman matrix. The matrix sees the patient finding various connections between two or more images and finding an analogous couple to the stimulus image. Lurian analysis allowed us to find 7 foundations for such analogies. Number 1, syntagmatic or situational. Number 2, paradigmatic or categorical. Number 3, perceptive comparison. Number 4, perceptive comparison with simultaneous synthesis of detail. For example, when comparing an oval shape and an oval shape with a vertical line. Number 5, perceptive comparison with analysis of spatial relationships, rotated figures and shapes. Number 6, an abstract logical conclusion. For example, 2 equal and 1 double number of spots. And number 7, abstract logical conclusion together with an analysis of spatial relationships. What we found to be interesting, and this can be found in our publications both in Russian and in English, we published it together with my colleague David Tupper. We found that all tests that required logic, intellectual perception, were done by the patient without errors. However, all tasks that involved spatial analysis were specifically hard for this particular patient. And this corresponded with my results of Lurian evaluation. Then I asked for an additional MRI for this patient. The patient had a left frontal lobe lesion, but I suggested that her problems with orientation have to do with her right parietal area, right occipital area. And the MRI showed us that this was right. She had an injury to the right occipital area. We restructured her rehabilitation plan, and it led to a better outcome for the patient. Now, our second opportunity. How can we quantitatively evolve the results of a Luria-style neuropsychological evaluation? It is wrong to say that Luria opposed quantitative methods. As early as 1973, he started evaluating results of tasks in points, with 0 being the perfect result and larger numbers referring to larger problems or deficiencies in completing the task. As I've said, this was proposed in 1973, but this scheme was not detailed enough because his criteria of weak, mild, moderate, or severe deficiencies were not objective enough.
The process consisted of 2 components. First of all, for every test, we made a list of possible difficulties and the qualification of the children's activity, plus minus the existence of the symptom or the absence. And we also evaluated every test by the scale from 1 to 6, based on whether it's the primary or the secondary defect, how expressed it is compared to the normative data of the control group, and also the possibilities of correcting mistakes. But the data for different age groups will also differ. What also matters are the conditions of correction for correcting the difficulties and the mistakes that we detected. So if a child or an adult can correct the defects that they face with a neuropsychologist, the evaluation will be lower on the scale. The lower, the better. And this requires a dialogue. So we do the neuropsychological analysis in the format of an interview. It's important for us to do it in the format of a dialogue. The score allows us to see the summary of deficiency for every psychic element, for every test, which enables us to objectively evaluate the pathology or the level of development of the psychic functioning, and to understand the dynamics of the state during longitudinal intervention. Also, the score enables us to see the level of deficiency for every area of psyche in general for this or that patient, which enables us to objectively evaluate the level of pathology or underdevelopment, a typical development, These scores are the same for children and adults, starting with 2 years of age. There is an early childhood version and, of course, an adult version. Here is the conclusion. Qualitative approach by Luria, which is based on the syndrome analysis, can be used both for Luria battery and for psychometric methods, enables one to detect the mechanisms of the observed defects, the area of nearest development for the child, and build an adequate individualized program of neuropsychological correction. Thank you very much. Hopefully, I kept the timing. I don't see any questions in the chat for now, so we'll stop sharing the screen. And I'm happy to announce the second talk for today, which is related directly to my case. It's a real case of the combination of qualitative and quantitative approach. A talk by Irina Shevchenko, Dr. Irina Shevchenko, PhD in psychology, child neuropsychologist, an expert in neuropsychological diagnostics and remediation. The title of the talk is Combining Lurian and Psychometric Methods in Evaluation of Executive Functions in ADHD. Dr. Shevchenko, you're most welcome. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you see me? And can you see the presentation? Yeah, it's all working fine. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of the conference. Thank you very much for having me thanks a lot to all my colleagues for their brilliant talks. I think that we're discussing really relevant topics. As for my talk for today, it will be on ADHD. And as we'll know, ADHD is one of the most widespread disorders, behavioral disorders in children these days. And although this issue is discussed by experts from completely different backgrounds, still there a lot of questions remain clear in etiology, in the clinical interventions, and in the forecasts that can be made. As I'm a clinician myself, I have my clinical practice. I'm aiming at the practical application of possible diagnostics methods. Of course, for positive intervention, we need to understand who comes to us at the beginning. Since I'm part of the Russian school, in the diagnosis, sorry. Can you see it? Yeah. In evaluation of such children, first of all, we turn to Luria neuropsychological approach, which enables us to qualitatively characterize the structure of the disorder, but it's also for us to clarify the structure of regulatory defects. This will help us increase the efficiency of the intervention. This is why we use psychometric evaluation, psychometric tests. It's important for us to engage both the qualitative and the quantitative approach for our research, and we use a neuropsychological examination using Luria's tests, which were adapted for children by Zhanna Markovna Glozman and her colleagues to highlight the difficulties in the behavior which are caused by the functional underdevelopment of some of the areas in the brain. We also use Corner scale, which enables one to detect hyperactivity, and the ADHD. Also, we use the questionnaire, early development questionnaire for children, to see the family situation, the family background, and also to understand the profile lateral organization of the children. We use Annette's questionnaire and the clock tests. In the American neuropsychology, as Zhanna Markovna have already said, we can use a lot of approaches. The fixed tests battery, designed by Ralph Rayton, who mentored a lot of students who later on developed his ideas. And among the psychometric methods that one can use to clarify the structure of ADHD, together with Luria's tests, we use the following tests. You can see on the screen the Halen test, which is used to analyze the functions of regulation and control. Numeric Stroop test, which is aimed at measuring the stability of brain activity and attention, and its resistance to interference. The daily planning test, which was used to analyze the ability to plan and implement the plan, as well as Iowa gambling task, which was used to analyze the emotional and speech regulation in emotionally charged situation and in the situation of uncertainty. In our research, we worked with 66 school children. 33 of them were diagnosed with ADHD, which was confirmed neurological and with Conners scale, and 33 children with difficulties in learning and with difficult behavior at school, but without the diagnosis. As for the difficulties that children face, they were diagnosed, first of all, based on the complaints from parents and from school teachers. We also analyzed the textbooks and papers written by children, their tests, and here is the Conners scale, which the parents had to fill out. Here is the comparative diagram. In the darker color, you can see no ADHD children, and the brighter color are the ones who were diagnosed. On the horizontal axis, you can see the level of the symptoms manifestation, and you can see that everywhere children with the disorder show higher manifestation of the symptom. As for the parents of the children who were not diagnosed with ADHD, said that the following factors were almost absent: leaves the classroom with no permission, loses friends, poorly controls behavior in shops, interferes with other children's activities. The parents of the children who do have ADHD confirmed all of these symptoms. When we compare these two populations, we used Luria's approach to show the following areas where the gap was most dramatic: the overall characteristics, time orientation, space orientation, behavioral control, critical approach during the analysis, and the perception of the mistakes made. As for praxis, we saw that indeed these children do have more difficulties here compared to other children who do not have ADHD, but the motor control for these children is well developed in itself. However, they experience difficulties in making movements which require the high level of coordination. For example, pronation and supination of the hands, fast movement, minor movements, for example, in writing. It was hard for them to button their clothes. The next comes neurodynamics. This is a catastrophe, of course, the results that we got from these children. And here I don't even mean the worst results that we got from, I mean, the results for children with ADHD were worse compared to the control group. And this is something grave. We need to pay attention to this when we introduce correction activities. As for the intellectual function, it's one more area which showed the biggest gap with the control group. In general, the intellect is not compromised for such children, but it's extremely hard for such children to do tasks with programming, planning their day, planning how they will do certain activity. In Luria's analysis and Luria's test, what was most prominent is what you can see on the screen now. The biggest gap was in the overall score. We can see that children with ADHD show the lack of development of the higher cortical functions. The children who do not have the diagnosis also show the decrease of higher cortical functions, but it's not as severe as for children with ADHD. Now, let us switch to the psychometric methods that we used. They allowed us to broaden the scope of our research. We introduced more details, and some of the categories like failure to plan one's activity, resistance to interference, and being able to make decisions in the situations of uncertainty. The first thing we studied were difficulties in planning and decision making. The task for the children was to earn the biggest score possible in a game they were suggested. And as a result, the overall score for children without ADHD was 35 points. That's not a lot, but still, compared to children with ADHD, this is not bad. As for the group with ADHD, the average score was minus 82. That means that these children actually found themselves in debt after the game. This research confirms the existing literature, the data that was published both in Russia and abroad. Many people, many adults with ADHD have problems with money, with budgeting. They are prone to compulsive purchasing, including big, expensive purchases. And they do not think that some part of their budget has to be used for paying the rent, paying the necessary daily expenses. They do not feel where the money go, and credit cards are a huge risk for them. This is all about their difficulties in planning and their low capacity for decision making, especially when this decision has to be made in emotional states. Later on, we researched the stability of activity regulation in the conditions of interference. That was numerical Stroop test. Children with ADHD made more mistakes. It was harder for them to remember the instruction. In most cases, they did not notice their mistakes, and their neurodynamic indicators were much worse. I have already spoken about that too. So here this test testifies to low stability of the brain activity and attention, and its low level of its resistance to interference. The next method was unconditional reaction. We saw the shutdown, the deboost of unconditional reactions. We saw that it is hard for such children to control unconditional reactions. And the final thing was researching the capacity for stage-by-stage planning and comparing the plan and its implementation. This is an extremely relevant data for their further life. We detected difficulties in planning for such children. Their memory works quite poorly. They can't follow the logic, and they experience difficulties in rechecking the tasks they executed. It was hard for them to find their own mistakes. Only 18% of children with ADHD, when they were asked, "Did you do everything correctly?" at least stopped to think and try to find mistakes. Everybody else, 82%, they just said, yeah, it's okay. It's all right. Not even making any attempt to recheck, to double check the results of their work. So the psychometric methods enabled us to broaden the scope of defect regulation and control for children with ADHD. As for Luria method, they enabled us to qualitatively analyze the syndrome, see its biological and social mechanism, and all of this testified to the fact that it is important to combine the two approach to diagnose ADHD. Sorry, please turn off your mic if you are not talking. Thank you. So all of this data proves the efficiency of complex approach. We need to embrace both Luria's method and neuropsychological method. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, you're most welcome to get in touch with me. Thank you.
Извините, а можно я задам вопрос?
Thank you. I've got a question, Professor Glozman, if I may. We are already behind our schedule. Dr. Shevchenko was over her allotment. That's why I encourage all colleagues to ask her questions in person. Use this email that you see on the screen and write to Dr. Shevchenko in person. If we have time at the end of the session, then we'll get back to questions to previous speakers. Dr. Shevchenko, please stop your screen sharing. And now, our next subject that was very relevant for our research group was the role of family for children with learning difficulties. And that's why I am giving the floor to two of our colleagues, Professor Natalia Karpova, who is a doctor of psychology and leading researcher at the Psychological Institute of the Russian Academy of Education, and Professor Elena Nikolaeva, representing St. Petersburg, who is a doctor of sciences in biology and a professor of the psychology and psychophysiology of department of the Kherson Russian State Pedagogical University. Professor Karpova, you have 15 minutes. Professor Glozman, we had to be presenting in the second part of our symposium, and I'm afraid my colleague, Professor Nikolaeva, will be able to join us only later after the break. That's why I will be presenting alone. Our curator has our slides. Yes, dear curator, please start sharing your screen centrally. And it will be shown in Russian with English translation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank you for organizing this symposium. I'd like to thank Professor Glozman for inviting me to take part in this symposium and to take part in the collective monograph. I prepared this presentation together with my colleague, Professor Nikolaeva. We conducted this project together. We conducted neuropsychological assessments together and with help of Professor Glozman in our groups of patients. First of all, we're talking about stammering. Stammering can be seen in 1.5 to 3.5% of the general population. We don't have a general theory of stammering etiology, but we found that it has a genetic base. Male relatives of stuttering individuals have a higher risk than female relatives, 3 to 1. It's hazard ratio of 3 to 1. Stammering is communicative. This is found through communicative studies of speech by Zhinkin, Nekrasova, Shklovsky, and Bishop. And there are neuropsychological mechanisms behind stammering. It's speech preparedness mechanisms that might be deficient. Anomaly high activity of right hemisphere of the brain, and abnormal coordination between areas of the brain that plan and execute speech functions. Our hypothesis, as this mechanism is not fully disclosed yet, fully investigated yet, a final examination of these mechanisms is sure to be awarded with a Nobel Prize. But the hypothesis is that stammering is possible only when there are two speech zones in two hemispheres due to an injury to left hemisphere speech zones. Stammering emerges in children aged 3 to 4 years when phrasal speech is formed. That's why the role of family, parents, and especially the mother, and their sensitivity to the child's behavior, their attunement to the child's wishes and intentions that the child is expressing verbally. In stammering, we find this common feature that with aging, the neurotic component becomes dominant over the speech deficiency, which leads to personal and communication issues. It's shyness, suspiciousness, a fear of public speaking, anxiety about others' attitude, and fixation on the speech defect. Here we also find the mediating role of parents in shaping the stammering child's self-evaluation and in possible efficiency of building back communication models. As we saw, Reitan and Luria's observations showed that brain mechanisms for voluntary control emerge rather late. Frontal lobes begin maturation at the age of 7, and their final maturation emerges by the age of 18 and more. This has been shown by Thompson, Sill, Bedney, and Goldberg, and some research is aimed at the control problem as part of study of executive function and voluntary regulation. The conclusion was that a unified model of regulatory processes can be built. And here we also see the influence of the family. It can be linked not just to the changes in lateralization as such, but to an attenuated formation of regulatory functions due to stress. And one of the main stresses in stammering children is their fear of speaking, especially fear of public speaking. That's why our study, started by Professor Glozman and concluded by Professor Nikolaeva in 2017, the study came to a conclusion that a therapeutic approach that is comprehensive and covers all relationships within the family, including control functions. That's why we have to work with the child's closest relatives, among others, the child's parents that influence the child's development. This comprehensive approach involving parents and relatives in overcoming stammering took into account the neurotic component of stammering. Everybody who has worked with stammering individuals, everybody who has worked with stammering individuals can attest that neurotic component might be small or very severely pronounced. It's different for different patients. Neurosis about others' attitude might be very pronounced. That's why we sometimes use terms stammering and logoneurosis interchangeably. Working with children, adolescents, and adults, we have developed a system for family group logopsychotherapy. It was developed by Professor Nekrasova. She started working on it in the 60s, and we concluded her work starting with the early 2000s. We use it for children in a very young age. First, we approved it for use with children aged 7 and older, and then for preschool children in groups with their parents. In our studies on family group logopsychotherapy, we found that a disharmony in familial relationships, a dysfunctional familial relationship, can exacerbate the speech defect and can lead to relapses in stammering when psychotherapy is over. We also found different forms of dysfunctional attitude of relatives to stammering. It could be an over-stressing of achievements, seeing the stammering child as a deficient child, playing up or playing down the importance of speech deficiency. And interdisciplinary treatment of neural mechanisms of stammering in the context of logopsychotherapy that was conducted in 2004 and 2006 found that stammering is determined by many psychological variables. The results corresponded to the findings of neuropsychological studies of stammering by Glosman, slight right hemisphere symmetry of symptoms, and the results of fMRI of the brains of these patients. The study showed that comprehensive social rehabilitation of stammering individuals shows an improvement of nestic and neurodynamic domains, while speech and intellectual domains did not change. But we also saw reduced differences in potentials for speech preparedness, and their configuration normalized. Our next study in 2018 was concerned with lateral signs in stammering individuals. We found that stammerers are less likely to be right-handed compared to mixed-handed and left-handed individuals. Our study that was concluded and had a follow-up survey conformed with the previous data. The results showed us not a decrease in lateralization, but a growth in left and symmetrical signs. This conforms to Luria's and Reitan's conclusions. Our 30 years of experience in 120 family groups for logopsychotherapy show that more than 80% of relatives of stammerers actively work with us at the initiating stage, and more than 50% of them work with us at the active stage. This is mediated through mechanisms of co-working, collaboration, and adequacy. These could be mothers, fathers, husbands and wives, and grandparents, because our stammering individuals who take part in the psychotherapy could be both children and adults. That's why parents and grandparents are actively working with children who are working with us. Films on our family group works can be found in Vkontakte and on YouTube. Here we see an example of one group at work. The city of Taganrog, the group was launched this year. Here we see children with their parents and grandparents. The group is mixed age. The group in the city of Izhevsk also involved parents and relatives. It's a mixed age group. We also launched an online group last year and this year in Moscow due to the pandemic and limitations on group gatherings. And in these groups, we also had our participants with stammering, our past alumni of those groups, and their relatives, such as parents and grandparents in the case of children. As a rule, our groups in large cities such as Moscow are quite numerous. Here we have our graduation photo from the group after them passing final tests. Here we have our group students, their parents, their other relatives, and their friends. On this last slide, you see my references. You can also find some of them uploaded on the website of our institute because they are open access. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Professor Karpova. A good factual presentation. Thank you for following the schedule. We have no questions in the chat. That's why I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, a joint presentation by Vitaly Rubtsov, the president of Moscow State Psychological and Pedagogical University, and the president of the Federation of Educational Psychologists in Russia. He's part of the organizing committee of this Congress. And his co-author, Dr. Andrei Konokotin, who is a psychologist working in the Lomonosov Moscow School. He is a member of the WHO Commission on Cultural and Historical Psychology. The subject is the formation of higher mental functions in children with special educational needs via social interaction. You have 15 minutes. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It is Andrei Konokotin speaking. I would like to ask the curator's help for switching the slides. Yes, we are sharing them in a moment.
Видно ли мой экран?
Экран видно, да, пока презентация.
Can everybody see my screen? Yes, but we cannot see the presentation itself. You haven't launched it yet.
Так. Почему-то не хочет запускаться. Сейчас, секунду.
We seem to have some issues. Just a moment, we will fix them and show the presentation on screen.
Так, ну, может быть, я тогда пока начну.
While we're working on resolving these technical issues, I will start my presentation. Could you share it from your own computer? Yes, I can. The curator was precluding me from sharing my own screen. Now I'm ready to do this. Very well, we can see it. Can everybody see it? Very well. I'd like to thank Professor Glozman for inviting us to publish as part of the collection that she has already shown to us, and I'd like to thank the organizing committee for holding such an important event. And now to my subject.
Особенно актуально сегодня в контексте развития концепции инклюзии в образовании и расширения практики организации обучения.
I must say that our line of work is especially relevant for inclusion and for tailoring education both for children with disability and non-disabled children. The foundation of these ideas is the belief that the social environment is the main factor of development, and the social interactions help us overcome barriers that are created because of certain individual factors of a human being. Lev Vygotsky, for example, used to say that neither the child nor the teachers or other people that surround him or her does not feel the defect and do not deal with the defect directly. They deal with the social consequences of these defects, social deprivation, and as a consequence, the lack of development of higher cortical functions, problems in education. Alexander Lourier and Alexei Leontiev also support this point of view, saying that the inborn defect does not predefine the personal trajectory of the child, but we need to create certain conditions for the child to be able to engage in the social activity. Otherwise, the development will be compromised. We need to understand that certain limitations caused by disability just make other development conditions more difficult, more constricted. Certain theories claim that children with certain disabilities have a limit to their development, but actually it has more to deal with the social inclusion, with the social environment. They need to be actively engaged, take into account the physiological, sociological, and psychological resources. And this will help them unravel their inner potential. One of the most important goals for today's research in education is looking for factors that will enable children's engagement, including disabled children, into collaborative activity, and also the analysis of the communication between children and adults and children in between themselves. We need to study the effects that the special organization of collaboration activities causes on cognitive, emotional, and social abilities. We carried out research which was based on the following hypothesis. We believe that the ways of younger children, the ways of interacting for younger children between themselves and with the adults predefines the efficiency of their engagement in the learning process, and it could be one of the characteristics of the process of inclusion. The children's orientation at the way of communicating with each other and with adults predefines the success of their inclusion in the learning process. In the experiment, we used Rubtsov's Martin's weight system. This is the method which suggests an experimental scale to study the interactions of the children between themselves and between them and adults, and the correlation between this and the successful resolution of the learning tasks. This method is aimed at actualizing reflection, reflexive behavior. We engage qualitative methods of research which enable us to see how the process happens. The children worked in pairs. Children and they were paired. One of them was a teacher, the other one a student, and as swapped roles. One of them was undisabled and the other was disabled. They were working on their side of the set, and one of the participants could regulate the weight but on the scales, but couldn't move the weights on the scales. And the other participants, on the contrary, could move the weights on the scales on his part, but could not increase or decrease the magnet size, the weight. The goal, the task, was to find a perfect balance for the scales. This enables to this creates a situation where an individual action is not enough to complete the task. You need the partner's help. And this, in turn, provoked cooperation. This enabled us to describe 4 kinds of communities between children and adults. In short, you can see the summary on the slide. I will elaborate on them in more detail. Pre-cooperative type of collaboration, a type of interaction is happens with no interaction between the participants. The children do not try to look for a solution together. Every participant is trying to use only their individual action. And here is the qualitative characteristic of the process of communication. There is no deliberate communication, and the speech is egocentric. There is no exchange in actions. There is no understanding. So when the participants spoke aloud, that was already initial communication. That was part of reflection. They meditated on their own actions and the actions of their partner. This served as a foundation for further understanding of the participants. What's more, on this stage, there was no exchange of actions. It was not important for them how their actions related to those of their partner. They were not used to coordinate their actions with somebody else, to forecast possible actions and take into account the partner's decisions and their own interests. This is why there was no mutual understanding between the participants, and thus they were not engaged in cooperation. They were just working side by side, still individually. A similar picture in what was happening in the interaction could be observed in pseudo-cooperative type of community. Here, one or both of the partners faced limitation in the task and were trying to overcome the limitation via manipulating the actions of their partner. In this format of communication, they use a lot of indicative or imperative statements, aiming to control the partner's actions, forcing the partner to act in a certain manner. Thus, the participants took the right to manipulate the other without any negotiations. It led to conflicts or command and control kind of relationship. Thus, it didn't lead to any mutual understanding. And the partner was observed as a tool of individual activity and not as a partner. This is why there was no cooperation in the full sense of this word. In the cooperative type of community, the communication between the partners was more oriented at interaction. But as for utterances, mostly they were indicative still. In the discussion, they unraveled each other's motivation and motives in relation with the task at hand. the participants observe the result not just of their own actions, but also the actions of their peer. They were oriented at understanding each other's capacities in resolving the task, and that led to action exchanges. Thus, the participants made consecutive actions and evaluated every one of them. So this is why we witness a slow transition from the analysis of every individual action to the common action based on the understanding of the result as the product of cooperation. Reflection became the foundation for the process of mutual understanding. However, one must say that this way of interaction was not sustainable and sometimes got split into individual activity again. That was due to the fact that the mutual understanding between the partners was situational and random in many regards, as it did not take into account the characteristics of the object they manipulated. Although formally the partners here included each other into actions, it did not concern the fundamental relationships that formed between them. Then finally, meta-cooperative way of communal action, reflexive and analytical, was different because the participants focused on discussing the way of solving the task. And it got on the meta level higher than the particular task at hand. Thus, they shifted from simple cooperation into understanding the fundamental relationships between actions and researched the object at hand together. Communication took the form of negotiation, discussion about the characteristics of the task they had to manipulate. They coordinated their individual actions verbally, which led to sustainable mutual understanding. The communication led to the formation of a shared communicative field where the participants used discussed the possible scenarios of their cooperation. What was interesting, they did not consider their actions as independent from the actions of the other, which in turn made the... Excuse me, you have 3 minutes left. Yes, thank you. I will switch to the summary. In our work, we saw that in the process of engaging children in the collaborative task management, they got into communication, which was qualitatively different from other levels, which was about coordinating actions, communication, mutual understanding, and reflection. The development of communication between the participants is connected with the challenges they face, and it drives the further reflection, which is oriented at overcoming the limitations of one's own action and analysis of one's own action capacities compared to those of one's partner. The mutual understanding between the participants helps them overcome the objective closeness in a practical task, and as they negotiated their individual perception of the object, they could go into the level of the organization of the individual operations or analyzing the way of interacting with each other, which was the goal. An important result of the work is that we demonstrate a completely new way to inclusive learning. It is shown here that doing something side by side is not yet about shared action, is not yet about togetherness. That means that children have to be included not just into the classroom, but into an activity be that a project or some tasks. Also, inclusion is understood as engaging an individual into social activities, and it concerns the ways of interacting with others and building new models of future casting. And it shows the dynamics of the process of inclusion, which is not something distracted from the activity and which enables to coordinate the actions and to co-develop. Thank you very much for your attention. This is it for me. Thank you very much, Andrei, for such an interesting and informative talk. No questions in the chat still, and I'm very happy to go to the next talk by Marina Abramova, Dr. Marina Abramova, PhD in medicine, senior researcher of the Sukharevo State Research Center for Child Mental Health, associate professor of the Department of Ultrasound Diagnostics at the Pirogov Russian National Medical Research Center of the Ministry of Health of Russia. The title of the talk, The Importance of the Vascular Factor in the Development of Speech Disorders in Children. Yes, we will launch the video soon from Maria Feodorovna. Peter, please launch the video. Hello, dear colleagues. I'm very happy to welcome you at the third Congress, Mental Health, 21st Century. My talk is titled The Importance of the Vascular Factor in the Development of Speech Disorders in Children. It is based on more than 20 years of research based on the Morozovskaya Hospital and the research center named after Sukharevo. In this talk, I will present the analysis of the main complaints that we get from children for different age groups. We worked with more than 12,000 children using the Petrukhina-Gundobina classification, 1 to 3 years old, 3 to 7, and 7 to 16. As you can see, the main complaints up to 7 years is arrested speech development and behavioral disorders, including ADHD. We still use the classification by Leon Badalyan, the classification of speech disorders with the organic leisure of the central nervous system functional changes, mechanical dyslalias, renalalias, and other causes. Normally, other causes are related to neglect. Until lately, we had the diagnosis, the minimal dysfunction of the brain. For now, it is non-existent. We are using F90, which is hyperkinetic disorder of speech. What are the reasons? What are the causes? Normally, it's the pathology of pregnancy or the birth, arrested functions of the articulatory apparatus, of hearing, overall arrested psychic development, inherited issues, and injuries, brain injuries too. The children's neurology over the past 20 years defines the role of vascular and cerebral disorders for children's development and says that normally the origins are in the perinatal period. And this predefines the arrested speech development, psycho-emotional, physical difficulties, which leaves the child maladapted to social life. We questioned the children of around 12, 13 years old who suffered from perinatal injury of their nervous system, we showed that they have a higher risk of arrested speech development. In kindergarten, the children with cerebrovascular diseases find themselves in a population of 40%, among children 48-80%, and for the natal trauma, the risk for osteospatial development is even higher. The problems in cerebral hemodynamics in children is manifested with different symptoms. These are headaches, speech disorders, behavior disorders, dizziness, and tics. At the same time, arrested speech development and behavioral disorders are 50%. That means that speech disorders is one of the most popular disorders in the population.
Our examinations include electroencephalography, echoencephalography, and MRI. The question of vascular factor in speech development disorders remains relevant. And in literature, we find indications that an investigation into the state of the cerebrovascular system is warranted. This involves various ultrasound imaging technologies. For example, transcranial Dopplerography, ultrasound duplex of neck vessels. But usually these ultrasound examinations are not done for children with speech disorders. Usually they're worked with by speech therapists only. In our research center, in the Sukhareva Child Mental Health Center, we studied 350 children with speech disorders using transcranial Doppler US with additional consultations by speech therapists, psychologists, and neuropsychologists, as well as pediatric psychologists. Using the modified Petruchin-Gundobin classification, we break down the study population into 3 groups: 1 to 3 years of age, 3 to 5 years of age, and 5 to 7 years of age. The groups are then broken down into speech development pathologies and speech and psychological development pathologies. Why are we talking about vascular factors? We should consider the features of cerebral and extracerebral hemodynamics that confirm the role of vascular factor. The carotid system of arteries with the medial and anterior brain arteries stand for blood supply for speech, hearing, and visual centers of speech, including the cerebellum and the nuclei of the brainstem, especially the left hemisphere. Next, we have the vertebral arteries and the internal jugular vein that work with for blood supply of the articulation muscles and for the temporal lobe of the dominant hemisphere that is responsible for differentiating between auditory stimuli. Here we see the Broca zone and the Wernicke zone, indicated by black arrows. And we see that the medial brain artery, the largest artery in the carotid system, provides blood supply to these areas. To the left, we see the vertebral basilar system, marked in brown. It's the blood supply for auditory and visual areas of the cortex. Articulatory muscles are also innervated by the vertebral basilar system of arteries, including the posterior brain artery. Venous outflow is provided by the internal jugular veins, and the disruption in innervation of speech muscles can be due to disruptions of the internal jugular veins. Here you see the spatial relationships of cranial nerves and the jugular vein. And that's what we found on ultrasound. We have a significant disorder, a significant declination and disturbance of blood flow in these arteries. We see that the left medial brain artery blood flow is declined by 42%, while by 68%, and while the right one is declined by 52%. In the posterior brain artery and in the carotid artery, we see an increased blood flow. This means a disbalance is present. Arterial blood flow disruptions can be found in children with both organic and functional speech disorders. In both groups, we see significant disruptions to both carotid and vertebral arterial systems. Venous disruptions, venous blood flow disruptions can also be found in both groups, organic and functional pathologies. Vertebral veins direct venous sinus, galenic vein and Rosenthal vein are showing blood flow disruptions in both groups. Galenic vein is especially significant. And now we see a breakdown of arterial and venous blood flow disruptions in logopedic pathologies, in various speech pathologies. Up to 90% arterial blood flow disruptions and up to 80% in the second group, organic versus functional. It means that changes in blood flow in the carotid basin were predominant. In 84%, we found a decreased blood flow in medial and arterial brain arteries in the dominant hemisphere. We also saw a decreased peripheric resistance of the blood flow and pronounced disruptions of venous outflow in the deep brain veins, galenic vein and direct sinus. This was found on ultrasound, and we also found disruptions in the jugular. The next question, what examinations are usually used for children with speech development disorders and ASD? But how do visualizations such as Doppler, duplex, and MRI influence the treatment strategy for cerebral pathologies? In speech disorder correction, the control of treatment is done by pediatric psychiatrists and pediatric neurologists. This involves speech therapy, education, and drug treatment. For drug treatment, vascular drugs might be useful. They are prescribed by most physicians, but they are prescribed off-label. Regulatory peptides and nootropics might also be useful. Why do I mention off-label? That's because therapy of cerebral vascular issues for children and adolescents is still a matter of discussion because no drugs are approved for the use before the age of 18 due to lack of data. There are also precautions, but these children have prolonged chronic hypoxia due to disruptions in arterial or venous blood flow. It can lead to ischemia, and this can all impinge the developing brain of the child. This is a serious condition. Metabolic therapy is also an important component of treatment, especially in the early recuperation. It leads to resolution of clinical manifestations. It leads to resolution of issues with psychomotor development and intracranial hypertension, together with improving the condition of vegetative nervous system. That's why it is necessary to prescribe medications of the group that improve metabolism. Here we see an example, Simax, 0.1% and 1% strength. This is a regulatory peptide. Its action is safe. It has no toxicity and no side effects. It has good tolerability. And I must stress that currently Simax 1% is being used widely, and it has been listed in federal guidelines, nationwide guidelines, that were written under the supervision of Professor Guzeva in St. Petersburg. We have 5 minutes left. The drug in question has antioxidant and anti-hypoxic effects. And it's important that its administration way is very easy. It's intranasal drops. It's the only way of administration that corresponds to all the requirements to pediatric use of such preparations. What are the indications for ultrasound Dopplerography, such as transcranial Doppler, transcranial duplex, and ultrasound duplex? Among other indications, we see speech and behavioral disorders. So it's indicated for children in this situation. We must remember that ultrasound imaging is used for children only for screening, and even the smallest changes in arterial or venous cerebral blood flow have clinical importance, and they are registered much more often than we can see in ultrasound descriptions or ultrasound referrals. That's why the most important thing is that early diagnosis of vascular disorders for children allows to select pathogenetically founded therapy and non-drug therapy. This allows us to avoid reaching only short-term effects from blindly selecting vascular therapy, and allows us to aim for long-lasting benefits. I have shown you data collected by my colleagues in Russia and abroad, and gathering these data together, we published guidelines in 2016 under the auspices of Professor Boccheria. And these guidelines stress the importance of comparing newly obtained imaging data with reference data from children and not from adults, because even minimal changes in hemodynamics have clinical manifestations, such as arrested speech development. Our institute also installed a laboratory, and we run special courses for neurologists, psychiatrists, and pediatricians, where everybody is invited for a continuous education program. That's it from me. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. I'd like to thank Professor Abramova for her recorded presentation. And now I'm happy to give the floor to our colleague from Portugal, founder and director of the Vygotsky Institute in Lisbon, Professor Joaquim Maria Quintino Aires. His presentation is a general overview that will allow us to look again at the main subject of this meeting, Heritage of Reitan and Luria to the 21st Century Developmental Neuropsychology. The presentation will be in English.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Russian listeners may listen in simultaneous translation.
And your concluding and generalizing report, please be attentive. It's very special and great presentation. Please.
Thank you, Jenna. Thank you very much. Maybe I can share with you my presentation. Yeah, can you see it? No.
Not yet.
No. Maybe I have to have permission to share. No.
Yes, we see now your presentation. Olga will follow the slides on your command. Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. Is it okay now? Can I?
No, it disappeared. Olga, у вас есть презентация?
Just a moment, please.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Gina, try to demonstrate.
If you give me permission, I can do it.
To demonstrate.
Петр, откройте, пожалуйста, доступ.
The technician will now open the access to screen sharing for Professor Quintino Ayres.
No. Yesterday, in another section, the organization gave me permission to share, and I used it by my computer.
Okay, Olga, give please, дайте это разрешение, чтобы он использовал свою презентацию, поскольку у вас не получается. Just a moment, it will not be long.
Okay.
Okay. Демонстрация экрана.
Okay.
We have small problem. When you share the presentation, the next step when you open the window of Zoom, we can see it. Unfortunately, maybe I can share your presentation.
Yes, please. Yes,
yeah, thank you.
Because you do have it. No? I send it to you in advance.
Permission, Olga.
Okay. Can you see now? No.
Yes, we see now.
Okay, thank you. So thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. And as Professor Jana said, Heritage of Reitan and Luria in this center, in the topic of developmental neuropsychology. Yes, can you, next one?
Now, if you share the screen, you should list the slides yourself.
Okay, thank you very much. So, I wish to start with Zygarnik, professor of psychopathology at Moscow University. And when she wrote psychopathology as a discipline of psychology, and she wrote that insufficient psychological preparation can lead to us. What? I don't understand what's wrong now.
Okay, continue.
Olga, can you please turn to the next, please? Move to the, thank you. And so insufficient psychological preparation can lead to serious errors, a simplistic point of view on complex psychic phenomena, or even errors deductions. This is very important. It was written in 1976, but today, in our times, I think this idea and this advice become more and more important. All the time in psychology, in departments of psychology and in departments of medicine, we realized that professionals and even academics speak about so important topics as psychological development and human development, and without a deep understanding and now without a deep knowledge of psychological sciences. So this is because I think it's so important to remember the words of Professor Zygarnik when we talk about these topics. Also from Luria, these words are very important. He wrote in 1966, attempts to search for a material substrate of conscience at the level of the individual synapse or neuron, of course, a level that plays a very important role in the basic physiological mechanisms, essential for all psychological activity, are beginning to be totally useless. Luria wrote it in 66, but we continue even in our days trying to understand mental activity, cognitive activity, and the relation of behavior in human beings at the level of conscience, looking for synapse, neurotransmissions, and trying to adapt the beautiful and important Virchow cellular theory, which was so useful in the last century to the medicine, but not for the psychological level in humans. And this advice for Luria 50 years ago should be read with attention in order we give our contribution for better human development. Today, we have very deep problems with young people, not only adolescents, but also young people. Problems in order to get a job, not only because there are not jobs, but because they still have parents for a long time, with deep increase of anxiety disorders, not only after COVID, even before COVID, increase in obsessive compulsive disorders, not only after COVID, even before COVID. So I think, and we think in our team, it's very important to stop and think about the way we work and the contribution as a professionals we can share with society. It means parents, professionals in the education, and even to politicians. What can we do? How can we contribute with our knowledge? But our knowledge should to have strong pillars in order to give important and useful contribution. It's mandatory that the way education, general education, and the process of human development, children and adolescents, change in important aspects. And is this in order to have a very more strong support for our science, Luria and Reiten, is very important to reread again. Reiten gave an important contribution to practical neuropsychology, also to children neuropsychology. When we did our group in Portugal some years ago, when the neuropsychological practice began, in Portugal it began only in the end of the 80s, so very later. But we're trying to find in studying Reiten some orientation in order to prepare the way we will work. What is so important in the works of Reiten some years ago. Evidence-based practice. Today, all of we are looking for evidence-based practice. It was present in the work of Reiten long time ago. Blind interpretation approach. Not to start to read neurological reports, but try to understand the performance of the client in the investigation, in the assessment, and to think about the results. Hypothesis based on the observations of natural phenomena. Psychological process is not something born in the mind of the psychologist. Psychological process was a natural phenomenon and should be understood in this way. The attention of the nature of lesion is different, and very important, a case-by-case approach. Today in psychology as the academic scientists is afraid to publish case-by-case approach, but as Reiten wrote and explained very well some long time ago, without case-by-case approach, we have only the knowledge about a medium and not about persons in reality. It's very interesting to see studies with large samples, but the mean of a sample is not a person and maybe doesn't exist in reality. Reiten put also attention not only in quantitative analysis of the assessment and the reports, but also in qualitative analysis in order to understand people, as other professionals in the education and health do. Adult, and very important, adult neuropsychological practice could not apply directly to the work with children. And it's very amazing that even in the 80s, when I started to work as a neuropsychologist and continue in the 90s, and even in these times, I see so many times that a transposition, a direct transfer from the knowledge about adult neuropsychology to child neuropsychology, put attention and ask our attention for this strong and deep difference. Theory and practice need to be together, and this also, in our opinion, a very important advertise. And he had the courage to write that academic scientific community, if not involved in the practice, should be looked upon with some reserve. This is so deep, so important, and at the strongness to write this is very important. So this is some important guidelines that Reiten gave to us. Please, can you change? Almost these guidelines from Reiten are also in Luria, and Luria also come with the support of the works of Vygotsky, Leontiev, and he wrote, in addition, spoke about the law of double development, a way to understand how the process occur, how the transformation occur, and with this understanding also gave us a way to think about lessons and rehabilitation. The process of human development is not something spontaneous as in Stern, and also the process of human development is not a maturative process as in Piaget theory. The process of human development depends on the objectual activity oriented by another adult. So with this understanding of human development, Luria and Vygotsky and Leontiev and Galperin present as a way to prepare our work, how to rehabilitate, how to do education. Recognition of the role of language in brain organization, the systemic and dynamic nature of high cortical functions will help us to understand why the child neuropsychology is so different from adult neuropsychology and is impossible to transfer our knowledge about adult neuropsychology in order to work with children or adolescent neuropsychology. The extracortical origin of high cortical functions. The brain activity divided in 3 blocks. What really helped, special for young neuropsychologists and young psychologists, is so difficult to put all together the information about neuropsychology, and with this special presentation, this special organization of the brain, Luria gave us a really help, a practical help to start to think about brain and to look the different results and plan rehabilitation programs. Neuropsychological assessment as an investigation in progress, qualitative and quantitative analysis, and the beautiful and useful idea that from symptoms and syndromic analysis, start to think about results as Ratten also to present to us, and organization and reorganization of high cortical functions as a principle that also give us a way to think about our work with our clients and populations, and stop the idea that in nervous systems processes doesn't change, and invite us to think about to do better and better, even for children and adolescents with neurological disabilities. Can you move, please? So, with the support in Ratten and Luria, neuropsychology and even and particularly developmental neuropsychology start largest field of application. In the past, neuropsychologists working in connection with neurosurgery and neurology. With this new understanding of what is neuropsychology, what is developmental neuropsychology, and special what is the practice of neuropsychology, psychologists start to work also in schools in learning disability with different paradigms. Work in learning disabilities at schools is another thing, is different from the work in the Department of Neurosurgery or Neurology with clients with brain injury. But also in psychiatry, in our group, we have our opportunity to use the knowledge for developmental neuropsychology, to work also with adults in the cases of anxiety disorders, obsessive compulsive disorders, and depression, with another support. Of course, the clients for psychiatry almost have 3 important roots: biological, family, and social. But as in the beginning of my presentation, I share with you the words of Luria, the biological change or the structure change in the psychiatrical patients is not by understanding what is going on in the neuron or in the cell or in the communication of neurons. Is a more complex process, and the new proposals arrived from developmental neuropsychology as proposed by Ratten and Luria. And in our team, the largest project and the important work is use the developmental neuropsychology in personal developmental programs. Today, this different way to look at neuropsychology and the understand human development becomes something different and is possible in order to push development and help people to be more free, more conscious about themselves, and more able to design our lives, and realize these times they spend in this beautiful place, our planet. So, can you move? And I conclude my presentation with some words again, as I began with words of Luria. I also to conclude my presentation again with words of Luria, and these words are from Luria, but could also be from Reiten. Luria wrote, "I want a psychology that can be applied to real people and the way they live their lives, not abstract intellectualization in the laboratory." And this is in order to arrive to this important matter, this agenda, we can say. Of course, we need to a new understand of human development and a new understand of neuropsychology. And this new understand is not really new because it was presented to us in the last center by these big scientists as Ralph Reiten and Alexander Luria. And thank you to them for the heritage, the legacy they give to us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Quintino. It was really a fantastic report. I would like to remind that those who want to read it more in details can read the chapter of this book edited last year by Academic Press, Evaluation and Treatment of Neuropsychologically Compromised Children. And now I am glad to announce a break until 3 p.m. Then we will continue with participation mostly of our South and Latin American colleagues who will awake by this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Спасибо.
Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, приглашаем вас посетить виртуальную выставку, которая пройдет в рамках 3-го конгресса «Психическое здоровье человека 21 века». В онлайн-формате для вас доступны демонстрации услуг и товаров партнеров конгресса, каталоги, брошюры, презентации, результаты клинических исследований и другие необходимые для ежедневной практики данные, интерактивное голосование, анкетирование, опросы и конкурсы, контактные данные представителей компаний, онлайн-чаты, звонки. Для перехода на виртуальный стенд экспонента нажмите на логотип интересующей вас компании. Ждем вас в разделе «Выставка» на портале Конгресса.
В 2013 году в Тверском областном психоневрологическом диспансере открылось детское медико-реабилитационное отделение, к настоящему времени функционирующее в рамках дневного стационара. В данном отделении оказывается комплексная помощь детям и подросткам от 3 до 18 лет бригадой специалистов: психиатр, психотерапевт, клинический психолог, дефектолог, логопед, врач лечебной физкультуры, инструктор ЛФК, социальный работник. В медико-реабилитационное отделение направляются дети и подростки с различными психическими расстройствами: задержка психического и речевого развития различного генеза, расстройства поведения, невротические расстройства, органические и психические расстройства, синдром раннего детского аутизма, шизофрения, легкая и умеренная умственная отсталость. Врач-психиатр совместно со специалистами отделения разрабатывают индивидуальную программу каждому ребенку и реализуют ее в условиях отделения. Детям и подросткам помимо лечебно-диагностической помощи предлагается курс занятий с логопедом, психологом, дефектологом, занятия лечебной физкультурой, изобразительным и музыкальным творчеством.
Предоставляется уникальная возможность творческих занятий в мини-группах по 2-4 человека, что очень важно не просто для развития фантазии, воображения, мелкой моторики, но и прежде всего для самораскрытия ребенка, повышения его самооценки, чувства уверенности в себе. Пришедшие с ребенком родители, бабушки, дедушки имеют возможность обращения к врачу, к специалисту любому, с любыми своими вопросами в то время, пока ребенок находится на занятиях.
Доказано, что чем раньше начинается целенаправленная работа с ребенком, тем более полным и эффективным могут оказаться коррекция и компенсация нарушений, а в некоторых случаях возможно и предупреждение вторичных отклонений развития. На начальных этапах особое внимание уделяется диагностической работе, позволяющей оценить степень адаптации и выявить наиболее слабые и сильные стороны ребенка. Последующая работа ведется по специально сконструированной индивидуальной коррекционно-развивающей программе с учетом закрепления ее родителями в домашних условиях. Средний цикл занятий для детей и подростков обычно рассчитан на 2 месяца. За это время, конечно, невозможно коренным образом изменить ситуацию в семье или уровень возможностей ребенка. Однако можно задать правильный вектор для родителей.
Родители должны четко понимать, что есть та составляющая, которую мы изменить не в силах, это та вещь, которая, это тот пласт особенностей, который с ними пойдет по жизни. Нужно адаптировать этого ребенка к его же особенностям, адаптироваться самому к его особенностям и понимать, что какой-то кусочек в нем мы можем поменять аккуратно, не вторгаясь слишком глубоко, просто аккуратно что-то видоизменить. Но в целом и в общем личность, особенно когда к нам приходят уже с детьми 10-12-летними, она во многом уже сложившаяся, просто нужно ее немножко вписать в какие-то рамки, в какие-то правила, в какие-то понятия общечеловеческие. Но прежде всего принимать ребенка со всеми его прелестями, оценивать всегда конкретный поступок, но не ребенка.
В отделении проводятся занятия логоритмикой. С детьми работает логопед с музыкальным образованием и психолог. В группе обычно 6-8 детей. Занятия логоритмикой стимулируют развитие пассивной и активной речи ребенка, поскольку он имеет хорошую возможность подражать звукам, слогам, словам, которые произносит взрослый. Логарифмические упражнения способствуют развитию темпа и ритма речевого дыхания, развитию артикуляционной моторики, укреплению мимической мускулатуры, формированию фонематической системы языка, развитию темпа ритмических и мелодико-интонационных характеристик речи, развитию умения сочетать движения и речь, координировать их, подчинять единому ритму, оказывает благоприятное воздействие и на формирование пространственных представлений. В целях развития творческих способностей маленьких пациентов в мастерской ведутся гончарные работы. Давно известно о положительном влиянии лепки из глины на эмоциональное состояние. Завораживающее движение круга надолго удерживает детей за столом, развивая усидчивость, внимание и моторику. В отделении проводятся занятия на системе мультисенсорного развития ОМИ-ВИСТА. Занятия с каждым ребенком строятся по индивидуальному плану. Оборудование используется при работе с детьми, страдающими аутизмом, задержкой психического развития, умственной отсталостью. Также ОМИ-ВИСТА эффективно при работе с расстройствами настроения, эмоциональными и поведенческими расстройствами. С началом применения мультисенсорной системы ОМИ-ВИСТА в условиях данного отделения с апреля 2013 года наибольшая положительная динамика выявлена у детей, страдающих ранним детским аутизмом и задержкой психического развития. Всего с момента установки ОМИ-ВИСТА система была использована в ходе не менее 2000 занятий. Новая система позволяет расширить инструментальный спектр в работе медицинского психолога, повышая ее качество и результативность. В отделении активно применяется нейромоторная коррекция. Она представляет собой систему специальных упражнений, которые направлены на формирование и развитие речи, памяти, внимания. Цель программы – научить мозг правильно обрабатывать информацию, полученную от органов чувств. Данная программа рекомендуется детям с синдромом дефицита внимания и гиперактивностью, нарушениями аутистического спектра и проблемами с овладением школьными навыками. В основу тренировок положены упражнения на балансировочной доске, а также нейрокоррекционные и дополнительные общие вестибулярные упражнения на фитболе, батуте, гимнастической скамье. Нейромоторная коррекция является прекрасным дополнением к коррекционным занятиям с другими специалистами, такими как психолог, логопед, дефектолог, повышая их эффективность. Еще одна методика, которая используется в реабилитационной программе, это кинезиотейпирование. Тейпы производятся из высококачественного хлопка, который эластичен и по своим свойствам приближен к человеческой коже.
За счет того, что эта лента эластичная, соответственно, наклеивая ее на кожу, она двигается вместе с кожей. В нашем случае, в нашем отделении, мы используем кинезиотейпирование с целью улучшения микроциркуляции лимфы и кровообращения в воротниковой зоне, и наклеиваем мы эту ленту определенным способом на воротниковую зону. Еще мы в нашем отделении используем наклеивание ленты для нейромоторной коррекции, для стабилизации поясничного отдела мы накладываем на поясничный отдел эту ленту. И в занятиях с логопедом мы тоже используем это обклеивание для улучшения работы артикуляционного аппарата, для стимуляции мимической мускулатуры. Кроме того, наклеенный на кожу тейп, он активизирует многочисленные рецепторы, находящиеся в слоях кожи. А соответственно, мы подаем импульсы к головному мозгу, а соответственно мы стимулируем и работу головного мозга.
В ходе своей работы специалисты детского медико-реабилитационного отделения стремятся прежде всего помочь родителям принять имеющийся на сегодняшний день уровень ресурса ребенка, задать нужный вектор в лечебной и психолого-педагогической работе, настроить на совместное решение маленьких задач на пути к главной цели – достижение максимально возможного для данного конкретного ребенка уровня социальной адаптации.
Занимается основанием основы. Давай. Очень аккуратненько. Ниточка к ниточке. Не торопись. Молодец. Так. Вот она. 8. И ниточка пошла в обратную сторону. Вот так мы наматываем основу. Готовим основу для ткацкого станка. Для изготовления кукол нужна чистая белая шерсть. Как у тебя дела? Да. Хорошо? Справляешься? Да, время-то идет, конечно. Ну, покажи, как ты работаешь. Молодец. И что? Ты добавляешь шерсть? Ну-ка, покажи. Ну, покажи. Как ты, сколько добавляешь? Вот так понемножку добавляешь, да? Молодец. Ну, здорово у тебя получается. Шерсть расчесанная, да? Ой, довольный. Наверное, еще надо добавлять? Данила? Да? Еще-то надо добавлять? Да. И сколько ты добавляешь? Вот так маленькими кусочками добавляешь. Молодец. Тогда шерсть получается очень хорошо расчесанной, да? Да. Так. Подожди. Еще рано. Ну, давай, работай. А то для кукол нам надо много шерсти. Ладно, спасибо. Не буду тебе мешать. Работай давай. Пошла. Ну, давай.
Представьте, что окружающий мир – это хаос вещей, людей и событий, и вы не знаете, чего ожидать. Вот так некоторые дети воспринимают реальность. Им очень непросто, но надо научиться жить в этом мире. В Сургуте мы создали 2 центра, где помогаем детям при нарушениях речи, поведения и обучения. В Центре инклюзивного образования и социальной адаптации «Счастье» есть группы социальной адаптации для школьников с ограниченными возможностями здоровья. Здесь ребята стараются стать более самостоятельными и общительными. К примеру, ребенка спрашивают:
«Никит, куда ты ходишь?»
А счастье – это научиться улыбаться, дружить, перестать бояться громкой музыки, пробовать новую еду, учиться новому, ходить в обычную школу, в магазин, в кино. А в 2014 году мы открыли Центр педагогической коррекции «Логаритм» для детей от 1,5 до 18 лет. Здесь мы помогаем детям запустить речь, проводим комплексную реабилитацию, развивающие занятия. Мы работаем с самыми сложными ребятишками, у которых такие заболевания, как синдром Дауна, синдром Ретта, Мартина Белла, Аспергера, задержка психического развития, аутизм. Специалисты центра используют уникальные методики – томатист, fast forward, in time и многое другое. Нам очень важно понять природу каждого малыша и подобрать к нему ключик. За 3 года работы «Логаритмом» мы приблизили к норме не 100 детей. Они ходят в обычные школы и практически не отличаются от своих сверстников. Для нас это большая победа. Каждый ребенок должен быть уверен, что его любят любым. Любите своих детей такими, какие они есть. Приходите к нам, мы будем вам очень полезны.
меня главное в проекте «Тренировочная квартира» заключается в том, что мой сын Гонсалес Александр впервые в жизни оторвался от дома, от семьи и прожил почти 4 месяца на своей собственной самостоятельной жизнью, чего у него никогда раньше не было.
В проекте «Тренировочная квартира» только потому, что хотел жить самостоятельно, наверное, познакомиться с другими людьми, вот, и немного научился жить самостоятельно.
Сейчас мы расскажем про проект ТК. То есть не про сам проект, а про то, как мы в нем участвовали. Конечно, мы очень надеялись на то, что Вова наш станет очень аккуратным, что он научится убираться, пылесосить, следить за чистотой. И, говорят, он неплохо научился. Но дома он почему-то этого не делает. А еще мы знали, что Вова очень хочет научиться готовить. И он готовил на тренировочной квартире и себе, и своему другу. И тоже мы надеялись, что он это будет делать дома. Но дома он это делает очень редко. Но зато произошло то, на что мы даже не надеялись. Вова стал отлично чувствовать время. Раньше это было его самое слабое место. Он очень плохо чувствовал время.
Я хорошо готовлю, убираюсь, мою посуду и стираю одежду. Я хочу жить самостоятельно. Мне эта способность пригодится на будущем, чтобы я жил самостоятельно, без мам. Ну, возможно.
Сын Максим в феврале месяце, всего 1 месяц, был на тренировочной квартире, из-за заряда бодрости, драйва, желания жить, желания дружить и общаться, вот откуда ни возьмись, просто хватило на полгода.
Для меня это значило какая-то попытка проявить самостоятельность и попробовать себя в реальной жизни, узнать, насколько я готов ко всему этому.
Мне очень понравилось жить отдельно в квартире, самостоятельно. Я научился готовить, научился, плохо или хорошо, убирать места общего пользования, научился мыть полы, научился многому чему. Очень много чего узнал интересного, проживая один, вообще о квартирах.
Для меня самое главное это то, что, живя на тренировочной квартире, он не обращается ко мне 100 раз на один с вопросом, что мне делать, а ищет ответы на этот вопрос в чьей-то еще помощью. Очень хочется надеяться, что и сам находит ответы.
И мне очень нравится эта работа тем, что я могу помогать другим людям, у которых тоже есть ментальные особенности, с тем, чтобы они могли лучше справляться в жизни со своими трудностями и вообще спокойно жить в обществе.
Для меня работа на тренировочной квартире означает возможность помочь людям видеть прогресс в наших подопечных, как они становятся самостоятельнее и их жизнь становится лучше. Это дает мне надежду, что жизнь любого человека может стать лучше, а значит, может стать лучше мир. Просто иногда миру нужна помощь.
Я там учусь чему-то новому, там, например, готовить еду, стирать вещи, гладить, чтобы все в жизни приобрести необходимо, вот. Научусь ездить сама, чтобы ориентироваться в дороге, вот. Чтобы покупать продукты, не покупать всякую гадость, а покупать именно продукты, которые готовить, вот. И брать, например, с собой на работу, перекусывать.
Для меня самое важное в тренировочной квартире – это научиться пользоваться бытовой техникой, самостоятельно готовить и, конечно, распоряжаться своим временем.
Рассказывай мне, что это такое. Меня зовут Таня.
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 На, расскажи.
Да.
Привет.
Не отвлекайся.
Привет. Таня, привет.
Привет.
Вас зовут Таня, да?
Да.
Наверное, я для себя вывела формулу, что это не заболевание, это другие люди, кто-то их называет инопланетянами, они по-другому чувствуют, они по-другому понимают этот мир. Ну, не знаю, у них спектр вот этих чувств намного шире и намного чувствительней.
А ты что делал? Что это такое?
Шкурка для зайцев, для ежей, для сов, всем.
А зачем ему одеваться?
Чтобы не замерзнуть.
Ну это же игрушка, она же ничего не чувствует.
Хоть людям это будет спокойней.
В смысле, люди переживают за то, что она замерзнет?
Ну, дети-то. Ну и может они согреются об шкурки.
Это нарисовано, сейчас скажу, снеговик и кто-то еще. Этот самый лыжник. Это он едет на санках. Лыжник.
Почему написано «совершенная любовь»? Это что значит?
Санки в совершенную любовь. Я знаю, что такое. Он едет на санках.
Совершенная любовь – это людей любить. Это когда люди из разной кожи.
Вот любишь ты вот родителей, мороженое, делать что-то, вот движение к жизни.
Любить девушку, вот, можно сказать.
Да?
Ну да.
Приятное, что ты делаешь себе, а не другим. А то если бы не было бы смысла жить.
Я живу и не только для себя, но и для других. Мне отдают тепло свое. И я должна давать, не должна, хочу отдать свое тепло другим людям.
Они смогут жить так, как мы их научим. Вот если мы их не научим, они сами не научатся. Они вечные дети. Такие вечные дети.
А думаешь, отличаются чем-то дети от взрослых?
Опытом. В остальном нет. Ну, взрослые что-то о мире знают, а дети нет. Вот учатся еще, растут. У кого больше опыта, тут лучше живет.
А если ты все знаешь, тебе разве не скучно жить?
Значит, найди то, что не знаешь.
Кто-то любит обниматься, кто-то любит вот эту тактильность. Для кого-то тактильность вызывает боль, а для кого-то резкие звуки, громкие звуки тоже причиняют боль. Но они все разные. Если говорить, да, о ребятах с особенностями, они все разные.
Наверное, это какая-то раса, знаешь, из каких-то гуманоидов, да, живущая в каком-то там своем мире, да.
Он вот такие штуки делает. Ну, таких интересных существ я бы так никогда бы... Вот я знаю, что некоторых ребят у них, не очень хорошо получается вот эта моторика мелкая, но им так это нравится, что просто одно удовольствие им помогать. Такого чистого восторга от творчества я ни у кого не видела.
А ты развиваешься, чтобы что сделать?
Чтобы скучно не было. Ну, ты остановишься, и все.
Ты философ, что ли, Данил?
Да.
Да?
Ну, раз философ, то значит философ.
Проект «Мастерская». Сопровождаем взросление лиц с психофизическими нарушениями «Перспектива». Направлен на создание системы комплексного сопровождения подростков и взрослых в процессе социальной и дневной занятости. Данная модель социального сопровождения позволяет лицам с инвалидностью развивать относительную самостоятельность и автономию, решать проблему самовыражения и самоопределения, быть включенными в жизнь сообщества через обучение, практический труд и творчество. В рамках проекта реализуется программа комплексной реабилитации и адаптации лиц с психофизическими нарушениями и продолжается разработка программно-методического комплекса модели социальной дневной занятости с сопровождением в условиях ремесленных мастерских, где кроме трудовой составляющей параллельно отрабатываются новые технологии социальной психологической поддержки в сопровождении лиц с инвалидностью. В рамках данной программы исследуются и применяются особые методики терапии искусства: музыка, изобразительное искусство, речь, движение и физическая культура, определяющие влияние на развитие и становление личности взрослых лиц с психофизическими нарушениями. Целенаправленно изучается и учитывается взаимосвязи дневной занятости и психофизиологического состояния организма личности инвалида и их постоянного влияния друг на друга. Результат достигается за счет использования уникальных технологий работы в структуре дневной занятости, оптимального сочетания посильного ремесленного труда и реабилитирующей составляющей, за счет создания особой микросоциальной среды, использования новых поддерживающих форм работы с семьей, волонтерами и специалистами. Решение проблемы организации мероприятий для взрослых инвалидов с психофизическими нарушениями во многом связано с вопросом эффективной подготовки профессиональных кадров в области сопровождения. В проекте предусмотрено организация и предоставление базы для прохождения практики студентов-магистрантов, совершенствование консультационной методической базы для студентов-магистрантов педагогических вузов, проведение семинаров по психолого-педагогическому и культурно-досуговому посвящению для родителей и волонтеров, мастер-классы по тиражированию и передача опыта специалистам, студентам профильных вузов. Для специалистов предусмотрены курсовые программы по различным направлениям поддержки психологического здоровья в целях профилактики выгорания. В проекте продолжается сотрудничество команды профессионалов, педагогов и психологов и других НКО. По итогам реализации проектов сотрудничества с Ассоциацией Сотрудничества Московским государственным педагогическим университетом планируется подготовка сборника методических материалов по результатам использования прикладных реабилитационных методик в области сопровождения инвалидов с психофизическими нарушениями в процессе социальной дневной занятости. В дальнейшем возможно развитие проекта в отработке создания необходимых условий для качественной взрослой жизни людей, проживающих в ПНИ. Реализация мероприятий программы принципиально повысит качество жизни инвалидов и их родителей, расширит возможности их успешного функционирования в социуме, что будет способствовать преодолению социальной изоляции всей семьи и их социальной поддержке.
В Брянской области насчитывается более 4000 детей-инвалидов. Больше половины из них – это дети с различными поведенческими отклонениями. От верно выбранной реабилитации зависит многое, но в одиночку родителям порой трудно справиться. Посильную помощь в таких ситуациях оказывают консультативные коррекционные центры. Об одном из них – Центре психологии и развития человека «Сфера» мы и расскажем вам сегодня.
Вот этот центр создавался для того, чтобы собрать, мало того, что специалистов с большой буквы, которые действительно квалифицированы, которые действительно ответственно подходят к своему делу, но и для того, чтобы у нас появилась в Брянской области возможность абсолютно всесторонней помощи деткам и взрослым. И наши люди брянские не ехали куда-то за 1000 верст за чудной терапией.
В Центре «Сфера» оказывают коррекционную помощь детям с различной патологией развития по уникальной системе, в Брянской области нигде больше не практикующейся. В Центре внедряют и используют лучшие отечественные и зарубежные практики, разрабатывают собственные программы помощи детям и взрослым.
Раз, точка. Два, точка.
Специалист Центра Светлана Данилова работает с детьми с различным неврологическим статусом. В своей практике используют уникальные методики. К примеру, войта-терапия дает отличный результат практически при любом нарушении опорно-двигательного аппарата. Ее применяют с самого раннего возраста. Метод Кастила Моралеса эффективен при речевых нарушениях, а бабат-терапия помогает включить в работу пораженные участки нервной системы. Но, как правило, для успешной терапии необходим комплексный подход, который разрабатывается с учетом индивидуальных особенностей ребенка и его состояния.
У нас идет работа с подходом и других специалистов, то есть многофункциональный подход к ребенку конкретно. Если он приходит на коррекцию, то не пользуется только моими коррекциями. У нас подключается вся наша команда.
Тише, Танечка, не плачь, не утонет речки ночь.
Сейчас маленький Егор читает стихи, считает и готовится к школе. А еще 2 года назад он абсолютно не понимал речь, не мог сказать ни единого слова. В 3 года мальчику поставили диагноз – сенсомоторная алалия. В Санкт-Петербурге, где жил ребенок, найти специалиста, который бы смог помочь, не удалось. Почти год семья мальчика обращалась к различным врачам и специалистам, но результата не было.
Мы привели его к логопеду. А логопед сказал: нет, я не возьмусь, он очень тяжелый, этот ребенок. Вам поможет только сфера. Обратитесь туда, ему нужна прежде всего терапия, специальная терапия.
В сфере к проблеме Егора подошли комплексно. С мальчиком начали работать дефектологи, эрготерапевты, коррекционные педагоги и логопеды. Первые результаты такой терапии в семье заметили уже спустя 2 месяца.
У Егора пошло потихонечку понимание речи. Он начал говорить первые звуки. Мы услышали первое «привет». И для нас это было «привет», это было какое-то откровение. Мама, папа, это все было уже здесь в 4,5 года.
Один из методов, которые использовали в лечении Егора – биоакустическая коррекция головного мозга. В Брянске таких аппаратов единицы. В центре «Сфера» с помощью этого высокоэффективного метода помогают детям с различными невротическими заболеваниями, отставанием в развитии, а также этот аппарат в комплексной терапии помогает снять тревожность, агрессивность, нормализовать детям сон и аппетит, а также запустить речь у неговорящих детей. Последнее наиболее частое явление в современном мире. В центре «Сфера» для коррекции таких особенностей используют уникальные методики, в том числе и методику Новиковой.
Вот собака, возле будки,
Сейчас очень много неговорящих деток, причем неговорящих, можно сказать так, тотально, да? Просто которые даже не произносят звуки. Эта методика заключается в том, что идет работа именно по онтогенезу, по тому пути, как зарождается речь. Начиная я работаю с гуления, лепета, и дальше уже выхожу на слова, фразу, и уже детки начинают говорить.
Уникальность центра «Сфера» заключается в высококвалифицированных специалистах. Тут используют инновационные современные методики и те, что уже проверены годами.
Метод аудиопсихофонологической стимуляции по методике Альфреда Томатиса. Это методика для коррекции речи у детей с аутизмом, для детей с тяжелыми речевыми нарушениями, для дисграфиков, дислексиков, для людей с заиканием и так далее. И вот есть специальный аппарат, который производится в Швейцарии.
Немаловажную роль в центре уделяют и взрослым, которые обращаются со своими проблемами, как физического, так и психологического характера. В центре помогают выбрать правильный способ реабилитации после перенесенных тяжелых заболеваний, который учитывает индивидуальные особенности человека и степень тяжести болезни. После комплексной работы психологов, эрготерапевтов, дефектологов и аппаратной коррекции результаты, как правило, не заставляют себя долго ждать.
Очень сложно проследить и сказать, когда появятся какие-то результаты. У нас идет коррекция комплексная. Это еще зависит от других специалистов. Примерно 4 месяца мы наблюдаем какие-то результаты. Это может быть и раньше, в каких-то единичных случаях. Дальше, соответственно, мы меняем программу, подключая какие-то различные направления других специалистов.
Эрготерапия на сегодняшний день является довольно мощной методикой восстановления и коррекции всевозможных нарушений. Это могут быть неврологические, психические заболевания и проблемы с опорно-двигательным аппаратом. В России это направление применяется относительно недавно. К примеру, в Брянске есть всего несколько специалистов, практикующих этот прогрессивный метод. Эрготерапия помогает улучшить не только физическое состояние человека, но и его эмоциональный фон.
В центр «Сфера» обращаются не только родители, да, но и взрослые тоже. Для решения своих проблем, для решения вопросов каких-то ситуаций сложных. И здесь тоже центр «Сфера» может помочь.
Психологии человека тут уделяют немало внимания. Зачастую корень многих проблем кроется именно в психологических состояниях взрослого и ребенка, а иногда и всей семьи. Плохой сон малыша, слабый аппетит, либо же наоборот, частые переедания, трудности общения со сверстниками и родителями, проблемы с речью и множество других могут стать результатом внутренних страхов ребенка. В центре прибегают к помощи современных методик диагностики и решения подобных проблем. Одна из таких – песочная терапия. Именно песок – тот материал, с которым детям проще и легче контактировать. В силу различных обстоятельств малыши не всегда могут озвучить то, что их беспокоит, а при помощи песка и бесед с психотерапевтом в форме игры дети легко раскрываются, рассказывают и показывают свои страхи и волнения. При правильном подходе эта методика дает потрясающие результаты уже после первого курса терапии.
Это очень хороший вот именно как и терапевтический, и диагностический способ, потому что мы сразу можем увидеть ситуацию, продиагностировать ее и выбрать нам, значит, либо проводить индивидуальные занятия с одним ребенком, либо сюда уже подключать родителей, потому что у нас существует такое вот занятие, как мама плюс ребенок.
Семейная терапия помогает родителям лучше понять своего ребенка, увидеть мир его глазами, посмотреть на себя со стороны, увидеть свои особенности воспитания, сделать выводы и стать ближе к своему малышу. А главное, предупредить комплексы и его психологические проблемы в будущем.
Мама, проживая в своей семье, она унаследует какую-то модель поведения. Естественно, она другой модели поведения не знает, нравилось ей это в семье, либо не нравилось, волей-неволей она переносит это поведение на собственного ребенка. И проблемы зачастую бывают не в самом ребенке, а именно в родителе.
Даже дети, не имеющие каких-либо нарушений, нуждаются во всестороннем интеллектуальном развитии. Самый оптимальный возраст – дошкольный. Именно в эти годы закладываются основные принципы восприятия окружающего мира. Научить детей познавать мир и постоянно расширять свой кругозор помогают педагоги Центра «Сфера». В арсенале специалистов десятки развивающих программ. Методика Марии Монтессори, грамматика, арифметика, география, литература, творчество и множество других направлений.
Если мы берем деток с, так скажем, обычным, нормальным развитием, то тут используются стандартные методики, стандартные подходы. Если же детки идут с нарушением развития, то тут используются различные коррекционные подходы. То есть работаем мы в различных направлениях. То есть это занятия и по развитию речи, и занятия по формированию математических представлений, и занятия по сенсорному развитию.
Свои знания и навыки специалисты постоянно совершенствуют на всероссийских и международных конференциях, практических семинарах и тренингах. Также в центре часто проводят собственные тренинги, на которых ведущие специалисты делятся своими наработками и методами с другими педагогами, а также с родителями особенных детей. На днях на базе Центра «Сфера» прошел один из таких семинаров по групповому взаимодействию детей с особенностями поведения.
У нас специалист в среднем ежегодно, любой, вне зависимости от того, что у него есть высшая категория, огромные наработки и опыт работы, обязательно проходит обучение, посещает в среднем по 5-7 конференций в год, притом активно посещает.
На базе Центра «Сфера» также работает консультативный центр «Счастливая семья». Своего рода школа для родителей. Бесплатные консультации в вопросах обучения и воспитания детей в рамках регионального проекта образования, федерального проекта «Поддержка семей, имеющих детей» проводят высокопрофессиональные специалисты – психологи, логопеды, дефектологи и педагоги.
Мы рассматриваем ребенка многосторонне. С разной стороны есть эмоциональное развитие, есть физическое развитие, двигательное, и есть умственное развитие, познавательная сфера. И вот эта вся триада, она, конечно, взаимосвязана между собой и прямое влияние одно на другое оказывает.
Центр «Сфера» в Брянске работает с 2007 года. За это время значительно расширился спектр оказываемых услуг, количество специалистов и направлений, по которым они работают. Аналогов используемых здесь методик реабилитации на сегодняшний день в Брянске нет. По уровню оказания специализированной помощи Центр не уступает ведущим столичным организациям. Именно сюда приезжают за высококвалифицированной помощью из разных уголков области и близлежащих регионов. Центры психологии и развития человека «Сфера» работают в каждом районе Брянска. Аутизм. Часто такой диагноз звучит как приговор, но не для специалистов Центра психологии и развития человека «Сфера». Ежедневно они помогают реабилитации особенных малышей и уверяют, выход есть. О том, как помочь такому ребенку, сегодня расскажут эксперты в консультативном клубе «Счастливая семья».
Наша встреча посвящена достаточно интересной и важной теме. И это тема аутизм, дети с расстройством аутистического спектра и дети не говорящие. К сожалению, в последнее время таких детей становится с каждым годом все больше и больше. И если мы раньше, когда-то 15 лет назад, начинала работать организация, мы только с этим...
Это видео, посвященное нашим урокам, которые мы проходили по
школе добра и успеха,
применяя формулы. Слушайте внимательно.
Привет, я Катя. У меня есть цель попасть на Паралимпиаду по плаванию. Для этого надо было выполнить норматив мастера спорта. Сначала, в начале пути к достижению этой цели я была очень далека.
Да, хочу заметить, что Катюше надо было улучшить результаты на целую минуту. Это очень много для спортсмена, потому что там борется за каждую секунду, даже полсекунды.
Я была очень далека от результата, но и сначала с трудом верила в это. Но применяя эту формулу, я сказала себе, что я могу, и
начала делать, да.
Когда я тренировалась, отбросила все сомнения, поверила в это, не отступала, тренировалась, то мое время стало очень быстро улучшаться.
Да, уже на тренировках стали улучшаться время, и сначала Катя даже там не могла поверить. Думала, что это ошибка.
Ну, я улучшалась, тренера меня хвалили, и на последних соревнованиях перед Новым годом я смогла выполнить норматив мастера спорта аж на 2 дистанциях.
Да, и на одной из дистанций даже лучше на 2 секунды, чем была норма.
И эта формула помогла, я очень счастлива, ведь эта формула помогла мне достичь результата, который мне продвинул в достижение еще больших успехов. И я буду двигаться к своей цели, применяя эту формулу.
Поздравляем! Ура!
Эй, доброе утро! Грядет начало нового дня. За чашечкой кофе ты вспомни, как Бог любит тебя. Подними к небу руки и Господу спасибо скажи. Пусть пусть этот день будет лучше для духа твоего и души.
Мы находимся в тренировочных квартирах общественной организации «Яблочко», в которых происходит комплексная социально-бытовая реабилитация для ментальных инвалидов. Эта реабилитация проходит для людей от 18 до 45 лет. И здесь обучают социально-бытовым навыкам для того, чтобы люди смогли в дальнейшем жить самостоятельно. К нам на реабилитацию может прийти любой человек, имеющий инвалидность и имеющий постоянную прописку в городе Москве. В реабилитацию входит обучение доступным бытовым навыкам, то есть это приготовление пищи, уход за своими личными вещами, уход за помещением, в котором ты живешь, уход за кухонным инвентарем. Также очень важно обучиться ходить в магазин. Что это значит? Это значит, надо понять цены, понять деньги, и чтобы пойти и выбрать нужный продукт, который нужно в дальнейшем приготовить.
We're live.
So, are we ready to begin?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, the second part of this program includes four presentations. And the first presentation, laying the framework for developing educational executive functioning in tweens with learning disabilities, will basically be presented by Cody Capps, Fernando Pastrana, Patricia McElroy, and Scott Johnson. And Cody, Patricia, and Scott are here this morning to begin. And Cody has 9 minutes to present. After that, Patricia and Scott will each have 3 minutes. And I'm going to be very strict with timing because yesterday, many of the sessions ran over because people did not respect the time limits. So Cody, if you could begin.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that introduction, Dr. Nemeth. Together with my colleagues, we'll be laying the framework for developing executive functions in tweens. So first off, I'd like to say that executive functions can be developed, and these executive functions consist of 6 parts: goals, planning, prioritizing, reflection, flexibility, and organizing. And as many of us know, these executive functions exist in hot or emotional and cold or rational parts. And it shouldn't be considered hot versus cold necessarily. Dr. Nemeth will get deeper into that in her discussion later in the symposium, but we should think of it more as parts to a whole. And this is NCLE's attempt to combine the hot and cold executive functions. They called it the Build a Brain program. And you can see on the right side of the screen, the handout that was sent to the parents before the program. And you can see the 3 C's: create, communicate, and compete. Those were some key components to the program. Glossman's 4-step process and Rayton's Rehabit Tracts served as foundational blueprints for the program. They basically ensured that everything that was done in Build a Brain was beneficial for the children. All the tweens that participated in the Build a Brain program had some problems with their executive functioning. And Vygotsky's zone of proximal development let us compare the age to the grade level and confirmed some of these executive function deficits. The participants in Build a Brain were 4 tweens, 4 parental figures, 4 interventionists, 2 observers, and 1 statistician. And these were just some of the measures used to gauge the level of development in comparison of chronological age to grade level. Behavioral observations, as all of us know, are an important strategy to reveal essential data. And some significant behavioral observations during the Build a Brain program were distractibility, time on task, social referencing, and modeling behavior. All right. This session, the total amount of sessions was 14. It spanned about 2 weeks. And on Tuesdays, it was just the interventionists and the tweens. And on Thursday, it was the interventionist tweens and the parents. And these are just some of the themes I'll be touching on. Play is one of the most effective forms of development. And in the case of the Build a Brain program, it dealt with executive functions. And two types of play that we focus on in the Build a Brain program were cooperative and competitive play. Additionally, Build a Brain program utilized Moby Max, which was a fun, interactive online math program. Most of the tweens that participated in Build a Brain had a disliking for math, but after incorporating a fun means of learning the subject, math automaticity increased and their disliking for math decreased. Another key component of the Build a Brain program was learning to label, recognize, and share their feelings. Once we got the children or the tweens to label their feelings, basically the 6 emotions, they were better able to recognize the symptoms associated with the 6 basic emotions. And after they had a grasp on labeling and recognizing, we taught the tweens how to effectively communicate how they were feeling. One way to do this was the XYZ method. When you do X, I feel Y, I would prefer Z. And it was important that once they had a grasp on this concept, the XYZ method, we had to communicate with them to use it for good and not bad. The goal was to be heard, not hurt. Being heard does not mean getting your way. It just lets others know how you feel and what you need. 2 approaches that were taken for the executive functions in the Build a Brain program were creation and education. Creation was much more proactive. It was about creating these executive functions that were lacking, as opposed to education, which was much more reactive. It was about rehabilitating these executive functioning deficits. Riley relaxation exercises. Riley stands for Relating in Love Every Evening. And these exercises mostly serve to reframe emotional expression. So one example of this, as we saw on the label, recognize, and communicate slide, were the bear faces. We have 6 bear faces for each of the 6 basic emotions. And we use bear faces because it was cross-cultural. So it removed bias essentially. And the results generalized a little better, and it served as a good means to helping these tweens learn the basic emotions. All right, these are 5 of the components of the Build a Brain program. 1, basically learning how to learn, think, and behave. 2, how to communicate effectively. 3, recognizing personal cues or how to self-monitor. 4, how to comfortably interact with others. And 5, how to don't behave purely on emotion. Developing good working memory, as most of us know, working memory is associated with the short-term memory, but it deals mostly, working memory that is, deals mostly with immediate perceptual processing. So when you present some new information to these tweens, it was important to allow 3 seconds afterwards in order for that information to be cemented in their memory. Monitoring your feelings. At each session, they provided a non-judgmental environment. All the tweens were encouraged to label, recognize, and share their emotions. They weren't required, but it was suggested. And in doing so, it allowed for a better sense of self, and which increased the self-esteem. All the tweens that participated in the Build a Brain program, they were less judgmental, they had more self-acceptance, and they loved themselves more. So in summary, executive functions must be learned or created. One cannot rehabilitate what has not been learned. And thinking before acting is always encouraged. By doing so, you decrease impulsivity and anxiety. And that's all for me, and I'll be handing it over to Patricia McElroy.
Good, and that's great because Pam, it's now, we call Patricia McElroy Pam. And Pam, it's now your turn and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning or afternoon, whatever. I participated with the kids more with the parents. I started off in the room with Dr. Fernando when we had the children on the Thursday sessions. And it was a carryover from what Dr. Namath had done on Tuesday. But eventually what happened was I ended up going into the observation room with the parents. And the interesting thing with the parents was a dialogue with them regarding the homework, what Dr. Namath had given the children to do from Tuesdays to Thursdays, and even over the weekend, was to practice various things like the XYZ, and to memorize a telephone number and then memorize it backward. We were trying to explain to them how the brain worked and those various techniques. Well, the parents, interestingly, some of them didn't even know about the homework, and all the kids had binders with information regarding the homework that they took with them from our office to their homes. So we had visual information given to the students that they could refer to when they were home. And the parents really, for the most part, didn't follow up on that. In some cases they did, it depended on the parent. And I think the interesting thing is, not too surprisingly, is that the personality of the parents really reflected with the children. If the children were shy, I saw shy parents. And so we ended up having conversations within the room where we were observing what Dr. Fernando was doing. We ended up having conversations with the parents about what was going on in class. Now, the disadvantage for us from the standpoint we were doing it summer, school wasn't in session. So I would imagine that this would be a much more active conversation with the parents. Not that it wasn't, but they could relate to it more on a daily basis because they were having these kids come home from school and activities were going on and they were having discussions with the kids. The important thing that we were learning was to try to get the kids to use some of the techniques that we taught during the Tuesday sessions and reiterated again during the Thursday sessions so that we knew.
Okay, Pam, wrap it up.
Okay, so that we knew what the kids were doing. All right, next person is going to be Scott, and he's going to talk about the data and what we found. Okay.
Hi, good morning. My name is Scott Johnson, and I was brought into the program to help illustrate and aggregate the data that was collected so that some meaningful application following the actual program could occur. My goal was to take the data and apply what the positive outcomes that occurred going forward to what the children might do when they got to school. So we brought in a program I've worked with for many years called MobyMax, which several of the children had shown some difficulty and dislike for math, And we wanted to bring something to them that helped them grow and perhaps even like math a little bit better. So we measured the actual outcomes that we saw in MobyMax, and in a sense, we correlated whether or not the Build a Brain program and its efforts were reflected within the math growth that we did or didn't see with the kids. And across all three, at least, of the four kids, MobyMax showed that they had positive math outcomes, meaning that they get better at certain skills, and that at the end of it, they had grown in grade level equivalency skills when compared to the starting point 14 weeks earlier. So we then took the actual data that we collected, whether that was behavioral data or whether that was actually assessment, neurological assessment data, and we then correlated that data against what we saw with the MobyMax program. And in every case but one, we saw that there was a relationship between those two things. Now, an N of 4 isn't necessarily strong enough to draw a great amount of conclusions that you could attribute or that you could relate to children across the world. But what we saw in that small N was that there was a positive effect, and those outcomes hopefully were things that we could help later on, at least, give the parents something to work with and build with once the program was over. And that was really my number one goal, was to give them some information about what they could do moving forward, because in the end, school is one of the most important things that goes on with any child at any age until you graduate college, or you leave education completely.
Good. Thank you very much, Scott. And what we're going to do is have a discussion section at the end of these 4 presentations. So please hold your questions until that time. Now, the next thing is to go to Dr. Mac Horton, who's going to talk about Ralph Raiton and Dr. Horton's
Dr. Nemeth,
experience.
excuse me, we hear an echo, and please turn off your microphones when speakers talking.
Okay. Cody, could you help me with that? Okay, the next thing we're going to do is switch to Dr. Mac Horton, and he should be on talking about Dr. Raiton's contributions. Cody, is he here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. Well,
I'm here.
Mac, I'm timing everyone, and so you have basically 15 minutes to proceed.
Right. I'm trying to, let me just hit the, start my video. I have slides. Let me hit the share thing, and hopefully that'll work.
Okay.
Okay. And then, can everybody see this one now?
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
Good.
Dear darling, please read my message in chat.
Okay.
Okay. So here we go. Basically want to talk about Ralph Raiton for his work in the interpretation. This is going to focus primarily on clinical interpretation of child neuropsychological test data, but I'm going to give a bit of a overview to beginning in order to understand how this came about in Dr. Raiton's work. This is a quick sort of thing because I know there's a 15-minute time limit and it's important to adhere to time limits. So it's going to be somewhat superficial, but I'm hoping to get some things across. Now, to start off, Okay. Just to prove, yes, I do seen Dr. Raitan. That's Dr. Raitan about 10 to 15 years ago before his unfortunate demise. I'm the larger one. Ralph is the shorter one there, but I just wanted to show, yes, I have seen him, and did as towards the end of his life, we became very good friends. He'd even called me on the phone from Arizona, so it was kind of amazing considering that I had spent decades using his work. Okay, wrong slide. Okay. Fiscal disclosure. I'm currently the editor, by bona fide, so to speak, editor of 2 peer-reviewed journals, Applied Neuropsychology, Applied Neuropsychology for Taylor Practice, so I get some money from that. I'm co-author of the test of verbal conceptualization of Schoolhouse, paid royalties for that, and edited with others 3 editions of the Neuropsychology Handbook and 2 editions of the Forensic Neuropsychology Handbook. In the 2nd and 3rd editions with Cecil Reynolds, a good friend of Detective Malignant Head Tree Litigation, get money from them, and a test consultant for MHS and PAR test companies paid fees for consultations, just to show that I, what financial things would be in the way. Okay, the presentation would present clinical interpretation of child neuropsychological status data using the methodology devised by Ralph M. Raitan. ABPP is the American Board of Professional Psychology, of which Ralph had a diplomate in clinical psychology, because at the time they took it, they didn't have one in clinical neuropsychology. And the second one, American Board of Professional Neuropsychology, he was given that pretty much by acclamation. And the methods of inference that we'll be talking about, that's are a major contribution of Dr. Raitan, are level of performance, pathognomonic signs, patterns of performance of, and the performance of the 2 sides of the body on motor, sensory, perceptual measures, which I'll go into more detail later. It's worth recalling that with Dr. Raitan, with working with children, he put great emphasis on the performance of the 2 sides of the body on motor and sensory perceptual measures. That to him was particularly important with children. Okay, little bit of a perspective there. Oh, oops, that didn't go quite well. This is Dr. Raitan, I think probably in the 60s or so, or 50s. He was at his lab at the Indiana University Medical School, where he was a full professor, the youngest one ever promoted. And he had just gotten the grant from the March of Dimes, a charitable thing to do research. Raitan was actually a very good at getting money from the federal government in this research. And this is Ralph when he was, say, in his 30s or so. I'm sorry about the blurred thing of the photograph. This was downloaded from the Indiana University School of Medicine website. And when I showed it at a thing, Ralph was in the audience, and he was sort of chuckling that they were, when they were taking the picture, that the things on the table that he initially had brought out his tests, neuropsychological tests to show, and they said, the people from the March of Dimes said that, well, that stuff isn't that impressive, so they got stuff from the EEG lab. Sort of a humorous sort of thing there. Now, Raitan's major contribution is a standardized neuropsychological test battery for children and adults. The idea of the battery was a collection of tests. When I first was going for my internship many years ago, and I was reading the manual for the Halstead-Raitan, or rather the thing they talked about a battery, I initially thought it would be a car battery. Kind of humorous to think about those years ago, and then I learned different. Now, his approach allows for comprehensive assessment of a wide variety of brain related behaviors. And the idea of doing a lot of things was he wanted to be able to provide a comprehensive assessment of people's difficulties. And the intention was to better assist clinical care of brain damaged patients. It's worth noting Raytin was the son of a Lutheran minister, and he always had what I was very impressed by, a very strong commitment to helping people. And curiously, when he was, before he, as I said, went to work with Halsted and such, he had wanted to become a counselor, something that was later his friends would joke about Ralph as a counselor, but actually he was actually could be extraordinarily kind, understanding, and empathetic at times. Okay, now here's another picture. Let me just focus a little bit on Ralph. Oops, not quite right. Oops. Okay, that's Ralph again. The media, this is me, the coalition of clinical practitioners of neuropsychology a number of years ago. That's Ralph there. And in behind him, the gentleman with the white beard is Cecil Reynolds, a famous neuropsychologist. The other side, Bob McCaffrey, another famous neuropsychologist. Barry Crown is between Ralph and me. I'm the one there in the middle. And I also just wanted to quickly point out Ralph's wife, Deborah Wolfson, who was on his most recent books and articles, and was a wonderful helpmate for Ralph. She also had her PhD, and really was a wonderful wife to Ralph, incredibly supportive and helpful, and a very kind, empathetic, and just wonderful wife. It was really good because Ralph, there was a number of stressors which we won't go into, but she was really a wonderful helpmate to him. Okay, now biological intelligence. Basically, it was the idea that there was something going on that regarding human abilities that was not captured by psychometric intelligence. Halsted, was professor at the University of Chicago Medical School. In the United States, the three most impressive universities in terms of content contributions, Harvard, University of Chicago, and Stanford. So a major place in terms of academics, and Halsted was at the medical school. And he was interested in conceptualizing biological as the adaptive capacity of the brain, independent of, or dependent rather, on its organic integrity related to frontal lobe functioning. And Halsted differentiated biological intelligence from psychometric intelligence, basically what IQ tests measured. Now, basically, IQ is an important measure. It was very important in terms of selecting officers, for school children. I'm not going to go into the history of IQ with Binet, the Stanford Binet, et cetera, but the thing was that at the time that Halsted was conceptualizing this, the IQ was not everything when you talk. It was lacking in terms of assessing brain injured individuals. Now, Ralph Raytin, this was in the 1940s, right after World War II. He was working as a psychologist at a army hospital, and a physician came to Raytin because the physician had suffered a stroke, claiming he no longer manages patients. So the physician had recovered, but it still wasn't where it should be. And Ralph administered all of the psychological tests of the day, including intelligence tests, but the physician scored above the 84th percentile on all the tests. Ralph was puzzled by this, and at the time he was had been planning to go to Ohio State University for a doctorate to work with Carl Rogers to do client-centered counseling, which, as I mentioned briefly before, was that was something that his wife and others would kid him about, is Ralph as a counselor. But he actually was very empathetic. Now, this physician scored above the 84th percentile. Well, the average physician probably should be scoring on the 98th percentile or so, because it's very difficult to become a physician. I know because my eldest son is one, and it took a while. But they score above. They should be scoring above the 98th percentile. This was the A4, so there's a not quite what it should be. Ralph was so amazed by this that he consulted Halsted, and Halsted suggested Ralph study with him, and that's when Ralph got into neuropsychology. In the 1940s, basically they were doing IQ tests, and they were not adequate to evaluate people that had documented brain injury. People that had clearly had clinical histories of having strokes, head injuries, there'd been like brain tumors taken out, stuff like that, who were having problems, but would score within the normal range on intelligence tests. And this is pretty straightforward. There were other ones where other instances of similar findings where people would take the Army General Classification test in World War II, and then were tested afterwards and found that after having brain injuries, they actually increased their IQ scores, which really puzzled some people in New York. But that was kind of clear that the IQ was not adequate for assessing these people who had had brain injuries, who were asking for trouble, who were having trouble and such. So Halsted developed a battery of tests to differentiate brain injured patients from normal individuals. These were very creative because one of the things he used was he just went around and engaged socially with people with documented brain injuries, like going to their birthday parties, other things, social gatherings, and observed them. Kind of a very interesting thing. And plus empirical research studies where he would do studies in his lab with a lot of equipment in terms of trying to find deficits that brain injured people had that were not present in normals. And he had they did a factor analysis of the battery, and there's a central integrative factor, which is probably what we come up with in factor analyses is the immediate working memory or verbal function, an abstraction, maybe nonverbal, and then a power and directional factor. Basically, Halsted's major effort was in research to determine brain abilities that were not previously, were previously uncharted, so to speak. Reitan had a somewhat different in that he wanted to be a help of people. As they said, the son of a minister, someone who was thinking of becoming a counselor, therapist, psychotherapist. The idea would be to help people with their problems was a major thing. That's something I always admired about Ralph, that was, his goals were to be of service to the human race who had brain injuries, very horrible things to happen to someone. So assessing them,
1 minute left.
That's going to be real quick. Okay. They added things there, just me again. Basically research more detailed, there's more studies than anything else. Experimental things for their biological intelligence. The evidence of brain injury was very straightforward. They validated it in terms of looking at problems that came and were able, because there were multiple tests looking at various things. The Halsted right is sensitive to the brain, biologically to the brain, rather than age and education, and they were clearly brain related. categories of tests, range of difficulty regarding various functions of some of the tests. The older children was 9 to 14, younger 5 to 8. Some of the tests, to example there, this is, say, the category test of 1 to 4 in various permutations of geometric things. There, obviously, it's 1. This is for the children, the younger children, where you're supposed to touch one of the colors to say which would match the one there above. The trail making test, where they, you draw a line between the circles in order of the numbers. This is that version for the older children's for the trails. Part B, alternating numbers and letters. This is for the younger children. Basically, you start at a color, say the circle that rather is
Okay, Mac,
red.
we're at 15 minutes. We're going to have a very nice discussion section at the end of the 4 presentations. So if you would save that till the last, I would appreciate it, because we have to go on to our 3rd presentation now, the role of family in speech.
Okay, should I, okay, fine. And then let me,
And we'll all talk during the
we'll stop the
discussion
short
session.
thing and I'll comment on these later. Okay, I
Good.
assume everybody has the slides, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll stop the share here
And also, Dr. Horton's chapter is in the book.
right. Ralph again, and then last thing, they're the gold standard. Okay, there you go.
Thank you so much, Mac.
Sure,
And now we're
sure.
going to go on to our Russian colleague, who is going to speak about the role of the family in speech, and that's Professor Karapova. Are you available?
Dear darling, we have already delivered our report in the first part of the symposium.
Oh.
Dr. Glassman suddenly called us to make a report. Do you want us to repeat our report once more?
I would appreciate it, yes, if you could. And you have 15 minutes to say whatever you would like.
Yes, we can do this. And Natalia Karpova will begin.
Okay.
Спасибо. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Я буду говорить по-русски, и мы договаривались.
We'll be speaking Russian, and our interpreters are providing interpretation into English, and there is an English version of the slides as well, so we can show it. And my colleague, Professor Nikolaeva, is here with us, so we will be speaking together.
Пока включается презентация, скажу, что мы...
While the screen is lighting up, I can say that we worked with Elena Nikolaeva. I was working with children who stammered, and my colleague, Professor Nikolaeva, was working on the general data. We are going to talk about the role of family in speech rehabilitation in children with learning difficulties. Stammering is present in 1.5 to 3.5% of the total population. There is no general theory of mechanisms of stammering, but we know that there are genetic factors. For example, male relatives of a stammering individual have a 3 times higher chance of stammering themselves. We also know communicative mechanisms behind stammering because it is mainly manifested in situations of speech communication. There are several publications that support this idea. And there are neuropsychological mechanisms, such as disturbance in the mechanism of speech preparedness, abnormally active right hemisphere, and abnormal coordination between brain regions that plan and execute speech functions. Sorry for interrupting you, Dr. Karpova. Do you need translation?
Синхронный точно нет, потому что это будет очень большой беспорядок.
Ну, в данном случае тогда еще раз название «Роль семьи в коррекции речи у детей с трудностями обучения», клинические положения Лури.
Ага, потому что как же он работает, если моя, например, доктор Неймес, она не понимает, что вы говорите? Включить кнопку «Глобус», простите, сейчас. Так, включила, говорите.
The interpreter is in the channel now. Can you hear the interpreter? So, the previous slides dealt with the prevalence of stammering, 1.5 to 3.5% of the general population. There is no single theory behind the mechanisms of stammering, but it is known.
Да, все в порядке.
Но говорят, что не слышат переводчики. Все?
Все хорошо, продолжайте.
Все ясно. Тогда включено. Я продолжаю, да? Следующий слайд.
So I can continue. The next slide. Our hypothesis was that stammering is possible only when the two zones for speech are located in both hemispheres due to a lesion of the left hemisphere speech zone. As stammering emerges at the age of 3 to 4, when phrasal speech is formed in a child, it's important how the family, the parents, especially the mother, relate to the child's behavior. The attitude is very important. With time and with age, the neurotic component of stammering becomes dominant over the speech component, which leads to communicative issues and personal issues, fear of public speech, shyness, suspicions, and anxiety about others' attitude. We know now that parents mediate the self-esteem of the stammering child and may impede or improve the rehabilitation of their speech control. Reitan and Luria have shown that the cerebral foundations for voluntary control emerge quite late. The frontal lobes start maturation at the age of 7, and they finish their maturation after the age of 18. This has been shown by several studies. Currently, the issue of control is studied as part of the concept of executive functions and voluntary regulation. That's why a unified model of regulatory processes can be built. However, the impact of the family may be connected not just to the changes in lateralization by itself, but with an attenuated formation of executive functions due to stress. Dr. Glozman and Dr. Nikolaeva came to the conclusion that a therapeutic approach that takes into account all familial relationships, including and this approach can be efficient. A comprehensive approach that involves parents and relatives was proposed by Nekrasova and myself. It is a system of family group logopsychotherapy that develops the pre-existing system for group logopsychotherapy by Nekrasova. Here you see covers of Nekrasova's initial publication and our version for children. In the studies around family group logopsychotherapy, we found that dysfunctional relationships in the family exacerbate speech deficiencies and their subjective experience by the patient. These pathologies in familial relationships can impede speech correction due to treatment. And when the treatment is over, familial conflict can lead to a relapse of stammering. The analysis of attitude of relatives to the fact of stammering revealed several forms of dysfunctional attitude. The view of the child as a defective, playing up the defect and hyperactive care, playing down the defect when the child is overly anxious, and an overplaying of the child's achievements, requiring achievements from the child, which leads to the child stammering more as if to justify their lack of achievement. A systematic interdisciplinary treatment of brain mechanisms behind stammering showed that it is determined by several psychological variables. A PhD dissertation was written by Andrei Kiselnikov under the supervision of Professor Glozman, which came to a conclusion that these psychological determinations conform very well to pre-existing data from neuropsychological examinations, assessments, and fMRI imaging. Our study showed that during comprehensive social rehabilitation led to an improvement of the mnestic and neurodynamic domains, while speech and intellect domains remained the same in children who stammered. However, the differences in potentials for speech preparedness was reduced, and the configuration of these potentials in stammering children and in controls was very similar. In a study from 2018, we considered the laterality of stammering children and the links between handedness and cognitive processes. Right-handed individuals are underrepresented among stammerers. More of them are ambidextrous and left-handed. This study fits well into pre-existing literature about underrepresentation of right-handed individuals among those who stammer. These results say that it's not about a decrease in lateralization, but a growth of left and ambidextrous traits, left-handed and ambidextrous traits within this population. This fits well into Reitan and Luria's ideas about the changes in the right hemisphere activity. Our successful experience, please switch the slides. Our successful experience of 30 years with more than 120 groups of family logopsychotherapy in various cities across Russia shows that more than 80% of relatives of stammerers take active part in diagnostics at the preparatory stage, and more than 50% of them take part in active group logopsychotherapy. This is achieved by motivating them through the mechanism of participation and the mechanism of adequacy. On the next slide, you see the names of two documentary films that were made about our methods. They can be watched on YouTube. And on this slide, you see a group of family logopsychotherapy in the city of Taganrog in this year, with children and their parents present. This is the group in the city of Izhevsk, started last year and finished its work this year, children of various ages and their parents. We also launched an online group in Moscow due to pandemic restrictions. We had to move online completely, but on the screen you see that there are also parents present, and we also have several group leaders and several graduates of the previous groups. This is a typical group. It's a graduation photo for a larger Moscow group with many past graduates of the training course. They come and witness the new graduates showcase their speech at the final test. And there are many parents present as well to wish them luck. And here we have my references. Most of these publications can be found on the website of our institute. Thank you for your attention.
Если есть, наверное.
Maybe there are questions. Thank you very much. Have you got any questions? If there are, please ask them using chat.
Если есть тут у нас какое-то время, может быть, Елена Николаева тоже добавит.
Maybe Elena Nikolaeva can add her contribution because yes, we're waiting for our moderator and chair, and I think there is some time. Dr. Nikolaeva, please turn on your mic, unmute yourself. We are connecting from different places. I'm in Moscow and Professor Nikolaeva is in St. Petersburg. Well, I would like to emphasize that we're connecting this method to works of Reitan and Luria, and I'd like to link their legacy to our work. And I think an important aspect here is that both of these founders of neuropsychology emphasize the relationship between the two hemispheres and the role of both hemispheres in the emergence of certain defects or disorders. And we realize that stammering arises only when the two speech centers emerged in different hemispheres due to some kind of a lesion during the gestation period. And so the mechanism behind stammering is explained by two speech centers firing up at the same time, but we have one speech apparatus, and these two speech centers in the brain start interfering with each other. And the psychotherapeutic care here aims at decreasing the right hemisphere emotionally charged speech center so that the individual can start talking using the normal left hemisphere mechanism.
We appreciate your presentation, and we would like for you to be available for the discussion section that will happen after the next report, and then we'll all talk. And we have a translator here too, so we appreciate very much your activity this morning. Yes, take that off. Right. Now, I can begin?
Yep, and whenever you want to switch, just click the space bar.
Okay. Okay. Well, good morning. And as you see, we've had many different speeches this morning, which are all very helpful. And I look forward after this presentation for us to have a good discussion. My topic is a little bit different. I worked with Dr. John Flatt, who is a medical pediatric neurologist, and I am a clinical medical and neuropsychologist. I don't think you have that type of training in Russia, but I, as a clinical medical and neuropsychologist, can prescribe medications for my patients in consultation with a physician like Dr. Flatt. So he and I have worked together many times, and we thought that you might enjoy this presentation. So the important thing is, as we all know, integrated care is essential. Without integration, the patient is woefully unserved. So one must take a good history. And Dr. Fleck, as a neurologist, points this out. As a neuropsychologist, I am concerned about a comprehensive assessment rather than a simple screening. And our logo is "Do not medicate what has not been thoroughly evaluated." So obviously you get a lot of referral questions to the neuropsychologist, like as Dr. Horton pointed out, what is the child's brain behavior functioning beyond intellectual functioning? We also need educational functioning, learning functioning. Does he have any type of Asperger's or autism spectrum problems? Is he bipolar? Does he have a serious mental illness? Is it ADHD? We must know what the person who has referred the patient for evaluation wants us to discern. So consequently, I would do a mental status examination at the beginning of the consultation, and that would involve the variables that are on the screen. Next. Okay, and we have to take a look at mood, anxiety, thought symptoms, memory, executive functions, ADHD and conduct, adaptive functioning, and life stressors. We want to take a look physically at the various symptoms, and this is what the neurologist would do, focusing on all of these areas to make sure you are looking at the person or child as a whole, not just parts. And then the neuropsychologist would have to assess all these various functions to make sure of the recommendations for medication management. And we then take a look at what those medications might be. And as you see, they can be for a variety of different disorders. Then, of course, we have antidepressant medications. And as you all know, it's not always the first thing you do to suggest antidepressant medications. But if there is a need, we have to take a look at what medications are available in what countries for what reason. There are so many medications that are not approved for children and adolescents, and they are maybe not available around the world. So basically we have side effects, and side effects are so important. And each medication has side effects. No medication is perfect. And so we have to take a look at, if we are going to give a child medication within that child's appropriate age, what side effects can we expect? And we need to inform the parents to look for these. Then we have to take a look at interactions. Oftentimes, there are problems with the way the drugs get along. I see that every day in my practice, that a child or a young adult will come in, and the problem is not the child, it's that the medicines do not work right together. So then we have to take a look at also what are the generic names, because at least in the United States, it's hard to get the brand name for some of these medications, and one has to be aware of the generic equivalencies. Then we have to take a look at the possible diagnoses. In the United States, really schizophrenia is quite rare now. We are more seeing bipolar disorder than schizophrenia, or on a rare occasion, we may see a combination of the two, which is called schizoaffective disorder. And again, antipsychotic medications have enormous side effects. The newer ones that are out have less side effects,
But for example, one of the second generation side effects, Seroquel, has tremendous weight gain. And I had a patient recently who required hospitalization, and she came out of that hospitalization having gained 20 pounds in 1 month. Needless to say, we changed from Seroquel to a medication that was less offensive. Next. And then oftentimes we see ADHD medications. Now, in the United States, it is always a question in my mind, does the child really have ADHD? Or is it just that the parents don't want to put up with the child's activity? Or is it some other problem? But if we do need ADHD medication, there are many to choose from in the United States. Again, nothing is free. There are medication side effects like insomnia. We find, especially if the child doesn't take the ADHD medicine soon enough in the morning, they won't be able to sleep at night. And then one has to be very aware of combinations of medications. It's not uncommon in the United States that clonidine and trazodone will be given at bedtime. This is not acceptable. There is too much of an interaction here. So of course, reduced appetite, one of the main problems with children is that they lose appetite on these medications. And so one of the things we often have to do if they do require medications is to use cyproheptadine so that they will not lose too much weight. Of course, stomach aches can happen, but that's why we suggest that the child take the medication with a full breakfast. And then you have other things like dysphoria, lethargy, and headaches. If a child has a headache, it's because the medication is too high. Then there are two types of medications that are not consistent with stimulants, and that is adrenergic agonists. I frequently use either clonidine or guanfacine in combination with the stimulant. Very rarely would we use bupropion or Strattera. Strattera we have found is almost useless. Then we have to find out, do we have the correct diagnosis? Because oftentimes children who are labeled as ADHD might be anxious or agitated or bipolar. So we really have to see and do a thorough evaluation, not just medicate because the parents want medicine. Autism spectrum disorder and Asperger's, that's all on one big autism spectrum. And it's very, very important to take a look at this. Oftentimes our Asperger's kids, usually adolescents, are having a lot of obsessive compulsive problems and anxiety. And so fluvoxamine for adolescents is frequently used. And then, of course, what are the new medications that are used? I have found it to be very successful, instead of using a stimulant, to use amantadine for younger children. It just helps them so much. It's a liquid. Older children can take the full dose. Propranolol, as you know, which is a beta blocker, can be helpful. Nuedexta, if the child has a history of neurological trauma, or the person as an adult, age is 18 and over. I have one now who's had a severe neurological trauma. Nuedexta really helps the emotionality. We recently did a paper which was very important. It was presented at the Luria conference, and that was, is this person really bipolar? And more than likely, our position is you do not develop bipolar disorder after a head injury. More than likely, it is associated with that head injury and may require Nuedexta to stabilize. We have found Latuda to be a very effective medicine for bipolar depression for 16 and up kids, and it doesn't cause weight gain. It's very good. I haven't used Sacris very much. I have used Mydaysis for students 13 and over. I've not used Quilivant, but there are a lot of new medications coming down on the market now, which can be very valuable. So the conclusion to my talk is very simple. Are you looking for a quick fix or a lasting change? When parents come into my office, they just want to medicate the problem, and they are not interested in addressing the bad behavior or behavior. And frequently it's because they're too busy to be parents. Mother and father are both working, and they don't have time for it, and there's not adequate child care. Now, one would think that this would have changed since COVID, but it's not. In fact, more parents are working from home, and they just want the children to be quiet. Okay, and so children need active parenting. They need good boundaries, but the parents must exhibit good boundaries. There have to be reasonable expectations, and there have to be opportunities for success. Dr. Glausman talks about this so frequently, and that is if a child cannot be successful, they're going to get your attention in one way or another, and frequently that's annoying you. So children want secure attachment, they want attention, they want affection, acceptance, approval, and acknowledgement, and these desires are normal. The question is, do we as parents have the opportunity to fulfill those desires, or at least attend to them? And in general, children need love and they desire to please. I have not seen yet a child who does not want to please. So the problem with the parents is the unwillingness to accept the child as is, rather than as they would like for them to be. I thought it was very important in our speech presentation this morning, the importance of helping the parents to help the child. So we must move forward in a comprehensive way and not just throw medication at children, but to understand thoroughly what the problem is and to treat it appropriately. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Okay, now what I would like for us to do, and I'm not sure how we do this, but I'm going to have my staff help me with this, and that is we have 15 minutes to speak to one another, to talk amongst ourselves, and to maybe address some questions. So I am going to open the floor for all of us, okay, on the program to talk a little bit together now. Now, how do we do that?
Коллеги, мне хотелось бы отметить, что вы можете задать вопрос на русском языке, поскольку у нас
You're
работает...
also welcome to ask your question in Russian. We do have simultaneous interpretation enabled.
Я тогда можно задам вопрос вам?
May I ask a question? Thank you very much, first of all, to you for having me. Thank you very much, Darlene, and you, Jana. Thank you very much for inviting us. We were very happy to share our material for the book, and thank you very much for today's session. And thank you very much for giving us the mic twice.
That's about all I know in Russian, but that's the best word. But I so appreciate your being a part of this program because your research is fantastic. And what you are doing to help children and families is wonderful.
И поэтому хочу спросить вас, дорогая.
If I may, I would like to ask you a question. Darlene, does it happen that families come to your consultations and you say, no medication needed, what you need is psychotherapy, a practicing counselor?
And you understand that they clearly do not need any medications, any antidepressants. They only need therapy and the help of psychology.
Евгения, значит, не работает перевод?
Yes, yes, that happens a lot, especially in the United States, where parents want medicine rather than help.
Поняли?
У нас наоборот, к нам приходит...
For us, it's vice versa. Families come to us and say, please try to help us without medicine. Before you, although our child is just 10, 12 years old, they give us a whole list of medicine. So that's an issue with us. Families try to avoid medicine as much as possible.
Well, that's the right thing to do. Avoid medicine as much as possible if indeed that is appropriate. However, when you have children who cannot even sit in school, then you have another issue. So, what is it?
Проблемы с ДВГ в последнее время, которые...
Yeah, and the issue of ADHD is really strong, and we can see that we need to treat not the symptoms, but the problem, the syndrome itself, ADHD. This is what needs to be done first.
Yes, I totally agree with that. And it depends on the severity. Again, the major issue is school. If a child cannot function in school, then medicine is required. If the child can function in school and you can help the family system to be more effective, that's wonderful. But I have seen so many children who really, I cannot tell you, must have medicine, especially children who are schizophrenic or who are bipolar. And yes, I can diagnose bipolarity in children as young as age 5. And a lot there, you can use the history. If the mother and father or father are bipolar and this child is showing all the symptoms, more than likely you will have that symptom too. But with a young children, remember I put on the screen amantadine? That's what we use. And I don't know if you are aware, but amantadine started out as cough syrup. It's very benign, but it works.
Извините, я видела здесь от Ирины Шевченко просьба.
There is another question from Irina Shevchenko about ADHD, and if that's okay, I would like to ask her a question. She was saying that shy parents normally have shy children, and this is what we see in practice too. Have there been any research that proves that ADHD can be inherited? I mean, if parents have it, then children will have it too. We saw it in our practice, but is it backed up with research?
Yes, it is. 85% of the time, if the parents have ADHD, the child is going to have ADHD. Therefore, just like you are doing, you need a family system to deal with the problem. And that's very, very important. And that's one of the things we did this morning by talking about our Build a Brain program, because we not only work with the children, I work with them on a Tuesday, Dr. Pastrana and the staff work with them in a group setting on Thursday, and they work with the parents, okay? Because the whole family needs to be assisted. And one of the main problems, especially in the speech area, is they do not listen to one another. They talk over one another. Did you get that?
Только наша практика показывает, не только...
Our practice suggests that we need to work not only separately with parents and with children, we work with them together, parents and children in the same room. And we adapt our system to kindergartens pretty much like that, together family members and small children, because you can't really train the parents how to deal with their children. You can do the, I mean, you can't do it verbally, you need to do it in practice. This is why you need to have everybody in the room. And we also have a question from Irina Shevchenko to you, Darlene. Could you please share other ways of dealing with ADHD in the US, apart from medicine, from the medical treatment? As far as I understand, it's group work. First of all, maybe you can add more details or other approaches.
One of the problems, of course, we have now with COVID is that all group work is almost non-existent and has been for the last year. But before COVID, in our Build a Brain program, what we did is we had the parents behind a two-way mirror, and they would watch what we were doing with the children, and then they would come together and practice. Okay. Frequently, we didn't want to embarrass the parents, so we modeled the behavior first, and then we taught the parents how to do that. Let me give you one good example. We had a young African-American boy in our group. He was kind of skinny and shy. So we wondered about this, and he practiced the XYZ process with his father and didn't get anywhere. So we had the father come in. The father was a very large, not overweight, a large masculine man who was a sheriff and came in with his guns and all of that sheriffs have. No wonder the child was a little shy. And so we had to teach the father how to accept, when you do X, I feel Y, I prefer Z instead, and to understand that it was not unkind or manipulative, but a way of talking to the father. And this took a while, but the father eventually accepted this.
Thank you. Коллеги, если у нас нету
Dear
вопросов,
colleagues, if we don't have any further questions, I think we can take a break before the next session.
Good. That's fine. And Dr. Horton, does he want to add anything? Because he didn't quite get a chance to finish his presentation. Yeah, he should be. Dr. Horton, right there.
It's okay. I'm fine. I'm fine. Thank you.
Do you
They all
have
have they all have the slides and such. The
Okay, but Mac, do you have anything to add to this presentation? To this discussion?
basically, as I was saying, I think it's important is to look in depth in terms of the child's neuropsychological abilities, looking, as I've mentioned briefly, the interpretation is one where you'd look at the level of performance, the pattern of deficits and strengths of, pathognomonic signs, the person not being able to do something that they really should have at that level. And what's most important with children, particularly young children, is the patterns of left-right differences on motor and sensory perceptual functioning, which is to a large extent independent of educational developmental differences. That's what I think is particularly important to keep in mind. It's the unique contribution with brain injured children or children with developmental disorders that the clinical neuropsychologist can provide.
Yes. And thank you, Mac. And I want to make one other comment to Dr. Karapova. And that is that I've been following this autistic child since age 3. And she came in at age 16 the other day. And with age 3, she basically couldn't wear anything tight around her. She had lots of sensory issues. And she came in now, 13 years later, in a little cheerleading outfit and was so pleased to show me that she could handle elastic around her body. And this was done without medication, but with intervention.
Это самое главное, по-моему.
That's the main thing, I think. Thank you for sharing. I mean, you worked through neuropsychology, not with medical treatment, not with interfering into the chemistry. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
That's right. So first thing first is, as Dr. Horton said, assessment. Then after assessment, intervention, and only if necessary, medication. Unfortunately, in the United States, people rush into medication and not do the assessment and the intervention. And that is totally wrong. And that's why we appreciate all of your contributions to our book, because we're trying to get across the idea of thorough assessment and intervention and not just screenings. So thank you very much for your participation this morning. And we'll sign off for a break. And for those who want to participate in part 3, you are welcome. But bye now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much. See you soon.
Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, приглашаем вас посетить виртуальную выставку, которая пройдет в рамках 3-го конгресса «Психическое здоровье человека 21 века». В онлайн-формате для вас доступны демонстрации услуг и товаров партнеров конгресса, каталоги, брошюры, презентации, результаты клинических исследований и другие необходимые для ежедневной практики данные, интерактивное голосование, анкетирование, опросы и конкурсы, контактные данные представителей компаний, онлайн-чаты, звонки. Для перехода на виртуальный стенд экспонента нажмите на логотип интересующей вас компании. Ждем вас в разделе «Выставка» на портале Конгресса.
В 2013 году в Тверском областном психоневрологическом диспансере открылось детское медико-реабилитационное отделение, к настоящему времени функционирующее в рамках дневного стационара. В данном отделении оказывается комплексная помощь детям и подросткам от 3 до 18 лет бригадой специалистов. психиатр, психотерапевт, клинический психолог, дефектолог, логопед, врач лечебной физкультуры, инструктор ЛФК, социальный работник. В медико-реабилитационное отделение направляются дети и подростки с различными психическими расстройствами, задержка психического и речевого развития различного генеза, расстройства поведения, невротические расстройства, органические и психические расстройства, синдром раннего детского аутизма, шизофрения, легкая и умеренная умственная отсталость. Врач-психиатр совместно со специалистами отделения разрабатывают индивидуальную программу каждому ребенку и реализуют ее в условиях отделения. Детям и подросткам помимо лечебно-диагностической помощи предлагается курс занятий с логопедом, психологом, дефектологом, занятия лечебной физкультурой, изобразительным и музыкальным творчеством.
Предоставляется уникальная возможность творческих занятий в мини-группах по 2-4 человека, что очень важно не просто для развития фантазии, воображения, мелкой моторики, но и прежде всего для самораскрытия ребенка, повышения его самооценки, чувства уверенности в себе. Пришедшие с ребенком родители, бабушки, дедушки имеют возможность обращения к врачу, к специалисту любому, с любыми своими вопросами, в то время, пока ребенок находится на занятиях.
Доказано, что чем раньше начинается целенаправленная работа с ребенком, тем более полным и эффективным могут оказаться коррекция и компенсация нарушений, а в некоторых случаях возможно и предупреждение вторичных отклонений развития. На начальных этапах особое внимание уделяется диагностической работе, позволяющей оценить степень адаптации и выявить наиболее слабые и сильные стороны ребенка. Последующая работа ведется по специально сконструированной индивидуальной коррекционно-развивающей программе с учетом закрепления ее родителями в домашних условиях. Средний цикл занятий для детей и подростков обычно рассчитан на 2 месяца. За это время, конечно, невозможно коренным образом изменить ситуацию в семье или уровень возможностей ребенка. Однако можно задать правильный вектор для родителей.
Родители должны четко понимать, что есть та составляющая, которую мы изменить не в силах, это та вещь, которая, это тот пласт особенностей, который с ними пойдет по жизни. Нужно адаптировать этого ребенка к его же особенностям, адаптироваться самому к его особенностям и понимать, что какой-то кусочек в нем мы можем поменять аккуратно, не вторгаясь слишком глубоко, просто аккуратно что-то видоизменить. Но в целом и в общем личность, особенно когда к нам приходят уже с детьми 10-12-летними, она во многом уже сложившаяся, просто нужно ее немножко вписать в какие-то рамки, в какие-то правила, в какие-то понятия общечеловеческие. Но прежде всего принимать ребенка со всеми его прелестями, оценивать всегда конкретный поступок, но не ребенка.
В отделении проводятся занятия логаритмикой. С детьми работает логопед с музыкальным образованием и психолог. В группе обычно 6-8 детей. Занятия логаритмикой стимулируют развитие пассивной и активной речи ребенка, поскольку он имеет хорошую возможность подражать звукам, слогам, словам, которые произносит взрослый. Логаритмические упражнения способствуют развитию темпа и ритма речевого дыхания, развитию артикуляционной моторики, укреплению мимической мускулатуры, формированию фонематической системы языка, развитию темпоритмических и мелодико-интонационных характеристик речи, развитие умения сочетать движения и речь, координировать их, подчинять единому ритму, оказывает благоприятное воздействие и на формирование пространственных представлений. В целях развития творческих способностей маленьких пациентов в мастерской ведутся гончарные работы. Давно известно о положительном влиянии лепки из глины на эмоциональное состояние. Завораживающее движение круга надолго удерживает детей за столом, развивая усидчивость, внимание и моторику. В отделении проводятся занятия на системе мультисенсорного развития ОМИ-ВИСТА. Занятия с каждым ребенком строятся по индивидуальному плану. Оборудование используется при работе с детьми, страдающими аутизмом, задержкой психического развития, умственной отсталостью. Также ОМИ-ВИСТА эффективно при работе с расстройствами настроения, эмоциональными и поведенческими расстройствами. С началом применения мультисенсорной системы ОМИ-ВИСТА в условиях данного отделения с апреля 2013 года наибольшая положительная динамика выявлена у детей, страдающих ранним детским аутизмом и задержкой психического развития. Всего с момента установки ОМИ-ВИСТА система была использована в ходе не менее 2000 занятий. Новая система позволяет расширить инструментальный спектр в работе медицинского психолога, повышая ее качество и результативность. В отделении активно применяется нейромоторная коррекция. Она представляет собой систему специальных упражнений, которые направлены на формирование и развитие речи, памяти, внимания. Цель программы – научить мозг правильно обрабатывать информацию, полученную от органов чувств. Данная программа рекомендуется детям с синдромом дефицита внимания и гиперактивностью, нарушениями аутистического спектра и проблемами с овладением школьными навыками. В основу тренировок положены упражнения на балансировочной доске, а также нейрокоррекционные и дополнительные общие вестибулярные упражнения на фитболе, батуте, гимнастической скамье. Нейромоторная коррекция является прекрасным дополнением к коррекционным занятиям с другими специалистами, такими как психолог, логопед, дефектолог, повышая их эффективность. Еще одна методика, которая используется в реабилитационной программе, это кинезиотейпирование. Тейпы производятся из высококачественного хлопка, который эластичен и по своим свойствам приближен к человеческой коже.
За счет того, что эта лента эластичная, соответственно, как бы наклеивая ее на кожу, она двигается вместе с кожей. В нашем случае, в нашем отделении, мы используем кинезиотейпирование с целью улучшения микроциркуляции лимфы и кровообращения в зоне, в воротниковой зоне, и наклеиваем мы эту ленту, да, определенным способом на воротниковую зону. Еще мы в нашем отделении используем наклеивание ленты для нейромоторной коррекции, для стабилизации поясничного отдела. Мы накладываем на поясничный отдел эту ленту. Значит, и в занятиях с логопедом мы тоже используем это обклеивание для улучшения работы артикуляционного аппарата, для стимуляции мимической мускулатуры. Кроме того, наклеенный на кожу тейп, он активизирует многочисленные рецепторы, находящиеся в слоях кожи. А, соответственно, мы подаем импульсы к головному мозгу, а, соответственно, мы стимулируем и работу головного мозга.
В ходе своей работы специалисты детского медико-реабилитационного отделения стремятся прежде всего помочь родителям принять имеющийся на сегодняшний день уровень ресурса ребенка, задать нужный вектор в лечебной и психолого-педагогической работе, настроить на совместное решение маленьких задач на пути к главной цели – достижение максимально возможного для данного конкретного ребенка уровня социальной адаптации.
Занимается основанием основы. Давай. Очень аккуратненько. Ниточка к ниточке. Не торопись. Молодец. Так. Вот она. 8. И ниточка пошла в обратную сторону. Вот так мы наматываем основу. Готовим основу для ткацкого станка. Для изготовления кукол нужна чистая белая шерсть. Как у тебя дела? Да. Хорошо? Справляешься? Это я. Да, время-то идет, конечно. Ну, покажи, как ты работаешь. Молодец. И что? Ты добавляешь шерсть? Ну-ка, покажи. Ну, покажи. Как ты, сколько добавляешь? Вот так понемножку добавляешь, да? Молодец. Ну, здорово у тебя получается. Шерсть расчесанная, да? Ай, довольный. Наверное, еще надо добавлять? Данила? Да? Еще-то надо добавлять? Да. И сколько ты добавляешь? Вот так маленькими кусочками добавляешь. Молодец. Тогда шерсть получается очень хорошо расчесанной, да? Да. Так. Подожди. Еще рано. Ну, давай, работай. А то для кукол нам надо много шерсти. Ладно, спасибо. Не буду тебе мешать. Работай давай. Пошла. Вот. Ну, давай.
Представьте, что окружающий мир – это хаос вещей, людей и событий, и вы не знаете, чего ожидать. Вот так некоторые дети воспринимают реальность. Им очень непросто, но надо научиться жить в этом мире. В Сургуте мы создали 2 центра, где помогаем детям при нарушениях речи, поведения и обучения. В Центре инклюзивного образования и социальной адаптации «Счастье» есть группы социальной адаптации для школьников с ограниченными возможностями здоровья. Здесь ребята стараются стать более самостоятельными и общительными. К примеру, ребенка спрашивают:
Никит, куда ты ходишь?
А счастье – это научиться улыбаться, дружить, перестать бояться громкой музыки, пробовать новую еду, учиться новому, ходить в обычную школу, в магазин, в кино. А в 2014 году мы открыли Центр педагогической коррекции «Логаритм» для детей от 1,5 до 18 лет. Здесь мы помогаем детям запустить речь, проводим комплексную реабилитацию, развивающие занятия. Мы работаем с самыми сложными ребятишками, у которых такие заболевания, как синдром Дауна, синдром Ретта, Мартина Белла, Аспергера, задержка психического развития, аутизм. Специалисты центра используют уникальные методики – томатист, fast forward, in time и многое другое. Нам очень важно понять природу каждого малыша и подобрать к нему ключик. За 3 года работы логаритмом мы приблизили к норме не 100 детей. Они ходят в обычные школы и практически не отличаются от своих сверстников. Для нас это большая победа. Каждый ребенок должен быть уверен, что его любят любым. Любите своих детей такими, какие они есть. Приходите к нам, мы будем вам очень полезны.
Для меня главное в проекте «Тренировочная квартира» заключается в том, что мой сын Гонсалес Александр впервые в жизни оторвался от дома, от семьи и прожил почти 4 месяца на своей собственной самостоятельной жизнью, чего у него никогда раньше не было.
В проекте «Тренировочная квартира» только потому, что хотел жить самостоятельно, наверное, познакомиться с другими людьми, вот, и немного научился жить самостоятельно.
Сейчас мы расскажем про проект ТК. То есть не про сам проект, а про то, как мы в нем участвовали. Конечно, мы очень надеялись на то, что Вова наш станет очень аккуратным, что он научится убираться, пылесосить, следить за чистотой. И, говорят, он неплохо научился. Но дома он почему-то этого не делает. А еще мы знали, что Вова очень хочет научиться готовить. И он готовил на тренировочной квартире и себе, и своему другу. И тоже мы надеялись, что он это будет делать дома. Но дома он это делает очень редко. Но зато произошло то, на что мы даже не надеялись. Вова стал отлично чувствовать время. Раньше это было его самое слабое место. Он очень плохо чувствовал время.
Я хорошо готовлю, убираюсь, мою посуду и стираю одежду. Я хочу жить самостоятельно. Мне эта способность пригодится на будущем, чтобы я жил самостоятельно, без мам. Ну, возможно.
Сын Максим в феврале месяце, всего 1 месяц, был на тренировочной квартире, из-за заряда бодрости, драйва, желания жить, желания дружить и общаться, вот откуда ни возьмись, просто хватило на полгода.
Для меня это значила какая-то попытка проявить самостоятельность и попробовать себя в реальной жизни, узнать, насколько я готов ко всему этому.
Мне очень понравилось жить отдельно в квартире, самостоятельно. Я научился готовить, научился, плохо или хорошо, убирать места общего пользования, научился мыть полы, научился многому чему. Очень много чего узнал интересного, проживая один, вообще о квартирах.
Для меня самое главное – это то, что, живя на тренировочной квартире, он не обращается ко мне 100 раз на один с вопросом, что мне делать, а ищет ответы на этот вопрос с чьей-то еще помощью. Очень хочется надеяться, что и сам находит ответы.
We're live.
Okay, thank you. This is Dr. Darlene Namath, and I will be making the first presentation. And I'm here with my colleague, Olesia Palomar. She's one of my clinical and research assistants at the Neuropsychology Center of Louisiana. And to my great delight, she's fluent in Russian. So if you have any questions in Russian that you need to address, please feel free to. I am going to be making the first presentation on executive functions defined and understanding hot and cold executive functions. After that, we will have an early intervention presentation by Professor Anuate and a third presentation by Professor Solovia. And then the last presentation will be by Olesia Palomar. I'm asking everyone to maintain strict time guidelines because we all want to be respectful of our colleagues. And so in that regard, each person will have 15 minutes to present. And at the end of the presentations, we will have a discussion section, a discussion opportunity for about 15 minutes. And so I'll start with executive functions defined. Let's go back to the first slide. There we are. Okay, first slide. I like this wonderful definition by Brandstetter. All of the cognitive skills needed to regulate your thinking, feeling, and behavior, often to reach a goal. So that includes planning, prioritizing, reflecting. You have to be flexible, you have to be organized, and you have to be goal directed. It involves working memory, attention, and processing speed. And these are very important skills which are often adrift in our children. Children must develop these skills. These skills do not come with the child. They have to be developed. Next slide. Okay, so I wanted you to take a look at a few of the American definitions of executive functions. The first by Johnstone and colleagues, the ability to plan, organize, and reason. The next one by Solberg and Mateer, the cognitive abilities involved in the initiation, planning, sequencing, organization, and regulation of behavior. And then my good friend Muriel Lezak and her colleagues, executive functions consist of those capacities that enable a person to successfully be independent and be purposeful and self-directed and self-serving in their behavior. And so those are three definitions that are beyond the one that I told you earlier, although my favorite is the earlier one. Next slide, please. Good. So we want to take a look at executive functions Russian style. And we have, of course, our dear mentors, Vygotsky and Luria. And I love Vygotsky's theories about putting executive functions into classroom practice, and that you have to take a look at the social, historical, cultural parts. You have to look at how the child interacts with others, the zone of professional proximal development, that has to be a part of it, and thought and language. You have to combine all of these in a dynamic way in order to help the child grow and develop. And as Luria put it, the ability to evaluate a problem, plan a response, carry out a plan, and assess the adequacy of the response within the context of the ongoing environment. And that's very, very important, within context. Next slide, please. Here we take a look, American style, at the three main ways of assessing executive functions. The Halstead category test, which in the previous section, Dr. Mac Horton talked about, was developed by Ward Halstead in 1947, right after World War II. And then Rayton and Davison persisted. And it was to evaluate the person's ability in abstract and concept formation. And to this day, I still use the Halstead category test. The Dallas Kaplan Executive Function System, it was published in 2001. I find that to be very complicated and really doesn't give me the information that I need. And the Wisconsin card sorting test, everybody is quite big on that test. It assesses the ability to form abstract concepts, to shift and maintain sets, and to utilize feedback. But it has all these little cards, and people get confused. And so I seldom use that, but I do have both of those two tests in my lab. Next. Okay, what we want to do in terms of Russian style of measuring executive functions, as you all know, are the 7 processes that are involved: voluntarily regulation of activity, serial organization, kinesthetic information, auditory information, visual spatial information, and neurodynamics. Basically, you want to look at the whole of executive functions, not parts. Next. Okay, and then we take a look at Lurie's 3 functional units, which you all know very well. The first unit to regulate, the second unit to receive, and the third unit to promote. All of these functional units are essential in developing executive functions. And as a neuropsychologist, I look at A, that basically is below the cortex, and then B, in the latter part of the cortex, and then C, in the frontal lobes. Next. And then we talked earlier in the presentation this morning, emotional versus logical components. And what happens oftentimes, especially now with all of these political situations, is people are behaving with hot executive functions. They're not really thinking rationally. And so they make decisions without having everything being totally understood. The one that we cited this morning was a tendency to ready, fire, aim, rather than ready, aim, fire. Cold executive functions help us to do the latter, but in reality, you need to combine both in order to get the best executive function decision. Next. Now we look at hot and cold executive functions, the EQ versus the IQ. And if we think of it, the line between these hot and cold executive functions is blurred because really they have to be integrated. When they are separated, one acts on one thing rather than the other thing, you do not get very, very good response. Now, it's very important to teach logical thinking versus hot and cold executive functions separately. And in our Build a Brain program that we talked about earlier this morning, this is what we do. We teach children to learn to think logically so that they can develop plans and reach their goals. For children learning to problem solve, they must be able to ask themselves the following questions. Number 1, what is the problem? Number 2, how can I solve it? Number 3, am I using an effective plan? Number 4, was my plan successful? And number 5, which oftentimes is not considered, did my feelings help or hinder my success? You see, you have to have an integration of 1 through 5, not 1 through 4. Next. So what is the role of emotional functioning? As we know, it's very, very important. I saw a young man this past week who was so very good at cognitive functions, but he had no idea of how he was feeling. And so you have to have both. Healthy emotional behavioral regulations promote good decision making, okay? And it's really important that both be integrated. And of course, if you've ever seen the movie that we suggest on the right, that was really wonderful, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Come with me and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. And of course, that's the world of play. And we know from researchers and interventionists like Vygotsky that the play is the key to developing executive functions in children. It's the basic form of learning before children enter real school. Through imagination and initiation and discovery, children enter the wonderful world of make-believe. And then they go on to school where they can add to that through recess and sports and music and art, and at home, games and interactions and building experiences. And now with COVID, school has been interrupted a little bit, and so more emphasis has to be on what is done at home. Next slide. So we take a look at IQ versus EQ, the cognitive versus the emotional intelligence. And Cheka and colleagues say the fluid intelligence refers to the capacity to solve and think logically about novel problem solving. And emotional intelligence is really important because it enhances, not detracts from, the ability to learn and solve problems. It is conceptualized as a conglomeration of mental abilities and personality traits such as optimism, motivation, and stress tolerance. So we like the ability model, and that is fourfold: to perceive, to generate, to understand, and to regulate. So basically, we take a look at how does that work in the brain? Well, we have updating, shifting, and inhibiting. And this is from the research of Benedek and colleagues, and it's really, really good to make sure that you can do these things and that children must learn this. I find especially problematic is that children in school have difficulty shifting from one task to another. Many children want to finish a task before they start another task, and frequently in school, as in life, that is not possible. Next. So we have to use ways to assess executive functions. And here in the United States, we have a wonderful test, the Behavior Rating Inventory of Executive Functions, or the BRIEF. I like it because it has questionnaires for both the parents and teachers, and it gives us a behavioral rating index, an emotional regulation index, and a cognitive index. And so when these two, parents and teachers, forms agree, then we know where precisely to start targeting the problem. Frequently, it's a working memory problem, or an inhibiting problem, or a shifting problem. And so when we know what the parents and teachers see as the problem, and when we take a look at it for ourselves, we can come up with very successful interventions. Next. Okay, then let's take a look at executive dysfunction, because most of the children I see are in this category. It's not uncommon that they might have had a traumatic brain injury, and so it is hard for them to keep things straight. And it's really important, as Chavez Arana said, that parenting and the dysregulation profile predicts executive dysfunction in children. And children with poor self-regulation are usually behind. So one of the things we have to teach through intervention, not medication, is these children must learn to regulate themselves. And then, of course, we can't leave out anxiety and depression, because many of the children I see have these strong emotions. Now, we all remember from school the JND, just noticeable difference, part of a nice little triangle. And that is, it's good to have some anxiety, but it's bad to have too much. And you have to take a look at where that change occurs, because if a child is not a little bit anxious, they won't study for a test. But if they're too anxious, they can't perform well on the test. And then we have to take a look at two different types of anxiety, state or trait. State is what's going on in the external event that causes them to have a problem, like, oh my goodness, I have a test tomorrow. Trait is a deficiency in the ability to control that anxiety. And so again, both have to be understood. We like to evaluate both so we understand the inverted U model more effectively. Also, some children come in with depression. Oftentimes, that depression is because of a mood disorder which runs in their family. And that has to be addressed. Or it could be cognitive dysfunction from a variety of situations. They could have had a head trauma or a birth trauma or some other form of cognitive dysfunction. The younger the age and the more severe the circumstances, the greater the effect on cognition. Also, depression can impede educational attainment, occupational attainment, and interpersonal functioning. So consequently, we must treat the depression or the anxiety if it's clear that the child has either one or both. And so, in general, we must utilize our parents successfully to help the child. Okay, next. And in conclusion, you know that I had the great pleasure of working with Dr. Glausman on our book, Evaluating and Treating Neuropsychologically Impaired Children. And as Janice says, building brain functions is not rehabilitation, it's creation. We've got to create good executive functions. We've got to have our children learn to understand their thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, to use both IQ and EQ to teach the ability model, and when possible, to do so through play. Thank you very much. And now we're going to go on to our next presentation. And our next presentation is Early Intervention, Understanding Clinical Applications. And then this is by Professors Anuate. Oh, you're going to do and the other one. So basically, if you would start, and I will be timing you, and you have 15 minutes.
Hello, everybody. It's my honor and pleasure to be here participating of this Congress. It was an enormous pleasure also to write the chapter of this book. And today, Edna, my supervisor and co-author, and I will talk about early intervention, understanding clinical applications post-Luria and Rayton. Alexander Luria and Ralph Rayton are icons of neuropsychology recognized worldwide. Both were concerned with the evaluation of brain lesions and/or impairments, as well as developmental neuropsychology. Both were scientists who left a legacy to the world in terms of the extension of their work and their discoveries, as well as the number of followers who use their evaluation batteries and concepts to build new forms of clinical applications. Luria focused mainly on a qualitative evaluation and Rayton more on a quantitative evaluation. Both were interested in explaining how the brain works and on forms of evaluating to help identify the compromise to rehabilitate based on more precise data. When researching children, both Luria and Rayton studied the early years of childhood, comparing and contrasting disabled, brain damaged, and typical groups, but not much more in the early years. Considering all this background in neuropsychology, early intervention, in my point of view, starts before the child has even been conceived. The preparation involves a life change, organization, and planning to include this new being inside the womb of a family. Internal, including body, both physical and psychological preparation, plus external, including housing, economic, and time preparation have to be done. These are some important orientations to be given to couples who wish to become parents, and they include avoid using alcohol, drugs, cigarettes, live an organized life, do physical activity, and others including have a good relationship with a partner, hear nice music that encourage happy and calm feelings. And all of these have to be informated to the population through the public health unit. Early intervention during pregnancy includes group orientation activities, which can be provided by medical assistant professionals with the intention to promote and stimulate these bonds. Weekly meetings can be an opportunity for pregnant couples to meet and exchange ideas, doubts, and wishes. In these meetings, it would be good to emphasize the importance of the relation with the body, such as talking to the baby, tenderly passing the hand on the belly, and other bond development activities. Another nice intervention activity to suggest is to cut out a cardboard paper with a drawing that the couple likes, for example, a flower, a heart, or any other symbol. In a dark room, tenderly pass a flashlight around the picture drawn while talking or singing tenderly to the baby. Another intervention and relaxing activity to do during pregnancy is to put close to the belly a speaker or a headphone with a style of music that the couple likes and that makes them feel calm, arousing a loving and tender feeling. Other prenatal orientations which are related to bonding activities include using Shantala techniques, massage, singing, dancing, and talking to the baby to promote relational bonds among parents and the baby as soon as he is born. Orientations also should be given to the parents at the last trimester of the pregnancy to prepare them to be attentive parents. For example, pay attention to the baby's initiatives and respond to them by showing that you are present in that dynamic relation. Look the baby in the eyes, talk to him, touch him while you're changing diapers, breastfeeding. Use all the baby's senses. And also when the baby makes a gesture, make the gesture back to show that you are following him, paying attention to him. If he makes a sound, repeat the sound back to the baby. Name this sound, communicating in a sensitive way to your baby. The preparation for delivery is also very important because it works towards the feeling of safety and well-being of the mother. When the mother feels safe and cherished, as well as closely followed by a trustful doctor, she will become a better and entire human being to be in relation with the baby. To clinically apply intervention, it is important to pay attention and promote the development of all the areas fundamental to the development of the baby. And we could use a scale to perceive in this following up. The scale that I like is the Schedule of Growing Skills 2. It is a 10 detailed spheres scale that serves as a development orientation. All the spheres follow ontogenetical milestones and aim at healthy development of the baby. I will present all the spheres and all the orientations about them to enhance each sphere, but because of time limit, I will only mention one or two of each. If you wish, please take pictures of the slides so you can have all the suggestions after in each sphere. And also they are all in the chapter of the book. So passive postural control. For example, the caregiver should use his own body to give support for the baby, to help him to keep his head and back straight, and others. Active postural control. The caregiver should give support for the child to rise to the sitting position and stay seated. The caregiver should slide the baby on ramps and others. Locomotor. The caregiver should put a toy out of the baby's reach and ask him to crawl or walk in his direction to get it. The caregiver should give support to the child for him to walk around, and others. Manipulative. The caregiver should put rattles on the wrist of the baby so he is motivated to look at his hands and play with them, and others. Visual. The caregiver should pass a toy in front of the baby's eyes from one side to the other so that he can look and follow the toy. The caregiver should point to objects and name them, stimulating joint attention. And others. Auditory and language. The caregiver should name objects and the world to the child. The caregiver should talk and sing to the child. And others. Speech and language. The caregiver should emit a sound in return to what the baby has as an initiative, establishing a dialogue with him and others. Social interaction. The caregiver should smile to the baby and caress him. The caregiver should show him how to caress one another and others. Personal autonomy. The caregiver should, when giving the bottle to the baby, stimulate him to hold the bottle and afterwards do the same with the cup and others. Cognitive, the last one. The caregiver should pick up an object or bring a hand to the ear and say, hello, pretending it is a telephone, and others. Cozzolino states that during the first year of attachment, relationships and emotional regulations are developed. We understand that maternal care increases brain growth and function. Fonseca mentions that a baby is a social human being, and the attachment is the first step to learning and development. Luria agrees and considers that the experiences lived by the child from 0 to 3 years old have a potential force in brain development. In this way, Busnell points out that studies show that baby prefers the mother talk to him in a higher frequency pitch with stronger modulation and slow speech than when a human voice is addressed by another adult. The baby prefers the tone of voice that expresses happiness, like this, with a higher pitch, and expressing happiness. When you talk with a smile on your face, you are already expressing this happiness. Vygotsky states that man constitutes himself within social relations. Relations will constitute this person as a human being who will internalize the world as it is presented to him, transforming objectivity, the external world, into subjectivity, the internal world. Soloviev and Rojas mentioned that Vygotsky considers that affection is the basis of all the psychological development of the child. The existence of a positive emotional life from birth is considered to be an important step in child development because affection and intellect do not exist in separate ways, as Dr. Nemeth said. The formation of higher mental function improves school's performance as it develops not only affective but also communicative abilities that are fundamental for school readiness and preparation for learning. In this way, it is fundamental to create a physical, ecological, and cultural environment, an environment that has space to experience interpersonal relationships that promote resources and/or conditions for an effective and affective contact that enables child development. We believe that this environment must be reliable, supportive, and facilitating, providing growth, as well as cognitive and personal maturity to the baby. Now I will talk about how to enhance child development according to Luria's functional system. Let us talk first about the first functional unit, the activation unit. Several psychomotor exercises can be done to provide brain activation, such as Simon Says, head, shoulder, knees, and toes. These exercises will recruit attention, activate the brain, and provide a good feel of concentration. Some attention games can be used, fast games such as these ones over here. The second functional unit responsible for reception, storage, and analysis of information. Repetition is important for the storage of information, as well as using all senses, providing more opportunities for learning to occur. Regarding auditory stimuli, it is interesting to work with musical instruments, for example. Concerning visual stimuli, it is interesting to use picture books, flashcard, colorful toys. Regarding tactile stimuli, several different materials can be used, such as sand, flour, rice, beans, paint, and also to put several objects into a small black bag, and the person will need to identify the objects without seeing them. The third functional unit is responsible for programming, regulating, organizing, planning, anticipation of actions, problem solving, correction of errors, and postponement of impulses. As Dr. Nemeth says, it is the core of the executive functions. These are some advised games that work the executive functions and abilities such as planning, purposeful action, inhibition, alternation, operational memory, include these games as a whole. Luria affirms that the brain works as in a concert. All the three units work together to form the functional system. One unit helps the other in an interdependent way. Nevertheless, these activities should be developed with a purpose, with an intention, so that they become meaningful. Leontiev explains that all activities proposed should have meaning to the person who are executing them. They should be driven to a specific objective already foreseen by them. Although neither Luria nor Rayton were able to deepen their studies about intervention in early childhood development, both were aware of the need of standards regarding both evaluation and developmental milestones, as well as human interaction that enhances the development itself. The brain develops better within a stable environment of support and low levels of stress. Safe relations are the key to healthy development of the brain, as well as emotional regulation that encourages learning and adaptation to reality. It is very important to produce a cozy and welcoming environment so that the child can establish significant relations to consolidate himself as an autonomous and capable human being who can build significant life experiences. These are my references.
Thank you very much
for the opportunity.
That was a wonderful presentation. I really appreciate it. And Jana organized these, and it was so good to follow mine. It just was perfect. Carla, you are so wonderful, and your chapter is wonderful. And now we get a chance to speak to Professor Solovieva and Organization of Lifestyle and Connections. So Professor, if you would begin.
Dear friends and colleagues, I'm here with you here in the city of Puebla, in the center of Mexico. So if you please allow me to share, to show my presentation, is it possible to do it?
Okay.
Yes, I'm sharing it.
Do you need some help with presentation?
No, my presentation is right here. Can you see it? Can you see it right now?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So please help me also with my time.
Yes, you have 15 minutes.
Yeah, I know. Let me know. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So my topic today to share with you is organization of lifestyle and correction of children with autism as a way for strengthening of mental health. As we speak about the topic of organization and correction, we need a clear theoretical and methodological background to do it. This background, this platform for us is child neuropsychology, which science studies relation, as all of us know, which exists between psychological processes and their functional representation in brain. This science offers a specific approach for solving the problem of mental health of children with developmental difficulties. But I would like to remind to you that the topic of relation between psychological processes and its representation in brain is very difficult problem and probably is not perfectly solved today. The big problem is the concept of autism. We think this is very difficult, and we should work all together to solve this problem better. So what is autism or autistic spectrum, as it says now in American Psychiatric Association? Is it an illness? Is it kind of specific behavior? Is it complex combination of different symptoms? Is it a neuropsychological syndrome really, or it is not? We think it is much clear as an umbrella term which covers very, very different difficulties and individual features. But still, we have to deal with this topic, and we have to propose how organize correction and life of these children. We use in our work and research in Mexico as followers of cultural historical conception of development. We use principles of neuropsychological correction according to this approach. In this case, the principles are as follows: development of weak functional elements on the basis of strong functional elements, consideration of guiding activity of the child, gradual interiorization of actions which includes weak functional brain mechanisms, and of course the zone of the proximate development. The big problem is that in majority of cases, no such assessment is provided. For example, in Mexico, but I believe that also in the United States of America and also in Brazil and in many, many different countries. So this kind of correction in the organization of life might be organized only on the basis of profound qualitative assessment. As we understand, this assessment should be based on approach of Vygotsky and Luria. So we shouldn't be happy with separate description of abilities, separate description of functions, or indication of different spheres of child's life. But we should look for real mechanism, functional mechanism of brain, looking to 3 units proposed by Luria as fundamental conception. So I don't have so much time, but we proposed specific assessment of development in young preschool children in Spanish, which we use with our colleagues in different private and public institutions in Mexico in order to organize a profound qualitative assessment of difficulties. But together with this neuropsychological assessment of difficulties, it is very important to remember about basis of psychological approach for a neuropsychological correction. In this case, we think it is necessary to include determination of guiding activity of the child's psychological age. Should we use playing or learning activity, initial stage or advanced stage of these guiding activities, determination of the level of accessible actions of the child, determination of actions which might lead to the zone of proximate development of the child. I propose the term sooner or later. Organization and modification of the whole situation of development, including important changes in the content of guiding activity of psychological age. Gradual involvement of adults, parents, I'm very sorry, okay, parents, into the understanding of the necessity of positive communication and changes in the organization of the child's activity. We think that some qualitative indicators in psychological assessment, which are very common in cases of autism in childhood, but we should be very aware of different variants of autism, of these manifestations. And we think that till now, we don't have specific clinical proper terms to appreciate these variants. But generally, we're talking of absence of verbal communication of the child with adults and children, absence of any kind of symbolic non-verbal communication of the child with the adults and children, absence of practical actions with the objects, absence of usage of objects and toys with playing games. Such indicators can be discovered starting from 3 years old and later, at any age later. I would like to show very quickly case study. Initial assessment was provided at 5 years old. The girl was pupil of the 2nd grade of preschool private institution with proper psychomotor development, absence of oral speech, I'm very sorry, complete absence of oral speech, complete absence, attentional disorders, previous diagnostic of autism and Asperger by different psychiatrists in our city. The girl was assessed by us, and stages for the program of correction were proposed based on gradual introduction of practical actions with concrete objects and toys directed to the goals established by an adult. I would like to stress that no actions at all were existent in this girl. Introduction of simple substitution of one object by another within concrete actions and play with toys. Introduction of material and materialized symbolic means into the content of the plays and games. Work with preparation to school, including voluntary activity, graphic actions, and understanding of fairy tales. Work with special methods for introduction of reading and writing as a specific original method. Work with understanding and production of texts. So I would like to show you this precious drawing produced by the girl after 2 years of preparation for school learning, because the girl was not prepared at all. Afterwards, stages, we continued to work with the girl, stages of the program of learning process. Inclusion of the girl into the group of preschool children in order to take part in activity of topic plays with social roles. Participation in specific methods for introduction of reading, writing, math, formation of concepts, groups in groups of children, starting with the 1st grade of primary school up to 6th grade of primary school. Participation in groups for sports, music, English language, table games, with roles 5 days per week during 6 years. I would like to show you the exposition, the text written by the girl when she was starting at our school, at our original experimental school in the city of Puebla. I would like also to share with you that different specialists now don't see autism at all. They just they assess the girl according to traditional methods, and they see no difficulties at all. The first prognostic was absence of language and absence of development for the whole life of this girl. This is the letter to grandmother expressing the love of the girl to the mother in Spanish, to Grandy in Spanish language. Also, we worked a lot with the family. We prepared specific program for organization of lifestyle. Inclusion of the girl into fulfillment of actions directed to clear objective goals together with meaningful explanation by parents. Changing of the diet of the girl by gradual inclusion of all kinds of food, because she was not able to eat different kinds of food, firstly. Constant eating outdoors in family and with friends. Organization of walks and outdoor activities every week in company with other adults and children. Organization of trips and excursions to other towns and even other countries, which was accessible for the family. Program of organization of lifestyle, invitation of other children, close friends from school, and complementary classes to home, frequent visits to other children's homes, selection of friends, diversity of accessible kinds of outdoor activities with different participants, sports, walks, dancing, movies, positive attitude to different cultural activities and to girls' participation in them. Firstly, the parents refused all kinds of friends, all kinds of activities, anything. But now all these activities are very important to the whole family. Pleasant general attitude and communication in family with friends. My conclusion is the question to all of you and maybe to other specialists also in other countries. Do we properly understand the concept of health of mind according to traditional representation of developmental disorders, as autism, as one example? Is the diagnosis of autism a useful term for overcoming the difficulties? We think it is not useful at all, because autism is great confusion, great theoretical and methodological confusion. It is not a diagnosis, it is an umbrella. We invite the specialists and the parents of children with developmental disorder to reconsider the whole social situation of development and the rector or guiding activity of their children according to the concept of the zone of proximate development according to Vygotsky. And also I would like to stress that the girl really had brain dysfunctions starting with her birth. We don't know why, but in many occasions EEG procedure was applied to the girl, and the girl really had pathological functioning of subcortical level of frontal right hemisphere. And in all different EEG studies, this dysfunction appeared. Different features of positive maturation also were observed on the EEG of this girl. We presented this study in different publications. So we believe that really difficult brain functional difficulties can be overcome, not with medication, because no kind of medication were used. Psychiatrists wanted for sure to start with different kinds of medications, and I'm very happy to hear my colleagues here today who were very critical for medication in Russian Federation, in United States, also in Mexico. But the general opinion is only medication, This is a general opinion of medicians, of teachers, and of psychologists. Majority of psychologists and neuropsychologists in Mexico are only look for medication. So the great question is, why to spend time with neuropsychological assessment if we don't use this assessment at all? What for do we want this profound and qualitative or quantitative, any kind of assessment, if we just will give medication? And I also want to ask, what kind of medication for autism? Will we prefer inhibitory effects of medication or excitatory effect of medication, or anticonvulsional or anti-inflammatory medication? Which medication? We know that medication can solve some kind of basic physiological processes, but medication will never solve problems with learning and development. So thank you very much for your attention. I think I can stop at this point and we can continue our discussion later. Thank you very much.
Sure. Julia, that was wonderful, and I totally agree with you. And in our discussion section, I will give a case example exactly of what you're talking about. So let's continue now with our fourth presenter, which is Olesia Palomar, and she will talk about neuropsychological evaluation of children with special medication problems.
Good afternoon. Okay. Do you hear me well? Hello? Everything is okay?
We can hear you well, thank you.
Oh, okay. All right, the topic of my presentation is the neuropsychological evaluation of children with complex medical concerns. You have already seen this chapter in the book, Helping Your Angry Child, that we mentioned in our previous presentations. And let me begin. So, comprehensive neuropsychological evaluations can provide invaluable information regarding children with complex medical conditions. And their utility extends beyond simply explaining a pattern of cognitive strength and weaknesses. Accurate identification of the referral issue is a critical component of the pediatric neuropsychological evaluation. Screening should not be substituted for meaningful assessments. While these screenings certainly have their place and can be useful when utilized properly, pediatric neuropsychologists must work to individualize their clinical processes, test batteries, and evaluation reports, and I will mention them shortly. Failing to do so inevitably results in one of two issues. So evaluation procedures and test batteries become unnecessary, very lengthy. That's the first issue. And screening procedures or shortened batteries are utilized. There are some pros and cons of these two issues. For instance, pros are like evaluations may be thorough and comprehensive, resulting in a number of recommendations, and cons are lengthy evaluations often result in very long wait times for patients, such as to be seen initially, complete tests and receive feedback, or receive the written report. Also, pros are that patients who do not need comprehensive evaluations can receive services faster, and evaluation time is significantly reduced, which benefits the patient and the neuropsychologist. And the cons are over-reliance on screening procedure or cookie cutter batteries can result in inaccurate or incomplete diagnosis, reports that are not useful, or an inadvertently longer wait time, such as if patients have to return to complete additional evaluation.
Slides are not advanced.
Oh, yes. Such as testing, parents form, record requests, etc. So consider that setting. Basically, that's the children's setting in our clinic, where Dr. Tracy, she was mentioned at the beginning of presentation, is seeing her little patients. Pediatric neuropsychologists are primarily housed within one of three settings, which will determine the type of evaluation that are conducted: outpatient, inpatient, and rehabilitation settings. Outpatient settings, this include, but are not limited to, hospital ambulatory care clinics, private practices, and schools. Evaluations conducted on the outpatient basis are more consumer focused and may result in more direct patient care. Disorders presented in the outpatient settings are less severe and more chronic than in inpatient settings. Inpatient settings, these include emergency departments and hospital units. They have a very fast turnaround time and may be limited to extraneous variables. And rehabilitation settings, these can include step-down programs, intensive outpatient programs, or other outpatient rehabilitation centers. Essential components of a neuropsychological evaluation. So these are very important. It starts with the initial clinical family interview, a records view, then follows up, evaluation procedures, the neuropsychological report, feedback, and follow-up re-evaluation. So the initial clinical family interview, like I said, it's very important. It's a face-to-face interview. These face-to-face interviews, they allow clarifications regarding missing or unclear information reported on forms. Records view. Whenever possible and when applicable, the following should be requested or elicited from parents, guardians, or directly from the source with a written authorization for release of protected health information, such as birth records, school records, previous medical treatment records, psychiatric, let's say, neuropsychological, psychological, and or other evaluations. Then evaluation procedures follow up, and the neuropsychological report. Through the feedback session, psychologists have an opportunity to meet patients with their families, again, to gather more information. And feedback. Feedback is important because if it is not given properly, the information can be misunderstood. And follow-up reevaluation. At times, a follow-up reevaluation usually recommended at 6 months or a year. These are the areas to be assessed: intellectual functioning, education, achievement, cognitive functioning, attentional functioning, adaptive behavioral development, autism, Asperger's, affective functioning, language, reading functioning, neuropsychological functioning, and executive functioning. Complex medical conditions. Complications associated with prematurity and or low birth weight, then pediatric cancer, and then acquired and or traumatic brain injuries. So these are often presented for neuropsychologists for evaluation. They are the 3 most important diagnostic categories that must be referred to a neuropsychologist for further understanding. For example, just this week, a child with a brain injury from birth, his parents were not told that he had a low Apgar score, and they thought he would be fine, but he's not. I mean, they were not told that Apgar score is important. And they thought he would be fine, but he's not, which was identified on a neuropsychological evaluation. Now he's treated in our clinic, but he's doing better each year. And these are the important assessment tools that I just mentioned. There are a lot of tests, and we usually use Wechsler Intelligence Scale for children, 5th edition integrated, Wechsler Abbreviated Scale of Intelligence, 2nd edition. These are kind of IQ tests. And Differential Ability Scale, 2nd edition, Stanford Binet Intelligence Scales, and Performance Validity Tests. They have traditionally not been used with pediatric populations. More recently, however, the use of this performance validity test with children and adolescents has gained increasing popularity and utility. Interdisciplinary care. The gold standard, which is the combination of psychiatric interview and examination, must consult and collaborate with other professionals and must view the child as a whole person, including developmental issues, medical issues, emotional issues, social issues, behavioral issues, and we heard that a lot during today's presentation. So, in conclusion, we talk a lot about resilience in our clinic, and we find it very important. We have researchers about it, and it is defined as the ability to be firmly grounded in today, to benefit from yesterday, and to imagine oneself in tomorrow. So parents and teachers, they must accept the child as is and build upon what is possible. They must be helping the child to reach his or her potential. It's a key. And recommendations should be realistic, but goal-directed. And facilitating the development of a new normal is the role of the neuropsychologist. Thank you for your attention.
Let's have a discussion section.
1 second, please.
So
We're going to have a discussion section.
Let's do discussion. Okay. How do I tell them that we're going to do a discussion section now? Okay. Okay. So if everybody has heard the presentations this morning, I thought they were absolutely wonderful. And I really appreciate Alessia's coming in, and she is with our clinic. She is has a bachelor's degree from Louisiana State University, but is originally from the Ukraine. So she speaks Russian fluently, Ukrainian, English, and German. And we are very pleased to help her on her role to becoming a clinical psychologist, which she will be applying for graduate school in the near future. But for now, and I see that Dr. Puente, oh no, it's not Dr. Puente. Okay, for now, what I would like for us to do is to have a discussion. I really appreciated, Julia, what you said about you trying to look past the diagnosis of autism, because recently we saw a young man who was diagnosed as autistic at age 3, and it never occurred to anyone that he might be having brain behavior dysfunction. And yet, as he's grown and developed, his main problem is brain behavior dysfunction, not necessarily the autism. At this point, he's just merely slightly has Asperger's, just slight bit. But if we continue to work on the brain behavior issues, that should kind of diminish considerably. And again, the issues from birth, because it was birth damage, really were never said very much to him. The family had no idea that there were birth issues. They just put him in an incubator. They just totally discounted the low APGAR score and said he'll be fine. And he wasn't fine. And so, Julia, you might want to say more about that.
Well, yes, I want to say many different things. I'm thinking how to put it briefly. In cases, okay, autism is a term. We question it is as a diagnosis category, because autism, as it states in psychiatric manuals, is just a sum of different symptoms, behavioral symptoms. Okay, what stays behind these behavioral systems? If we are followers of Vygotsky-Luria's conception, we have to analyze not external conductual symptoms. We have to look for the cause, the reason of the difficulties. These reasons must be quite different reasons. We agree, that's for sure. But it is possible to establish two essential levels of these symptoms, which can explain the symptoms as mechanisms. One level of mechanisms is the level of Luria's conception of neuropsychology, a wonderful background and just great possibility. Luria proposed, for example, 3 functional units. Which unit suffers? We never see, we never talk. We just, very frequently, we say executive functions. Okay, but which units are executive functions? It is not clear at all. Apparently, everything is included into executive functions, but Luria for sure proposed different conception. Executive functions is term proposed by Lezak, not by Luria. So this is just, I think we have to be clear and proper in our interpretations. Okay, so when we say all executive functions are altered, we never precise which and how, okay? And we never precise specific brain level or functioning, cortical, subcortical, cortical, subcortical connections. What happens? We never say. We just say probably executive functions suffer in attention deficit disorder, in autism, in any kind of difficulties. We always say executive functions. This is rather surprising matter. I think Luria will not approve such opinion. We saw different children with autism. Many times, sometimes in very few examples, we can find really amygdala circuit difficulties, but they are really few, very few of them. Okay, and these children are very close to schizophrenia in children, but there are very few cases, Other cases are sometimes subcortical frontal pathologies not found by neurologists, because neurologists will never know how to assess such difficulties, especially at 3, 4, 5 years old. He will never do nothing. He will just provide medication. Which kind of medication? Why medication? Medication will not be useful for such kinds of pathologies. So, from a neuropsychological point of view, we found variants of difficulties with regulation and control, some cases. Other cases, very severe cases who don't speak at all, and in which is very difficult to develop oral speech, but it's rather necessary. These cases are of motor sequential organization. Severe difficulties with this brain mechanism called by Luria as dynamic or motor sequential organization. Another type. So there are three kinds of these difficulties. Okay, one is amygdala pathology, very few cases. Another kind, frontal subcortical pathologies, and the third kind, motor organization pathologies. Of course, we can find it through profound professional neuropsychological qualitative assessment. If we do not do it, we will always say executive functions, or we will always say family problems or things like that. But in all cases, family problems exist. Vygotsky proposed to call it not family problems, but social situation of development. So social situation of development is very poor, not because the family is poor, but the situation of development is poor. They don't know what to do. You see? So the role of professional psychologist, child psychologist or child neuropsychologist is to provide assessment, explain, create the program for intervention, not medical intervention, because we're not medicians, we cannot, and of course advice, maybe advice, okay, and check very carefully the point why to give medication. All medications have drastic effect on development, psychological development of children. We know that this medication is not free of charge. Is not free of charge, and always they are very, very expensive for family, but effect is very negative. That's what I want. I don't know. I share with you this opinion. So I think that neuropsychologists should be against of autism as the word. We can use the word as feature of character or anything, but not as the diagnosis, not as functional diagnosis of developmental difficulties. If not, we only put the photos of Vygotsky and Luria as nice flowers, but what we never do is they proposed. That's my point.
Well, Julia, your point is very well taken. And I appreciate your saying that, because one of our last presenters, Alessia, pointed out that what do we do with these evaluations? Let's say we do these thorough evaluations. Where is the intervention? At least in the United States, frequently parents just want medicine. You know, throw medicine at the child and everything will be fine. And they're abdicating their responsibility to help the child develop appropriately. And at least what we do in our clinic is to work on the whole child and the development of that child. I am fortunate you don't have these laws in other countries, but I can, as a neuropsychologist, prescribe medication. And because I can do that, I frequently choose not to prescribe and say, you don't need medicine here, you need intervention. And so that's very, very important. And it goes back to some of the early ideas that Carla was talking about. So I'd like Carla to speak up and say how important it is for the role of parents as the child develops, before the child's ever born, and then the efforts that parents have to put in afterwards. At least in the United States, parents are not putting in enough effort. Go ahead, Carla.
Yes. Well, all this discussion is very interesting. And as I said, the preparation is so important, and it would be perfect if it started before conceiving a child. I mean, thinking about if your life is prepared to receive this child, and all your thoughts about what you have as time, as internal disposition to deal with this new member of the family. So all these preparations, in my point of view, should be done, but in a broader sense. I mean, that's why I said about public health. We should reach public health in all these countries. I mean, US, Brazil, Mexico, Russia. I think we should reach them and do more campaigns of orientations. When I worked for the public health of Brazil, I used to do this basic orientation. I have a pamphlet that was distributed to all the pregnant women of the city I worked in the principal maternity of the city, because orientation and preparation, and also that's not so simple, because you can intellectually understand what's written, but you don't have internal disposition to act. So the public health professionals might be able to do a follow-up with the families, which are at risk in some range, I don't know. And that's what we're trying to do here in Brazil. And I saw also actions done in Russia, in Ekaterinburg, for example, with siblings of autistic children, you know, so they already evaluate and intervene with the sibling since the sibling is a baby, since he was born, you know? So that's an action, that's a possible action. And I've seen some actions like that already here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. So this kind of orientation, prenatal, postnatal, and also evaluation very, very before early, and after intervention, without, you know, putting a stamp on their, you know, forehead with a diagnosis. As Julia said, the diagnosis doesn't mean much, or anything, because we should deal in zone of proximal development with every single person, every single case. So if it's an autistic child, or if it's schizophrenic child, whatever, we will always be seeing what is the potential that child has to develop it, stimulating, intervening, and working with that child at exactly that point. And the child will develop with an attentive eye look to her needs, you know, to be attentive and with internal disposition to intervene in her needs at the zone of proximal development of her needs, so that she could go beyond, she could advance in her rhythm, you know, and respect that and accept that. That's what I have to say.
Well, I appreciate that very much. And I loved your book. It was wonderful. I read it from cover to cover. Okay, I downloaded it. It was just great. I wish everybody had it. Please tell us the name of your book again. The one on prematurity.
It's not a book, it's the chapter, you said?
Yes.
Please. Early intervention.
Right.
Yeah. It's all
and the
about
reason,
understanding early intervention.
okay.
Yes.
The reason why I say that is because I have a grandson who really didn't speak until he was 3 years old. And the reason why was because he had a caregiver who all he had to do was point, and the caregiver went and did it. Okay, so when the family moved and that caregiver was no longer available, all of a sudden the child started speaking almost too much. So the point, I love this zone of proximal development concept, because we really have to take a look at where they're at versus where they should be and figure out a way of getting them there. So that is very important. And I thank you for your help, because, you know, you have to go to school almost to get a driver's license. Why shouldn't you have to go to parenting classes to have children? I don't understand that. Thank you very much, Carla. And we have a few other people in our audience. Professor, do you have some comments that you want to make? Professor Karpova? Is she there?
Я единственное могу сказать, что большое спасибо, потому
The
что
only thing I want to add is thanks a lot, because I see many common things, many common elements in our views, in our positions on comprehensive approaches on resolving psychological issues with psychological measures before introducing medications. And of course, we understand that without the participation of parents, it would not be possible to work with children. So when a speech therapist works alone in the room with a small child for 30 minutes, twice or thrice a week, what results could we expect when it's just like that, when at home they don't speak with the child in the manner that would be beneficial? In the same way, if the mother speaks very, very, very quickly, but the child is a slow speaker, then there will be speech issues, neurotic issues, for sure. And of course, we should see the temperament of the leading parent in the family. And if it doesn't correspond to the child's temperament, we will see issues as a result. And solving these issues, it's only possible in cooperation, in working jointly with the parents, not just teaching them, but hinting them at how to do this. And of course, do it with joy. Do it with joy and happiness only when the interaction is joyful for both us, children and parents, then they will come. They will run to you, even to an intensive group of intervention when we work 8 hours a day in a mixed age group, by the way. The practice has shown that mixed age groups with stammerers aged 7 to 40, together with their parents, their relatives, even larger age gaps, but it's just like in life. All there, diverse. The smaller participants help the adults with their immediate reactions. The adults structure it more. And we always sit people around with gaps. Relatives don't work with relatives during the group intervention. And when they break down into smaller groups, children don't go into the same group as their parents. And there are more discoveries, more interesting achievements, because the parents know about their child. It's all clear for them. But what about a different child? They are striving to be more correct. So I'm very happy that we are thinking in the same way on all continents, because we're truly interested in finding the solution. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Thanks a lot. It was a joy to listen to you.
Good. Thank you very much, Professor. It was very important in our Build a Brain program that we worked with 4 young teenage boys who were really not doing well. We taught them how to cooperate and compete and then speak to their parents. And at the same time, our educational consultant was working with the parents, explaining to them what we were teaching the children. And then we had a session where the parents and the children worked together to develop those skills. So you are absolutely right. If you do not involve the parents, you don't get anywhere. And I, as you pointed out, am very disturbed by the speech therapists in our country who work with the children and not with the family as a whole, or not with at least the children and the parents. I think it's a family system, and you have to intervene with the whole family. Comments, questions? Julia, Carla?
The topic, the topic is really very important. The great difficulty I can share you in Mexico, for example. The difficulty is that conception of qualitative development is not really known and not really used by specialists. This is the problem, that the majority of specialists use quantitative analysis and screening, and then they choose medication. If they don't choose medication, they work according to traditional behavioral stimulation. Completely, I don't how to say it, which is not useful at all, which is really not useful. Stimulation, cognitive stimulation of isolated functions. This would be the best. I mean, generally, the worst option is only medication. Families. Okay, I want to show you another big problem. Not always parents or family might or desire to work properly. I agree that family has to take part in this process, but sometimes they just act against the whole process. And also psychologically exists the need of participation of the child with different people, not only with parents. because different kinds of cultural activities don't occur only at home. It's not possible to wait for positive development staying at home as we stay now during international pandemic, staying only at home. There is no development. Huge amount of children have shown now in Mexico poor language, poor absence, complete absence of goal-oriented behavior, absence of playing games and things like that. So they stay at family, parents are there, but they just do nothing. So proper preparation of specialists, educators and teachers at all levels, and also in special education is very, very important. I agree that family is important, but not only family. And in Mexico, it's just impossible because family is always an obstacle, a terrible obstacle. So we say just recommendation number one, change parents. But of course, it's not possible to change the parents. So change parents, I mean, change activity, change a kind of cultural activity, go for a walk, go to the garden, go to the street, talk with somebody. And in this case, the teacher is very, very important because you know what they are doing now in Mexico? They said the parents are responsible for the children's education. Is it correct? Is whole nonsense, because we have now social institutions starting from 19th century and through the whole 20th century, we have the great history of development of social institutions for education. And suddenly now we say our slogan is return to home. What is this? It's completely terrible for poor children. Children want to go to school, and children want to see other children.
And children need that social interaction. And that's why in our this morning, before this part of the program, we had an understanding of our Build a Brain program. And we always take 4 children, and 4 children work together because that socialization, teaching them to play, teaching them to compete, teaching them to cooperate, that builds brain functions. Well, I thank all of you this morning for your input and your wisdom. You're doing a fantastic work, and I appreciate your coming together in this seminar. So with that, I will say good morning. At least from here, it's still good morning, maybe good afternoon.
Dear colleagues,
and we are done. Yes.
I have one more important information. В чате вы можете найти ссылки
In the
для...
chat, you can find links that will lead you to the closing ceremony of the Congress. Link number 1 in Russian, link number 2 in English. It will not take place in the same virtual room. Please follow this separate link.
All righty. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye. To meet again.
Okay.
Большое спасибо и ждем вас на церемонии закрытия.
Thank you, everybody.
Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, приглашаем вас посетить виртуальную выставку, которая пройдет в рамках 3-го конгресса «Психическое здоровье человека 21 века». В онлайн-формате для вас доступны демонстрации услуг и товаров партнеров конгресса, каталоги, брошюры, презентации, результаты клинических исследований и другие необходимые для ежедневной практики данные, интерактивное голосование, анкетирование, опросы и конкурсы, контактные данные представителей компаний, онлайн-чаты, звонки. Для перехода на виртуальный стенд экспонента нажмите на логотип интересующей вас компании. Ждем вас в разделе «Выставка» на портале Конгресса.